Wings of Shadow, Book 4 of the Bad Boy Shifters series, by USA Today best-selling author Silvana G. Sanchez. Part 2. Kaisner. You've returned. Good. I wondered if you would have the strength for what comes after the silence, after the fracture, after the moment when paradise shatters and reveals the abyss beneath. Not everyone can face the truth of what love becomes when filtered through a predator's heart. Time has passed since that night in the club. Hours that feel like centuries, filled with aftermath and consequence, with Clarissa's haunted eyes and the weight of choices that can never be undone. The supernatural world moves swiftly to bury its scandals, and Alexei's end has already become a whispered legend, softened for mortal ears and forgotten by dawn. But I remember everything. The way crimson bloomed on her gown like stains of memory. The precise moment her innocence slipped away. The terrible beauty of her realization that the man she's falling for is capable of such exquisite darkness. She hasn't left me. That's what surprises everyone. Even myself in my more honest moments. Lesser souls would have run screaming into the night, seeking sanctuary from the monster they'd accidentally welcomed into their world. But Clarissa, my extraordinary, impossible woman, she sees the shadows in me and doesn't flinch. She sees the necessity of it. The dragon in me purrs with satisfaction at her acceptance, even as the man mourns the innocence I've taken from her. Love and destruction, protection and possession, these concepts have become inseparable in the twisted geography of my heart. But acceptance and understanding are not the same thing. She doesn't yet comprehend the true scope of what I've set in motion, the enemies I've awakened with that single, decisive act. Ancient grudges stir in shadow-draped boardrooms. Old alliances fracture, like ice under spring's first thaw. The supernatural world is reshaping itself around the reality of what we mean to each other. And at the center of it all stands Clarissa, beautiful, powerful, and more vulnerable than she knows. Her visions have shown her fragments of what's coming, but the future is a labyrinth of possibility, and even seers can lose themselves in its twisting paths. What you'll witness now is the true test of devotion, not the pretty promises whispered in candlelit chambers, but the harsh arithmetic of survival. How many lives is one love worth? How much of the world can burn before even a dragon's heart breaks under the weight of necessary choices? These questions will be answered in fire and shadow, in betrayal and sacrifice, in the space between one heartbeat and the next, where heroes become villains and monsters discover they're capable of salvation. The real story begins now. The part where love stops being beautiful and starts being true. Welcome to the aftermath of paradise. Try not to lose yourself in the darkness. It has such exquisite teeth.
Chapter 28. Clarissa. Consciousness returns slowly, wading through a thick fog. The first thing I'm aware of is a low murmur that ebbs and flows like distant waves. My eyelids are too heavy to open, so I lie still, letting the sound wash over me. As my senses gradually sharpen, I begin to distinguish words. He was their fucking alpha. A man's voice taut with anger. Yes, it's a problem. Make it go away. Fast. The voice is familiar, but my groggy mind can't quite place it. I force my focus, willing the fog to lift. Other sensations seep in. The bed beneath me is soft, not a hospital cot. Smooth, cool satin glides against my skin. Sheets? My brain struggles to catch up. With monumental effort, I manage to crack open my eyes. Light floods in, momentarily blinding. I blink rapidly, trying to adjust. I'm in a room I don't recognize, richly furnished, golden sunlight muted by gauzy curtains. Not home, not safe. My heart stutters. How long was I unconscious? A shiver shakes my form. The cool satin sheets are the only thing covering my naked body. The realization jolts me fully awake, a gasp escaping my lips before I can stifle it. The voice cuts off. I turn my head to see Kaisner pacing at the foot of the bed, phone pressed to his ear. His gaze snaps to mine. Relief, concern, and something darker flicker in his maroon eyes. "I'll call you back," he says into the speaker, never taking his gaze off me. He ends the call and moves to the bed, his presence enveloping me. "Hey, baby girl," he murmurs, a low rumble that resonates through my being, setting my nerves alight. "How are you feeling?" I open my mouth, but no words come out. How am I feeling? Confused, terrified. The events of last night, Alexei's inhuman form, the violence, the blood, flash through my mind. "Kaisner," I rasp, my voice hoarse. What happened?" He hesitates, then reaches out, brushing a strand of hair from my face. The tenderness in his touch is at odds with the tension in his jaw. "You're safe," he says, his tone fiercely protective. That's what matters. But as the mental fog continues to clear, I know that's not enough. "Alexei," I whisper, my chest tightening. "Is he dead?" he says flatly. The word lands heavy in the silence. The terror of what he's saying crashes over me like a tidal wave. I flinch. "You killed him," I whisper, each word rising. "You killed Alexei." Horror and fury boil over. I clutch the sheet to my chest and slap Kaisner, hard. For a moment he looks stunned. Then his eyes narrow dangerously. We struggle, my hands clawing at him as he tries to restrain me. But he's stronger, much stronger. In a matter of seconds, I'm pinned to the mattress, my wrists held firmly at my sides. "That was not Alexei Morozov," he growls, his face inches from mine, breath hot against my cheek. "He was long gone, and that beast would have killed you." Kaisner's chest heaves as he regains his composure, his body a solid weight above me. I'm acutely aware of my nakedness, of the heat radiating from his skin. "What do you mean?" I ask, voice trembling, warm tears brimming in my eyes. "I saw you shoot him. I saw him die." Kaisner loosens his grip, but doesn't let go. "What you saw," he murmurs, his tone intense, "was a shifter gone feral. The Alexei you knew was no more. If I hadn't acted, you'd be dead." I want to argue, to scream, but a flash of Alexei's glowing eyes, his distorted voice, the inhuman claws reaching for me. It all comes flooding back. The fight drains out of me as the truth settles in. "I had no choice, Clarissa." he says, calmer now, releasing me as understanding washes over my expression. The memory of Alexei's features, his fangs bared and ready to claim me, races through my mind. I shudder, pulling the sheets tighter around me. My clothes, I manage to say. Where are they? A flicker of something, embarrassment, crosses Kaisner's face. They were ruined, he says carefully. Blood. I had them disposed of. I nod, my confidence slipping away as the reality sinks in. I'm naked in a strange bed, with a man who killed to protect me. Where am I? The question slips out, the silk sheets tightening around me, reminding me of my vulnerability. The hardness in his gaze fades, a hint of pride in his voice. My penthouse. I own the building, actually. The casual mention of owning an entire building in Paris is a stark reminder of how little I know about him. Kaisner Drachentstein, dangerous and wealthy beyond measure, is still an enigma. He must sense my unease because his expression softens. He shifts on the edge of the bed, his weight causing the mattress to dip. His hand hovers for a moment before resting gently on my sheet-covered leg. His touch grounds me, bringing the night's events rushing back. Alexei? I begin, a whisper escaping my lips. He tried to claim me. Kill you, Kaisner corrects, voice hard as steel. His hold tightens imperceptibly on my leg. The beast had devoured whatever humanity remained in him. He would have destroyed you. A shudder runs through me at his words. Alexei's transformed face flashes before my eyes. Kaisner's right. There had been no humanity left in Alexei in those final moments. I didn't realize. I stammer. The horror of what I narrowly escaped crashing down on me. I didn't think he would ever. Kaisner's expression softens further. He shifts closer. His hand moves from my leg to cradle my face, his thumb gently stroking my cheek. This world, our world, it's more dangerous than you know. Monsters hide behind human faces, predators waiting for any sign of weakness. His eyes, usually so guarded, are open now, filled with something deeper, more intense. But I promise you this, as long as I'm around, nothing will harm you. I will burn this city to the ground before I let anyone touch you. The fervor in his voice should frighten me. Instead, I find myself leaning into his touch, safety washing over me despite the dark promise in his words. In this moment, with Kaisner's hand on my cheek and his vow suspended between us, I feel protected like never before. But as I look into his eyes, I can't help but wonder. In a world of monsters and predators, what kind of creature is Kaisner Drachentstein? And what does it mean that, despite everything, I'm drawn to him like a moth to a flame? I understand this is a lot to process, he says, his voice low and intimate. He lowers his hand again, resting it on my leg. His thumb traces slow circles on my thigh, sending shivers through me. You're safe here, Clarissa. With me. I meet his gaze, struck by the sincerity there. I know. I whisper, surprised to find that I mean it. Despite everything, I do feel sheltered with him. His touch slides up, resting on my hip. The heat of his palm burns through the sheet, igniting a fire within me. There's so much I want to tell you, he murmurs, leaning in closer. So much I want to share. My pulse quickens as he draws near. For an instant, I think he's going to kiss me. Instead, he presses his forehead to mine, our breaths mingling in the space between us. A soft rap at the door breaks the silence, so faint I almost miss it. Kaisner's head whips around, his body tensing for a fraction of a second before relaxing. He walks to the entrance, opening it just enough to exchange hushed words with someone outside. When he turns back, a long, sleek garment bag drapes over his arm. The black fabric gleams under the soft light, the zipper catching a glint as he moves. His footsteps are silent on the plush carpet as he approaches the bed. "I hope you don't mind," Kaisner says, his voice a deep, velvety timbre that sends a shiver down my spine. "I took the liberty of arranging an outfit for you." He lays the bag on the bed with careful precision, his movements deliberate. The mattress dips slightly under the weight, and I catch a whiff of a fresh floral fragrance emanating from its wrapping. Kaisner's fingers trail along the zipper, a teasing gesture that sends a jolt through my body. My pulse quickens, heat rushing to my cheeks. "Why don't you get dressed?" he suggests, his eyes meeting mine with an intensity that makes the room warmer. "Dinner's waiting when you're ready." The promise in his voice, of food, yes, but of so much more, hangs in the air. I nod, curiosity building as I wonder what he's chosen, what the evening holds. As Kaisner leaves, I unzip the bag, gasping softly at what I find inside. The gown is a masterpiece of midnight blue silk, simple yet undeniably elegant. It fits like a dream, as if it were made for me. Knowing Kaisner, it probably was. When I emerge from the bedroom, Kaisner's gaze darkens as he takes me in, his look a blend of appreciation and something more primal. "Beautiful," he murmurs, offering his arm. "Shall we?" He leads me to a dining room that takes my breath away. Floor-to-ceiling windows offer a panoramic view of Paris, the Seine snaking through the city, Notre Dame rising majestically in the distance. The table is set for two, gleaming china in soft lighting, a bottle of wine already breathing. As we sit, I stare at the elegant food before me, my stomach twisting at the thought of eating. The events at the club replay in my mind, Alexi's blood on my hands, the dullness in his eyes as life faded from them. How can I eat? The scrape of chair legs pulls me from my thoughts. Kaisner shifts his seat closer, his presence overwhelming, comfort and quiet authority that make my pulse race. "You need to eat," he says, his voice gentle but firm. When I shake my head, he leans closer, his gaze darkening with concern and something more possessive. "Clarissa, you haven't eaten all day. I won't watch you waste away." "I'm not hungry." I protest weakly, but Kaisner is already reaching for my fork. He spears a piece of perfectly cooked fish, bringing it to my lips. "Just a few bites," he murmurs, his tone brooking no argument. "For me." The intimacy of the gesture makes my cheeks flush. Part of me wants to resist, assert my independence, but there's something oddly comforting about his insistence. About being cared for so thoroughly, even if his methods are a bit forceful. When I finally open my mouth and accept the morsel, his eyes flash with satisfaction. "Good girl," he says softly, already preparing another bite. "Now, some water." He reaches for my glass, cupping the back of my neck as he brings it to my lips. The gesture is tender, yet controlling, and I find myself yielding to his care despite my frazzled state. With each bite he coaxes into me, each sip of liquid, the numbness recedes, replaced by a growing awareness of his presence, his touch, his unwavering attention. I'm struck by the surreal nature of this situation. Less than 24 hours ago, I watched a man die. Now I'm having dinner with his killer, dressed like I'm attending a gala. Grief, guilt, and worry gnaw at my insides. "Clarissa." Kaisner's voice pulls me from my thoughts. He's watching me intently, concern etched in his face. "Talk to me. What's going through your mind?" The floodgates open. It's my fault, I whisper, the remorse I've held back spilling over. If I hadn't been there, if I hadn't danced with Alexei. Stop. Kaisner's tone is firm but gentle. He reaches across the table, taking my hand in his. The comfort of his touch anchors me. Alexei lost control of his beast. It's a risk all shifters face, especially those who don't train rigorously to govern their animal side. I look up, meeting his gaze. But you've never... your blood carries the dragon lineage, yet you're always self-possessed. A shadow passes over Kaisner's features. You're a constant challenge, he says softly, darkly teasing. What you saw with Alexei? It could happen to any shifter who lets their guard down. The gravity of his words sinks in. I think of Nicholas, of all the shifters in my acquaintance. Have they all been fighting this internal war without me knowing? What happens now? I ask, fear creeping in as I recall the chaos at the club, the body on the floor. Kaisner's expression hardens. It's been handled, he says, his tone leaving no room for argument. The media's been silenced, and any news of this incident will be buried. You have nothing to worry about. I'm tempted to demand more details, but part of me is relieved. The thought of being at the center of a supernatural scandal is too much to bear. As we eat, the conversation drifts to lighter topics. Kaisner tells me about the building, about his business ventures in Paris. Despite the bleak emotions that threaten to overwhelm me, I find myself relaxing, drawn in by his charm and wit. It's only as we finish dessert that I realize something. Throughout the entire evening, I haven't had a single vision. No flashes of the future, no cryptic images dancing on the fringes of my consciousness. In fact, I can't remember the last time I had one, especially when I'm with Kaisner. The realization sends a shiver through me. Is it the stress of recent events blocking my gift? Or is there something more at play? I look up to find Kaisner watching me, a question in his eyes. For a moment, I consider telling him about my absent visions. But something holds me back. Instead, I offer him a small smile. Kaisner's expression softens and he takes my hand again. As our fingers intertwine, I sense that familiar spark of connection. Whatever's happening with my visions, whatever dangers may be lurking, in this moment, I feel safe, protected. The warmth of his breath ghosts across my skin, igniting a fire that spreads from my core to my fingertips. For a moment, I'm tempted to bridge the minuscule distance between us, to lose myself in his embrace. His lips are so close to mine that I can almost taste him. The promise of his kiss, an intoxicating lure. But the rational part of my mind reasserts itself. I should go home, I whisper. The words pain me even as I speak them, but they're necessary. I need some time to process this. Kaisner pulls back slightly, his maroon eyes searching my face. I see a flicker of disappointment quickly masked by understanding. Very well, he murmurs. He takes my hand, bringing it to his lips for a soft kiss that makes my heart flutter. I'll have a car sent for you when you're ready. I nod, not trusting my voice. As I rise, about to return to the bedroom and gather myself, Kaisner's words stop me. Clarissa, he says. His usual mask of cool indifference has slipped away. In its place is an expression of such raw passion that I'm stunned. I need you to know, he begins, his voice rough with emotion, how much it means to me that you're alive, that you're here, safe. His words shatter me to the core, bringing tears to my eyes. When I saw you in danger at the club, I realized... He pauses, swallowing hard. I realize that I can't lose you. You've become essential to me. In a way I never expected, never even thought possible. A tear escapes, rolling down my cheek. I've never seen Kaisner like this. Vulnerable, open, his carefully constructed walls crumbling before my eyes. It's both beautiful and terrifying. Kaisner, I breathe, at a loss for words. How can I express the storm of emotions he has stirred in me? He stands, closing the distance between us in 2 long strides. His hand comes up to cup my face, thumb gently wiping away my tear. You don't have to say anything, he murmurs. I needed you to know. For a while, we stand there, lost in each other's eyes. A charged atmosphere hangs in the air, vibrant with unspoken words and possibilities. I'm tempted to stay in this moment forever, safe in the cocoon of Kaisner's presence. But I need time. Time to think, to understand my feelings. With Herculean effort, I step back, breaking the spell. Thank you, I breathe, pouring my confused emotions into those 2 simple words. For everything. Kaisner nods, understanding passing between us silently. As I turn to leave, I sense his stare like a brand against my spine, following me as I walk away. Still, I cannot deny it. Kaisner Drachentstein, with all his complexity and darkness, has become my anchor in this storm. And somehow, that thought is my sole comfort. Chapter 29. Clarissa. 3 weeks since I watched a man die, and I'm expected to smile at a board meeting. The past few days have blurred into silence and uncertainty. After eclipse, I locked myself away, the world fading from color to gray. The nightmare of Alexei's transformation haunted me. His glowing eyes, bared fangs, and the memory of his death weighed on me. Each moment seemed like I was drowning in gunshots, blood, and fear. I compelled myself through the routine, showering, dressing, eating, but all was amiss. The world moved on without me, indifferent to my grief. I couldn't face Samara or anyone, not yet. 2 missed calls from Kaisner sat on my phone like accusations I wasn't ready to answer. No word of Alexis's death has reached the Ursa or Morozov families. The story circulating is that he went into hiding after a fallout with the Regalis clan, a convenient lie that keeps everyone in the dark, the result of Kaisner's careful machinations. I've done my best to distance myself from him ever since that night. But the memories linger, unwelcome and unresolved. Even so, here I am, back at work, trying to move forward. The fear still clings, but I can't stay locked away forever. The familiar scent of oil paint and polished wood wraps around me as I step into the Lumiere Art Gallery. It's been too long since I last set foot here. I told everyone I'd been under the weather, a story that concealed the sleepless nights, the lingering fear that clawed at my thoughts. As I move toward my office, warm smiles and murmurs of relief greet me. "Welcome back, Miss Draken," my colleagues say, their voices carrying both concern and excitement. "We have good news to share." Their enthusiasm is infectious, stirring a sensation inside me, a flicker of the person I used to be. Maybe this is exactly what I need. To immerse myself in art and creation, to build something meaningful amidst the wreckage of my personal life. With a smile that feels only slightly forced, I follow them into the meeting room, bracing myself for whatever developments have unfolded in my absence. As I settle at the head of the long, polished table, my gaze sweeps over the familiar faces before me. A swell of pride rises in my chest. We've poured everything into the upcoming exhibition, securing funding, curating the perfect collection. designing an experience worthy of the Lumiere name. And now, with the final details falling into place, I allow myself a rare moment of satisfaction. I sink into my chair, but my thoughts drift elsewhere. To Nick. He's been gone for over a month. His last message mentioned his tour through Western Europe and the Mediterranean, securing support where he could. But a Germany and Eastern Europe, especially with Kaisner at their helm, remains a question mark. Those clans have the power to make or break Nick's bid for Dragon King. I'm proud of him, of course, but worry gnaws at me. The supernatural world is treacherous, its politics a tangled web of power and deception. And Nick stands at the center of it. The meeting progresses, and I notice a shift in the room. The standard business professionalism is laced with something else. Excitement, barely contained. Amelie keeps sneaking glances at Luke, her eyes bright with a secret. Sophie fidgets with her pen, a knowing smile pulling at her lips. Even Jean-Pierre, always the picture of restraint, drums his fingers on the mahogany table, his usual stoicism fading. I lean back in my chair, arching an eyebrow at their behavior. All right, I say, amusement slipping into my voice. What are you all hiding? Luke clears his throat, adjusting the lapels of his impeccably tailored suit. With deliberate precision, he moves to the front of the room. A large screen dominates the wall. With a click of a remote, it flickers to life. Miss Draken, he begins, his voice laced with anticipation. While you were away, we had a development. One that's going to change everything for our upcoming gala. The screen floods with images, priceless artworks, rare sculptures, masterpieces I've only ever glimpsed in the most exclusive catalogs. My breath catches. It's the private collection we've been chasing for months, the one we thought was out of reach. Amelie springs from her seat, her hands clapping together in excitement. We did it, Clarissa. The reclusive collector finally agreed. I lean forward, fingers curling around the edge of the table. How? My voice is steady, but my mind races. How did you manage that? Luke's grin widens as he clicks to the next slide, revealing a series of email exchanges. That's the most incredible part. We were ready to walk away, admit defeat. But then, he lets the suspense linger, his gaze sweeping the room. He reached out to us, personally. A collective gasp ripples through the team. Sophie leans in, her voice hushed. It's like he knew exactly what we needed. He set his terms, made his offer. It's unprecedented. A rush of conflicting emotions floods me. Exhilaration, suspicion, something undefinable. This is remarkable, I manage, schooling my voice into excitement. And unexpected. I hesitate, then ask the only question that matters. And who is this mysterious benefactor? Do we finally have a name? The room stills. Luke clicks to the final slide. A name flashes across the screen, bold and unmistakable. My stomach clenches. Freiherr Kaisner Drachentstein. Luke announces, his voice ringing through the silence. I grip the arms of my chair, steadying myself against the sudden shock. Kaisner Drachentstein, the man who's haunted my thoughts, my dreams, the one whose touch set my skin ablaze, whose kiss stole my breath. Heat prickles in my nape, but I force my expression into one of polite curiosity. Conversation erupts. Speculation, theories, whispers of intrigue. My colleagues are enthralled, swept up in the mystery of the enigmatic benefactor. But I know better. Kaisner never does anything without purpose. And if he's involved, it means my carefully reconstructed world is about to be upended once again. I'm only half listening, my mind consumed by memories. The way his eyes locked onto mine across the crowded dance floor. The crackling electricity between us. The heat of his hands on my skin. The taste of his lips. I still can't believe he agreed. Amelie gushes, snapping me back to the present. Some of those pieces haven't been seen in public for decades. A drawer slams shut. I flinch, pulse spiking. The sound ricochets through me like an echo of that night at Eclipse. Weeks have passed, yet the memories cling to me, sharp, unrelenting. We've been asking for ages, and his offices always refused. I wonder what changed, Luke muses. Then, grinning. And he's donating a never-before-seen Kandinsky sketch to the Lumiere Foundation. That alone will have donors scrambling to get in. Their voices rise in a chorus of praise and speculation, but I only catch fragments. A Freiherr, no less. Sophie adds with reverence. German nobility. That explains the old-world elegance and the vast collections. I hear he's single, someone whispers. Can you imagine capturing his heart? Single or not, he's a mystery, Amelie chimes in conspiratorially. No one really knows much about him. It's like he materialized out of thin air. Well, I hear he's gorgeous, Camille giggles, fanning herself with a stack of notes. Tall, dark, and dangerous. Heat flares at the back of my neck. Kaisner's piercing gaze flashes through my mind, the ghost of his touch reigniting a spark I thought I'd extinguished. I shift in my seat, willing the memory away. But it lingers, a whisper against my skin. We should focus on the exhibition, I say, my voice steadier than I feel. Not idle gossip. But even as the words leave my lips, they ring hollow. Because deep down, I know the truth. I'm just as fixated on Kaisner Drachentstein as they are. Perhaps even more. Of course, Miss Draken, Amelie says, subdued. We're just excited. It's not every day we work with someone of his caliber. I force a smile. I understand. But let's keep things professional. We have a lot to prepare. The conversation shifts back to logistics, but my thoughts remain tangled. Kaisner Drachentstein. After weeks of silence, he's shattered my fragile detachment with one grand gesture. When the meeting concludes, I retreat to my office. I exhale slowly, willing my pulse to steady. But the sense of unease lingers, an instinct whispering that something is off, that I'm missing a vital piece of the puzzle. Drawn by impulse, I move toward the filing cabinet, my fingers deftly flipping through the folders until I find what I'm looking for, the contract for the Drachenstein exhibition, signed with a flourish by Kaisner himself. I trace the bold slant of his signature, a slow sweep of my fingertip. Who are you really, Kaisner Drachentstein? I murmur. Before I can second-guess myself, I settle into the plush leather chair behind my desk, my fingers flying over the keyboard. I pull up every scrap of information I can find, articles, press releases, financial reports. But the more I search, the more I realize I'm only scratching the surface. There are layers to him, depths concealed beneath carefully curated facades. My mind drifts back to that night at Eclipse, to the words Kaisner whispered in my ear, his breath warm against my skin. When you're ready to accept all of me, the light and the dark, then I will make you mine. Fully, completely, irrevocably. A shiver dances down my spine, anticipation curling in my stomach. What does it mean to accept all of him? To embrace not only the polished exterior he presents to the world, but also the shadows lurking beneath. Can I truly give myself over to a man I barely know, whose motives remain a mystery? The questions swirl in my mind, a dizzying storm of doubt and desire. But even as I wrestle with uncertainty, I can't deny the truth. The enigma that is Kaisner Drachentstein calls to me, an unsolved mystery I can't resist unraveling. With a sudden burst of determination, I reach for the phone. My fingers dial the number for our offices in Germany, almost on sheer instinct. As the phone rings, I settle into my chair, gaze drifting toward the large window overlooking the Rue du Faubourg Saint-Honoré. The city moves below in elegant chaos, but my focus narrows. On the opposite sidewalk, a figure lingers. Recognition jolts through me. I saw him last night, a shadow at the edges of my world. And now, here he is again, watching, waiting. A chill coils around my spine. The line clicks, and a crisp voice cuts through my thoughts. Lumiere Foundation, German branch. How may I assist you? I take a steadying breath. This is Clarissa Draken, I say, determined. I need you to pull up everything you can on Kaisner Drachentstein. Business dealings, personal history, everything. Leave no stone unturned. A pause. Then the voice returns, tinged with something unreadable. Understood, Miss Draken. We'll begin immediately. Expect a report by the end of the day. I murmur my thanks and hang up. The hours slip by in a blur of meetings and phone calls, juggling contracts, logistics, and endless emails. Yet, no matter how much I try to focus, my thoughts keep circling back to Kaisner, the elusive art collector whose sudden generosity has upended my carefully structured world. Just as I'm about to call it a day, my phone buzzes. A notification flashes across the screen, making my breath hitch. Dossier. Herr Kaisner Drachenstein. My fingers tremble as I open the file, scanning the pages of information the German team has compiled. Business dealings, holdings, philanthropic efforts. And beneath the surface, whispers of something darker. His rumored connections to the shadowy underworld of art and antiquities. Traces of power plays that never made the headlines. And I blink, snapping my gaze away from the screen. Everything there is to know about this man is right here. Everything. A slow, unsteady breath leaves my lips as I recline in my chair, eyes drifting toward the window. Outside, the city hums with life, a familiar rhythm of dusk settling over Paris. But beyond the blur of pedestrians and evening lights, a figure stands motionless on the opposite sidewalk. A jolt of recognition courses through me. He's still there, the same man I spotted last night, half hidden in the shadows, watching. Now, under the golden haze of the setting sun, his presence is clearer, yet no less unnerving. His posture is casual, almost nonchalant, but there's a sharpness to him, a readiness, a silent shadow, always a step behind me. With a slow inhale, I power down my computer, the screen going dark. My reflection stares back at me, composed, unreadable. But inside, something restless stirs. I don't know who you are, I murmur under my breath, slipping my phone into my bag. But I'm going to find out. Jaw set, I gather my belongings, straighten my shoulders, and prepare to step into the night, into whatever awaits me beyond these doors.
Chapter 30. Kaisner. The room is silent, the air thick with unspoken tension as I sit at the head of the long table, fingers steepled before me. My most trusted advisors surround me, their expressions grim, mirroring the weight pressing against my chest. This meeting is not about business, not about alliances, territories, or wealth. It is about betrayal. A betrayal so deep it threatens the very foundation of our clan. As I scan the faces around me, A more personal burden settles in my gut. Clarissa's absence. It has been weeks since I last heard from her. Weeks of forced restraint as I honored the space she asked for, even as the ache of her silence gnawed at me. My informants keep me updated. She's withdrawn, avoiding the world. But safe. Safe. The word should bring me solace. But instead, it taunts me. Because safety is a fragile thing. That night at Eclipse, it was too much. Too savage. Too raw. I can still see the fear in her eyes, the way her hands trembled in mine after gunfire rang out, and blood tainted the air. She stepped too far into my world that night, straight into the darkness of shifter brutality and clan violence. And I let it happen. I should have protected her. Should have known she wasn't ready for the reality of my life. The cruelty, the power struggles, the unspoken laws. She wasn't raised in this world. She doesn't bear its scars like I do. Now, I may lose her because of it. The irony isn't lost on me. For years, my greatest fear was failing to awaken my dragon self. Now, that fear pales in comparison to the thought of losing her. The shift in my priorities unsettles me more than I care to admit. I think back to the moment I first saw the request from the Lumiere Foundation. My staff and lawyers had been blocking their inquiries for months, following my standard protocols. But the instant I learned it was Clarissa's organization, everything changed. I reached out personally, bypassing all the usual channels, reckless in my need for any connection to her, even if only through her work. But she hasn't responded. Not a word. I told myself I wouldn't pressure her, that I'd give her the space she needs. After Eclipse, after everything she witnessed, she deserves that much. But waiting is its own kind of torture. Every day without her voice, every unanswered message, every moment of silence stretches the distance between us. I don't know if she's avoiding me out of fear, or if I've already lost her to the violence of what happened that night. And yet, I can't force her hand. Not when I'm the one who led her into the dark. So I wait, and the waiting kills me. I glance down at the file before me. The damning evidence it contains cuts deeper than any blade. Photographs spill across the polished ebony table, grainy surveillance images, clandestine meetings in dimly lit alleyways. In one, Marcus is passing a manila envelope to a tall, bronze-skinned figure I recognize instantly, Vikram Mahindra's right-hand enforcer. Transcripts of intercepted phone calls reveal Marcus's treachery in his own words. The Draken girl, his voice murmurs over the recording. Drachenstein's obsessed with her. She's his weakness. The paper crumples in my tightening fist. Printouts of emails detail the classified information he leaked. Clarissa's daily routines, her favorite cafes, the security measures I had put in place to protect her. But the final blow is the handwritten note. Marcus's familiar scrawl outlining a plan so vile it makes my blood run cold. Kidnap the girl, and Drachenstein will fold. We can end this war in one swift move. Rage surges through me, molten and unforgiving. My vision blurs at the edges, my hands flexing as I struggle to contain the violent urge clawing its way to the surface. Clarissa, an innocent in all of this, a woman with no ties to our world beyond me, was to be used as a pawn. Because of him, because of this. The law of our clan is clear. The punishment for treason is swift and absolute. And yet, even now, some foolish part of me hesitates. Marcus was more than a soldier in my ranks. He was a brother, a man who fought at my side. But that man is dead. All that remains is a traitor. I exhale slowly, steadying myself. Bring him in. The heavy doors swing open, and Marcus is dragged inside. His hands are bound, his face drawn with fear. He stumbles as my guards force him to his knees before me. He keeps his head bowed, but the tremor in his shoulders does not escape me. Marcus, my voice is cold, devoid of emotion. You stand accused of treason against the Drachentstein clan, of conspiring with our enemies, of betraying the trust I placed in you. I pause, letting the words sink in, letting him feel the gravity of his sins. But your greatest crime, I continue, my tone sharpening, was against Clarissa Draken. At that, he lifts his head, his eyes wide with something like regret. It means nothing to me. You leaked information about her movements. You compromised her safety. I lean forward, my fury barely leashed. You planned to have her taken, used, bargained away like some pawn in your pathetic attempt at diplomacy. His mouth opens, whether to plead or to lie. I do not know. I do not care. You knew what she meant to me. My voice is barely above a whisper now, but it cuts sharper than any blade. And still, you sold her out. His breath hitches. Kaisner, please. The words come raw, desperate. I never meant for her to be harmed. I was only trying to end this war. I exhale slowly, measured, staring down at the man I once trusted. Rage settles over me like a storm rolling in, dark and inevitable. By betraying me? The question is hushed, lethal. By offering up the life of the only person I cannot afford to lose? Marcus flinches as if struck. His shoulders sag, the fault of his choices pressing down on him like a man drowning under the tide. I was wrong, he whispers. I see that now. But please, Kaisner, for the sake of our history. There is no history. I cut him off, my tone edged with finality. Not anymore. A bitter silence stretches between us. For a fleeting moment, I consider mercy. I think of the battles we fought together, the blood spilled, the victories we toasted with fire and steel. Once he was my brother in arms. Once, I might have forgiven him. But Marcus made his choice, and now he will answer for it. Betrayal is an art, Marcus, I murmur, the sound smooth as glass. But so is retribution. And I am an artist of the highest order. I take a step closer, watching as realization dawns in his eyes, the cold, sick understanding that there is no escape from what comes next. Did you truly think I wouldn't find out? My tone turns almost amused, though there's no humor in the air between us. I crouch before him, my gaze locking onto his, unflinching. Your greatest sin wasn't betraying me. My voice drops to a whisper. It was believing I'd let you survive it. I rise, then give a slow nod to my guards. One steps forward, a blade gleaming in the dim light. Marcus's breath comes in short, panicked gasps. He struggles against his bindings, his pleas turning into incoherent cries of desperation. I do not look away, because this is the burden of leadership. These are the choices that define a king. The blade falls. His screams are brief. Silence follows. I straighten, my expression unreadable. Around me, my men shift, uneasy in the wake of what they have witnessed. I let them sit with it. Let them understand the lesson woven into Marcus's demise. When I finally speak, my tone is quiet, but it carries through the chamber with the force of a decree. Let this be a warning. I meet the gaze of each man in the room. Treason will not be tolerated, and any threat against Clarissa Draken will be met with the full might of the Drachentstein clan. I pause, allowing the words to settle, allowing the air to hum with their finality. Treue ist nicht verhandelbar, I state coolly. Loyalty is not negotiable. With that I turn, striding from the chamber without a backward glance. My heart is heavy. My hands are stained. But Clarissa is safe, and I will stop at nothing to keep her that way. Chapter 31, Kaisner. Blood has a way of lingering on your hands, in your memory, in the spaces between what you've done and what you'll do next. The crack of colliding billiard balls slices the silence as I brace over the table, linen taut beneath my palms. Sleeves shoved up past corded forearms, I sight down the cue, not at the ivory spheres, but at Marcus's ghost still hanging in the smoke. His final plea. The flash of silver. Blood pooling black in the low, flickering light. I straighten with a growl, knuckles whitening around the whiskey tumbler. Neat. No ice. No mercy. The burn down my throat does nothing to scorch away the memory. Marcus was a brother, a friend, but in this world, betrayal is a death sentence, especially when it threatens Clarissa, especially when it threatens everything I've built. The burden of leadership presses down on me, a constant, unrelenting force. I am the axis upon which this empire turns, and weakness is a luxury I cannot afford. A knock rasps against the doors, sharp, intrusive. I set the glass down with controlled precision that belies the irritation simmering beneath the surface. Enter, I snap, voice diamond hard. When no immediate response comes, my inner dragon bristles. Whoever's out there better have a damn good reason for this interruption. I don't move. Let them come to me. I watch as the handle turns slowly, the door opening with a measured creak that seems to stretch time itself. Her. Clarissa stands haloed in hallway light, sapphire eyes blazing through me. My pulse roars. For a moment, I'm thrown off balance, but I recover quickly, my gaze narrowing as I take her in. A deceptively simple couture dress skims her curves, hinting at the shape beneath. A masterpiece of restraint and temptation. The fabric drapes like liquid midnight, whispering against her skin with every breath she takes. Her chin is lifted, her posture defiant, and I can't help but admire the sheer audacity of her standing here, in my domain, uninvited. You found out where I live, I murmur, a touch of dark delight in my cool tone, as I lean back against the billiard table. I take a slow sip of my drink, my eyes never leaving hers. I'm impressed. Don't be, she replies, voice sharp, cutting through the air like a blade. Your men led me here. Accusation laces the words, anger simmering beneath the surface. Another shock, another revelation that leaves me reeling. This woman, this beautiful, enigmatic creature, is not at all what I imagined. She's full of surprises, each one more intriguing than the last. I set my drink down on the table. Clarissa, I begin, a hint of a smile tugging at my lips. She steps into my sanctum, all defiance in stiletto heels. You're stalking me? She snaps at me with a frown. Pride and something far darker coil in my chest. She's playing a dangerous game, confronting me like this. But then again, I've always enjoyed a bit of danger. In 3 strides, I'm mere inches away. The door slams behind her, my palm flat against oak as I cage her in. Bergamot and fury radiate from her heated skin. Not stalking, I purr, leaning closer, inhaling her rebellion. Protecting. I don't need your protection, she breathes, clipped, gaze unwavering. I don't want a security detail. I want an ordinary life. Her bold resistance is intoxicating, awakening something primal within me. She's standing there, challenging me in a way no one else would dare, and all I can think about is how badly I've underestimated her, how little I truly know of the depths of her strength.
Baby girl, but that's impossible, I explain, my darkened stare roving her face with untamed hunger. You are far from ordinary. There are dangers in this world, ones you don't even realize.
Call off your dogs, Kaisner, she demands, unwavering. And in her eyes, I see a fierceness, a determination that only fuels the flames of my desire, my need to possess her, to make her mine.
I tilt my head, studying her, a predatory smirk curling my lips. Or what? I challenge, voice low. What will you do if I refuse? For a moment she hesitates, a flicker of uncertainty. Then it's gone, replaced by the same fiery resolve. You don't want to find out.
A chuckle rumbles in my chest, dark and humorless. I reach out, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. My fingers linger, brushing against her skin, and I sense the faintest shiver run through her. Lovely place you've got here, she says, gaze straying from mine to sweep the room. It's a pity it's so heavily guarded.
I inch closer, my lips barely grazing the shell of her ear, a necessity for a man in my line of work.
She stiffens, her breath catching. I hear the sudden racing of her heart, and it takes every ounce of control not to pull her into my arms, to claim her mouth and show her just how much I want her. She swallows hard, eyes locked on mine. Selling guns? A thrill of satisfaction runs through me. So she's been doing her research, digging into my past. The thought of her taking an interest in me, in what I do, is a heady one. A rush of power and desire that leaves me momentarily breathless.
It's perfectly legal. I lie, fingers grazing her jaw, reveling in the way her breath hitches.
As legal as your business with narcotics? She inquires, tone lethal. I can't help the smirk that tugs at my lips, the surge of admiration I have for her boldness, her willingness to confront me even in the face of her uncertainty and fear. But amusement fades as I glimpse determination in her gaze. Ever since I inherited this clan's leadership, I've strived to diversify our assets, nightclubs, restaurants, even the occasional arms deal. It takes time to shift an empire. My hand glides along her waist, and when she stumbles back, I press her gently against the door, my body a solid wall of heat and muscle against her own.
Now that you know all that I am, tell me, Liebes. I purr, my lips trailing along the column of her neck, tasting the sweetness of her skin. Why have you come?
Her pupils dilate, breath shallow.
Are you here to fight me? I pause, my mouth hovering a breath away from hers. Or have you come to be mine?
For a heartbeat, neither of us moves. The air between us tightens, charged with something neither of us can name. Then in a rush of heat and fury, her lips crash against mine. The kiss is electric, violent in its intensity. Fingers tangle in my hair, nails scrape against my scalp, and I welcome it, welcome the fire, the collision of our worlds. She tastes of defiance and desperation, of something I never dared to crave, but now cannot live without.
Never breaking contact, I lift her onto the billiard table, her smooth legs wrapping around my waist. My hands roam, memorizing every curve,
every gasp, every trembling sigh. This woman will be the ruin of me, and God's help me, I won't stop her. Her hands slide between us, unfastening the button of my pants with a deft urgency that sets my blood aflame. I suck in a sharp breath as her fingers trail lower, sparking a fire I can barely contain. I kick off my shoes, my clothes following in a careless heap. I'm left in my boxers, the tension unbearable, every part of me yearning for her. She's a goddess, this woman. Alabaster skin glowing in the dim light, sapphire eyes heavy with desire. Her dress slips from her shoulders in a whisper of silk, pooling at her waist before I ease it past her hips, revealing a lace-trimmed set designed to entice and destroy. I trail a single finger over the delicate fabric, teasing the hardened peaks beneath before tugging them just enough to draw a gasp from her lips. She arches, offering herself, and I take my time, savoring every shiver, every breathy moan. The contrast is intoxicating, the rawness of her need against the elegance of our surroundings, the flickering glow of the hearth, the glint of cut crystal decanters, the silent, ever-watchful eyes of the surveillance cameras that I switch off with a flick of my wrist. For the first time in years, this room is truly private. It's like sinning in a cathedral, this mingling of lust and opulence. The billiard table looms behind us, an altar to our depravity. With careful precision, I ease her onto the green baize, the soft cloth cool beneath her bare skin. I grip her wrists, pinning them above her head as I press myself against her, our bodies aligned like fate itself. Baby girl, I growl, my free hand curling around her hip, fingers digging possessively into her skin. Am I your first? Her lashes flutter open just enough for me to glimpse the hunger simmering in her gaze. She bites her lower lip, pearl white teeth sinking into the plush flesh. Yes, she gasps, voice trembling but resolute. I lean in, my breath ghosting over her ear, savoring how she shivers beneath me. I won't be gentle, I warn, my tone a dark promise. Her response is immediate. Her body arches into mine, seeking more, craving the delicious edge of pain tangled with pleasure. Gods, I hope not, she moans, the sound reverberating between us, seeping into my skin. Something in her tone gives me pause. My grip tightens instinctively, my brow knitting as an unspoken question forms on my lips. But before I can voice it, she speaks again. I'm a virgin, Kaisner, she pants, her breath warm against my jaw. Not a saint. The words snap the last frayed thread of my restraint. A savage hunger surges through me, burning away any lingering hesitation. My fingers press into her hips as I drag her to the very edge of the table, positioning her exactly where I want her. Her body molds to mine, soft and yielding, yet defiant. Made for me. And I have every intention of making her mine. Are you sure about this? I growl against her ear, my voice rough with restraint. Once we start, there's no going back. Yes, she gasps, breathless, her fingers fisting the baize beneath her. I want you. More than anything. She bites her bottom lip, and then, in a whisper that detonates inside me, take me without mercy, Kaisner. Lightning ignites in my veins, raw and electric, surging straight to my core. Any last thread of patience snaps. I seize her mouth in a ravenous kiss, my tongue claiming hers as our bodies fuse together, heat against heat. My hardness strains against my boxers, aching to sink inside her, to brand her as mine. But I'm not in a hurry. Not yet. This is her first time. Our first time. And I'll make damn sure she remembers every second. I kiss a path down her frame, her breasts, the hollow between them, lower still, my lips mapping her skin with slow, deliberate reverence. She arches beneath me, a symphony of gasps and shivers, her body pleading for more. I savor her response. How she blooms under my touch, trembling on the precipice of pleasure she's never known. And I intend to ruin her for anyone else. Sliding a hand down the arch of her spine, I slip the delicate lace away, whispering against her skin before falling away like a discarded secret. My mouth follows in its wake, trailing fire along her neck, across her collarbone, to her cleavage. Clarissa writhes beneath my touch, her soft moans threading through the air like a melody meant only for my ears. I reach behind her and unhook her bra, the delicate scrap of lace slipping from her shoulders and joining the rest of her clothing in forgotten abandon. She's revealed before me, luminous, perfect, aching for reverence. I take my time, worshiping her with slow, deliberate kisses, savoring the way her breath catches, the way her fingers curl into the bays. I pause, drinking her in. She is a vision of temptation against the emerald green, her skin luminous in the dim light, every curve and hollow sculpted by the shadows. Mine. Lifting her legs over my shoulders, I draw her closer, claiming her with my mouth. A sharp gasp leaves her lips, her fingers fisting the felt as my tongue explores every secret inch of her. She tastes like sin and surrender, like something I'll never get enough of. I drag my tongue over that sweet bundle of nerves, and her body arches in offering, a strangled moan tearing from her throat. More, she begs, a low cry. I need more. I chuckle mischievously, my fingers tracing patterns on her skin. I want to hear you beg. Say it. Say you need me to ruin you, I say, my voice firm but gentle. The quiet whimper of her obedience, the breathless anticipation in her eyes, it carves through me like a blade made of fire and pleasure. Her scent, arousal tinged with the faintest trace of her expensive perfume, floods my senses, fueling my hunger. I grip her thighs tighter, holding her still as I push her closer to the edge, my tongue flicking and stroking in a rhythm that has her breath coming in desperate, uneven gasps. She writhes against me, her hips undulating, searching for more, chasing that final push into oblivion, and I am determined to take her there. I guide her higher with deliberate touches, drawing cries from her lips. She breathes sharply, her body arching into me, her hands desperately seeking a hold on the bays. I find that perfect spot within her, and a choked cry spills from her lips, raw and unrestrained. I smirk against her inner thigh, reveling in the way she unravels for me. My other hand roams freely, trailing fire across her skin, cupping the curve of her breast, teasing her until she's writhing, desperate for more. My focus is singular, my hunger absolute. Her pleasure is mine to command. She moans again, the sound low and breathless, and I know she's close. Her thighs quiver beneath my grip, her body tightening around my fingers, her breath coming in ragged little gasps. I increase the pace, my tongue flicking over that swollen, sensitive nub with relentless precision, driving her toward the edge with every stroke, every calculated movement. And then she shatters. A cry tears from her throat, her back bowing in offering, her body seizing around my fingers as pleasure consumes her. The sight of her, flushed, undone, trembling in my arms, is nearly enough to wreck me. I draw it out, coaxing her through the aftershocks, pressing open-mouth kisses along her thighs as the tension in her muscles slowly eases. She exhales a shuddering breath, the sound half a purr, her hands threading lazily through my hair.
That was, she whispers, her voice thick with pleasure, divine.
A slow, satisfied grin spreads across my lips, but I'm far from done with her.
Withdrawing my touch, I bring it to my lips.
Savoring her essence, sweet and decadent, warm and intoxicating. My blood sings with the primal need to claim her, to bury myself deep and make her mine in every way. I position myself between her parted thighs.
She gasps, her body jerking in response, her hips tilting ever so slightly, inviting me in. I hover at her entrance, tormenting us both with unbearable restraint. Are you ready for me, baby? I murmur, my voice thick with need.
Her eyes meet mine, pupils blown wide. Yes, she breathes, and that single word is my undoing.
I enter her slowly, savoring the way she yields to me.
A sharp gasp parts her lips, her fingers tightening against my shoulders. She's fire incarnate, hotter than sin, tighter than restraint. I sink deeper, her heat clenching around me. The sensation so raw, so consuming, it borders on agony.
Hold still. I pant out. Rough as my grip on her hips tightens. I'm gonna make you feel every inch of me.
Her nails rake down my back, drawing a guttural sound from my throat. She rises into me, wild and untamed, chasing more, urging me past restraint. Faster, she breathes, a demand, not a plea. I answer with action, driving into her with a primal rhythm that speaks of possession, of dominance. Clarissa is everywhere, her scent, her heat, how she moans my name like a benediction. I give her what she craves, our bodies moving together in a violent, perfect synchrony, the push and pull of our pleasure and unrelenting force. A frustrated whimper escapes her as I withdraw, but I silence her with a firm grip on her waist. Before she can protest, I flip her onto her stomach, dragging her hips up until she's aligned with me, her spine arching in invitation. I sheath myself inside her once more, this time deeper, harder. A strangled cry tears from her lips as she braces against the table, her knuckles whitening against the green baize. Her moans melt into the crackling warmth of the hearth, the scent of sex mingling with wood smoke and something else. Dark and unyielding. She pushes back against me, seeking, demanding. I grip her hips with bruising force, holding her exactly where I want her.
Look at you, I rasp, leaning over her, my lips tracing the curve of her shoulder, my breath scorching her ear, taking me so damn well.
She keens, her back bowing as I drag my hand up her spine, relishing the delicious tremor beneath my touch.
She hisses through gritted teeth as I sink into her, relentless and merciless.
Her body tightens around me, her voice breaking on a gasp. Oh yes, right there, she pants, guiding my rhythm with desperate need.
You're mine, I snarl, punctuating each punishing thrust, every breath
Every moan, mine. Kaisner! A growl rumbles through me, low and primal. I fist her hair, tilting her head back until her neck is bared to me, a silent offering.
Say it, I demand, my lips grazing her pulse, sensing the wild flutter beneath my tongue.
Tears jewel her lashes, her breath catching in a fractured sob of pleasure. Yours. The single word nearly shatters me, my control phrase unraveling at the seams. With a predator's grin, I drive into her relentlessly, each thrust branding her, staking my claim. Our bodies collide, the slick heat between us igniting like a struck match. The air thickens, humid with our ragged gasps, our moans blending into the warm hush of the room. Her nails scrape along the green baize, a sharp contrast to the velvet friction between us. She cries my name like a plea, like a prayer.
I'm so close, she whimpers, her voice at the brink of ecstasy.
You'll only break when I say so.
My tone is harsher now, unwavering. Do you understand?
Uh-huh, she moans. A low, rumbling growl of approval rolls through my chest as she obeys without question. There's no feeling in the world like the sight of her surrendering to my will.
You'll take every command I give you, because you're my good girl, aren't you? I slow, dragging my hands over her sweat-slicked skin, teasing. The very tips of my fingers brush her trembling thighs. So close, yet just out of reach. Tell me what you want, Liebes, I murmur in her ear, my voice a deep, gravelly promise. She writhes against me, desperate. More, she whimpers. I want more.
A growl vibrates in my chest, thick with hunger. I slip out of her and haul her against me, her slick skin molding to mine. Her legs wrap around my waist on instinct, her breath hot against my throat. The electricity between us crackles, charging the air as I lift her, her slender frame weightless in my grasp. She moves first, her body sinking onto mine, taking me in one smooth, greedy motion. A strangled sound rips from my throat. I carry her to the couch, lowering her slowly, savoring every pulse and clench around me before settling down, her thighs straddling my hips, her fingers drag down my chest, nails scoring, marking. She rocks against me, her pace torturous, teasing. Oh, Kaisner, she moans, my name unraveling on her tongue, harder, faster. A muscle twitches in my jaw. I grip her hips, take control. Her gasp turns into a cry as I drive into her, our rhythm a feral, frantic collision of bodies and breath. She shudders, her moans laced with delirium as I lift her higher, changing the angle, forcing her to take me even deeper. With a snarl, I shift, pressing her against the leather, hoisting her legs over my shoulders. Her breath hitches, half surprise, half surrender. A dark, primal urge overtakes me, obliterating restraint.
Keep your eyes on me, I murmur, dragging the words over her skin like silk. I thrust into her, harder, deeper, wrenching a strangled cry from her lips, her hands scrambling for purchase against the couch. Moan for me, Liebes. I growl, voice husky, full of dark satisfaction. Don't you dare hold back. I want to hear every filthy sound you make.
Clarissa's cries of pleasure shatter the silence, echoing off the high ceilings like a hymn to the divine. I increase my pace, pistoning my hips into hers with wild abandon, our bodies connecting with an untamed intensity that defies reason. Her walls tighten around me, a perfect vice, her back arching as her head falls against the cushions, She's close, so close. I can feel it as she trembles, as her breath stutters, and her fingers clutch desperately at my skin. "Break from me," I rasp, my voice rough, commanding. "Let go. Let me see how pretty you look when you break." A fractured moan tears from her lips, a sound torn between surrender and ecstasy. And then it happens. Her release washes over her like a tidal wave, taking us both under its powerful current. Her body seizes around me, muscles pulsing, waves of pleasure rolling through her in a breathtaking display of abandon. Her nails dig into my back, hard enough to mark, to claim. I welcome the sting. I want it. Her imprint on me. Her unraveling tears the last of my control away, dragging me down into oblivion with her. I bury my face in the crook of her neck, my entire body throbbing with the force of it. The world tilts, reality narrowing to the exquisite pressure of her, the way we fit together, the way we fall apart and come undone as one. Gasping for air, I press my forehead against hers. Sweat-slicked skin, tangled limbs, breath mingling in the quiet aftermath. We ride out the aftershocks together, our bodies molded so perfectly against each other that the thought of separating seems impossible. I don't want to move. When our senses begin to return, I shift just enough to take in her face. Her sapphire eyes, still heavy-lidded with pleasure, meet mine. But there's more to it. A depth, a knowing, an understanding I wasn't ready for. It sends a shiver skittering down my spine. Not of fear, but of something far more dangerous. Connection. I have never felt so close to another person as I do now. I tuck a damp lock of hair behind her ear, fingers lingering on her flushed skin, unwilling to break the moment. She's luminous, the glow of satisfaction softening every edge, and I experience it then. The ache deep in my chest. A foreign thing. A thing with claws. I clear my throat, reluctant to examine it, resistant to name it. "Kaisner," she whispers, her voice hoarse from her cries. That was beyond anything I could have imagined. I smirk, the corner of my mouth tugging upward, but even that seems unsteady. Clarissa's eyes flutter closed, a lazy smile curving her kiss-swollen lips. "I never knew it could be like this." She breathes, tracing idle patterns on my chest with her fingertips. "Never knew I could feel so complete." Possessive pride unfurls inside me, dark and fierce. She's mine. The thought pulses through me. An absolute, an inevitability. I was her first, her only. I take her hand to my mouth. "No one else will ever touch you like this." I purr, pressing my lips to her wrist. "Remember that." But beneath that dominance, beneath the satisfaction of staking my claim, something else stirs, a tenderness I wasn't prepared for. A quiet, aching wonder that this woman, this impossible woman, has let me in, has let me see her, truly see her, in all the ways that matter. And now that I have, I don't think I can ever let her go. I brush my knuckles along the delicate line of her jaw, tilting her face up to meet my gaze. "Clarissa," I murmur, my voice rough with emotion, my thumb tracing the soft curve of her cheek. "You are everything I never dared to dream of." Her lips part on a breath, sapphire eyes shimmering with unshed tears, mirroring the storm inside my chest. "Kaisner," she whispers, my name reverent, fragile. I don't know what this is, what we are, but I don't want it to end. Not now, not ever. Something tightens inside me, a sensation I can't name. I lean down, capturing her mouth in a kiss that is slow, sweet, a promise wrapped in silk and fire. It won't. The words are a vow, low and unyielding as I rest my forehead against hers. This is just the beginning, my love. She nods, her fingers finding mine, twining together in a silent affirmation, a pact sealed in touch, in breath, in the unspoken certainty that neither of us dares to put into words. I hold her close, reveling in the steady rhythm of her heart against mine. And for the first time in my life, I am whole. For so long, I have been a man divided, torn between duty and desire, between the burden of my lineage and the hunger of my own damnation, between the darkness that has always been my birthright and the light I never thought I deserved. But with Clarissa by my side, the war inside me stills. She is my peace, my salvation, the gentle touch that soothes the jagged edges of my soul. And I know, with a certainty that goes beyond mere words, beyond reason, beyond logic, I will do whatever it takes to keep her safe, to protect the fragile, precious gift of her love. Even if it means going to war with those who seek to tear us apart, even if it means confronting the ghosts of my past, the sins I've buried deep in the shadows, even if it means exposing the secrets I have long since locked away. I will do it all, and more, for the chance to build a future with this woman. As I run my fingers through the silk of her hair, as I commit every breath, every sigh, every moment to memory, I make a vow, one that is as eternal as the night sky above us. I will be her strength, her shelter. I will love her with every breath in my body, with every beat of my blackened, brutal heart, and nothing in this world, or any other, will ever take her from me. Nothing.
Chapter 32. Clarissa. Falling in love with a dangerous man is like learning to breathe underwater, exhilarating until you realize you're drowning. The days pass in a haze of stolen glances and secret smiles. Each clandestine meeting with Kaisner is a delicious risk that leaves me craving more. It's not all grand gestures. Some moments are quieter, like the late-night coffees he sends when I'm working, or the texts that make me laugh out loud in bed. In these simple, thoughtful acts, my affection grows stronger. Our first real date is unexpectedly perfect. I'm sketching at the Jardin des Plantes, lost in the quiet hum of spring. When his shadow falls across my sketchbook, Kaisner stands there, a vision in light linen and tailored trousers, his playful gaze softening the sharpness of his presence. "Fancy meeting you here, Miss Draken," he murmurs, his voice low and intimate, stirring something dangerous beneath my skin. We wander the gardens, our conversation rich with arcane knowledge only beings like us would understand. "Beautiful," Kaisner purrs as we stop by a patch of wolfsbane. I glance at him, arching a brow. "But deadly." His gaze lingers on the plant before flicking back to me, the corner of his mouth lifting with a mischievous smile. "Like you." Heat flares low in my belly, and I hate how easily he affects me with just 3 syllables. I hold his stare. "And like you." His slow, wolfish smile sets me alight. Danger, it seems, is a language we both speak fluently. The tension between us coils tighter with every glance, every brush of skin. By the time we reach the labyrinth, it's almost unbearable. Hidden by high hedges, he pulls me close, and when his lips find mine, it's reckless, raw, inevitable. From there, our secret rendezvous grow bolder. Secluded corners of the Jardin des Tuileries become our sanctuaries. Whispered conversations and stolen kisses behind sculpted bushes. Late-night drives through Paris serve as our refuge. The glow of the city our silent witness as we explore each other with fevered touches in the shadowed back seat of his sleek car. Days turn into weeks, and I find myself falling deeper. It's not just physical attraction, though that's certainly part of it. It's the way Kaisner listens when I speak, his attention sharp and undivided. How he challenges me with questions that force me to think harder, to see beyond the mundane. It's the vulnerability I glimpse in his eyes when he thinks I'm not looking. The tenderness in his touch that belies his tough exterior. Yet, even as we revel in our private world, reality is never far away. Our responsibilities, the threat of discovery, always linger at the edges of our stolen moments. The upcoming gala looms, a reminder that our lives are public, political, dangerous, and any misstep could destroy everything. And Kaisner? As the event draws near, he becomes a constant, exquisite torture. He's at the gallery daily, dressed to perfection, flanked by his lawyers and efficient assistants, reviewing contracts, discussing logistics, negotiating every fine detail of the exhibition. I sit across from him in meeting after meeting, knees brushing beneath the table. Every accidental touch is a shock to my system. His cologne haunts me, warm and dark, making it difficult to focus. Every glance he casts my way is heavy with unspoken desire. Every look, a silent promise of later. It's maddening, working so closely with him, pretending to be nothing more than cordial acquaintances. My entire being wants to stand up and shout to the world that I love him, that he's mine and I'm his. But I can't. We can't. If Nick, or anyone, discovers our secret, it won't just destroy us. It will fracture alliances, destabilize power, unravel the delicate balance of our supernatural community. So we play our parts. We maintain the facade. We speak through glances, coded words, the barest brush of fingertips as we pass documents. Subtle touches that say, I love you, that promise soon, that remind us we are not alone. At night, alone in my bed, I replay each interaction, every near touch, every almost kiss. The anticipation builds, a steady crescendo of desire and frustration that threatens to overwhelm me. I see the strain in Kaisner too, in the way his jaw clenches, his hands fisting at his sides when we're forced to maintain our distance. It's a quiet, torturous longing that burns through every moment we have to pretend. As the gala draws ever closer, the pressure intensifies. The success of this event is crucial for the gallery, for my family's reputation, for the frail alliances in our world. And at the center of it all is Kaisner, our benefactor, our star attraction, my secret love. I long for the night of the event, dread it too. It will be the ultimate test of our restraint, a night where we must perform our roles perfectly, flawlessly, while denying the fire smoldering between us. But for now, we cling to what we can. Stolen glances, brushed fingertips, a hidden world of subtle, defiant victories against the forces that would keep us apart. The soft ping of an incoming email breaks the stillness of my office. I glance at my screen, expecting another dull update, but the subject line stills my breath. Open when alone. K. I close the door, heart thrumming. Fingers trembling, I open the message. A single image appears, a rose petal, red and lush, with elegant script overlaid. Noon. The usual place. Bring only yourself. A thrill shivers through me, sweet and sharp. Our clandestine meetings are growing more reckless, more dangerous. And I know, even as desire blooms hot in my chest, that I'll go. I'll always go. The risks be damned. The hours crawl by. At 11:55, I make an excuse and slip from the gallery. A sleek black car waits at the curb. The driver steps out and opens the door. "Where are we going?" I ask, sliding into the cool leather seat. He smiles, polite but tight. "I'm sorry, mademoiselle. Mr. Drachenstein's instructions were very clear." I don't press. I already know better. The drive takes us to the edge of the city, where we pull up beside a private airfield. My pulse quickens as I spot Kaisner's jet gleaming on the tarmac, its engines humming low and expectant. And there he is. Kaisner stands at the base of the stairs, dressed in tailored linen trousers and a crisp white shirt, the sleeves rolled up to expose tanned, tattooed forearms. He holds a bouquet of deep red roses, and as his eyes meet mine, the world narrows to him. To this. "You look ravishing, as always," he murmurs, pressing a kiss to my cheek. His lips linger longer than propriety allows. "But I thought you might prefer a change of attire." He gestures to a garment bag draped over his arm. "Shall we?" Once aboard, I change into the dress he's chosen, a wrap of pale pink and blue seafoam silk that ripples with every breath. When I emerge, Kaisner is waiting with a glass of champagne. "To stolen moments," he says, eyes never leaving mine as we clink glasses. As the jet takes off, Kaisner pulls me close, his lips finding that sensitive spot just below my ear. "Do you have any idea how maddening it is," he murmurs, "to see you every single day and not be able to touch you like this?" I gasp as his teeth graze my skin. "Kaisner, we shouldn't..." But my body betrays me, arching into his touch, needing it, needing him. "Tell me to stop," he says softly, voice low and dark. I don't. I can't. Instead, I pull him in, claiming his mouth with mine. We lose ourselves to the heat, to the desperate, dangerous need that burns between us. Hands roaming, lips searching. Reality vanishes beneath us. All too soon, the pilot announces our descent. I glance out the window and my breath catches. Rugged cliffs plunge into sapphire water, the Amalfi coast stretching beneath the sunlight like a secret paradise. A sleek yacht waits for us at the marina, its white hull gleaming in the Mediterranean sun. As we set sail, the coastline unfolds, a dream of pastel villages, sun-dappled terraces, and lemon groves spilling down cliffs, hidden coves beckoning with crystal-clear waters. Kaisner stands behind me, his arms a steel band, gripping my waist. "Beautiful, isn't it?" he murmurs. His voice curls around me like smoke. "But not half as beautiful as you." I turn in his embrace, overcome by the sheer romance of it all. "Kaisner, it's too much. We can't keep doing this. The risk of..." He hushes me with a kiss, soft but insistent. His lips linger, pressing a vow into my skin before he pulls back enough to murmur, "Let tomorrow worry about itself. Today is ours, baby girl. Just ours." And in that moment, I want to believe him. We dock in Positano, the town rising above us in a riot of color and charm. Kaisner leads me through winding cobbled streets and up endless stone stairs until we reach a restaurant perched high on the cliffs. The view steals my breath, a stretch of limitless blue sea, blurring into the horizon. We dine beneath the glow of hanging lanterns, the sea breeze carrying the scent of salt and lemon. Over plates of fresh seafood and crisp local wine, we talk and laugh, shedding the weight of politics and legacies. Here, we are not leaders or heirs or enemies. We are just two people savoring the moment. Kaisner's hand finds mine across the table, his thumb drawing slow, lazy circles over my palm. the simplest touch, yet it sparks something deep inside me. I wish we could stay here forever. I sigh, my gaze tracing the gold-tipped waves beyond. His gaze finds mine, shadowed and intense. Hungry. Say the word, Clarissa, and I'll make it happen. We could disappear, just you and me. Leave the expectations. Leave the politics behind. His voice drops, low and firm, each word a promise carved from stone. The sincerity in his words knocks the air from me. There's no hesitation, no flowery sentiment, no illusion. Just Kaisner, stripped bare, raw, vulnerable. And just then, I believe him. With every part of me, I believe. But reality crashes down too soon. You know we can't, I whisper, pain lacing my voice. Creatures like us. We can never truly escape our lineage. A shadow crosses his features. Regret, maybe, or resignation. He doesn't argue. I know, he adds quietly. But a man can dream. He rises, hand steady as it closes around mine. His thumb brushes my knuckles, and the touch is an apology. Come, he says, voice low and rough. There's somewhere else I want to show you. We descend to a hidden cove, cloaked in shadows and kissed by the amber hues of the setting sun. The cliffs guard us, the sea whispers to the shore, and the air is thick with salt and desire. Kaisner's arm snakes around my waist, pulling me flush against him. His eyes catch the last light of the day, smoldering. You're more dangerous than any fire, he murmurs, just before our lips meet. The kiss is soft at first. A question. A plea. But when I answer, when my mouth opens beneath his, it becomes something deeper, wilder, like lightning striking dry earth. His tongue sweeps into me, tasting, claiming, and I can only cling tighter. My fingers tangle in his hair as I pull him closer, craving more, needing more. His hand slides up my spine, trailing heat in its wake. Every nerve ignites beneath his touch. I arch into him, molding myself to his body as if I were made for him. Maybe I was. The world tilts, and suddenly I'm on my back, the cool sand a stark contrast to the fever of my skin. Kaisner's weight presses me down, grounding me even as his kisses lift me toward the stars. My hands roam his chest, feeling the shift of muscle beneath linen. Desperate, I tug at his shirt until he breaks the kiss long enough to pull it over his head, casting it aside. He's pure strength and heat beneath my hands, all corded muscle and raw power. And then his mouth is on me again, devouring, tasting, worshipping. For a second, I catch a glint of something around his neck. An amulet, intricate and ancient, pulsing with an energy I don't understand. But the thought is fleeting. His mouth finds that sensitive spot just beneath my jaw, and reason dissolves. The crash of waves becomes our soundtrack, their rhythm matching the ragged rise and fall of our breaths. His fingers skim my sides, rough and reverent. Sand clings to my skin, but I don't care. I'd burn for this, for him. His hands find the tie of my wrap dress, fingers deft as they work it loose. The fabric slips from my shoulders in a whisper of silk, falling away entirely as cool air kisses my exposed skin. His gaze sweeps over me, dark, hungry, devouring. You're exquisite, he breathes, voice rough and reverent. Before I can answer, his mouth claims mine again, deep and slow, as if he wants to memorize the taste of me. His lips blaze a path down my neck, along my collarbone, to the swell of my breasts. Each kiss, each graze of his teeth, sends a tremor through me. My hands clutch at him, nails raking his back, claiming him as my own. And when his hand slides down my thigh, hitching my leg over his hip, I sense the evidence of his desire, pressing against me. The friction makes me gasp, and my body arches, longing for more. Kaisner, I breathe, my voice breaking. Please. His gaze snaps to mine, fierce and demanding. Say it, he rasps, his lips brushing my skin. Tell me what you want. You, I whisper. All of you. A growl rumbles in his chest, dark and dangerous. And then he's there, claiming me, joining our bodies in a rhythm as ancient as the sea. The world falls away. There is only this. Only him. Every touch, every kiss, every breath is magnified. His hands gripping my hips, my fingers threading through his hair. The taste of him, the feel of him, the sound of his name on my lips. It's fire and shadow, heat and surrender. It's ruin and rapture all at once. And as I fall apart beneath him, as pleasure sears through me, I realize it's not just lust burning in my chest. It's something deeper. Something I'm terrified to name. Later, as we lie tangled beneath the stars, I can't hold back the fear pressing at my throat. What if this is the last time? I whisper. What if we're discovered? Or... Kaisner silences me with a kiss, tender and sure. Then we'll make every moment count, he vows, fierce and unshakable. Whatever comes, Clarissa, know this. What I feel for you is real. It's more real than anything I've ever known. And in the quiet that follows, I believe him. When it's time to board the jet for our return flight, I hold tight to the memories we've made. The warmth of his skin, the flavor of his kiss, the whispered promises shared beneath the falling sun. No matter what tomorrow brings, Amalfi will always be ours.
Chapter 33. Kaisner. Power always comes with a price. The question is whether you pay it in blood or souls. The silver light from my laptop carves shadows across my office like a blade. Outside, Paris hums with life, streetlights flickering like stars, distant traffic threading through the night. But here, in my study, it's quiet, still. Only the antique clock on the mantel dares to disturb the silence. It's ticking, a constant reminder of passing time, of decisions yet to be made. I scan the encrypted message on my screen, fingers steepled beneath my chin. The deal is almost complete. A shipment of state-of-the-art weaponry, officially bound for a private security firm in Dubai, but destined for less savory hands. The kind of transaction that would make headlines if it ever came to light. The sort of deal that cements the Drachentstein clan's position in the shadows of the supernatural world. A sharp ping from my secure line breaks my concentration. Yes, I answer. My tone is clipped, cold, professional. Mr. Drachentstein, comes my contact's voice on the other end, brittle with tension. We have a complication with the Dubai shipment. My jaw tightens. Explain. As he outlines the problem, a nosy customs official, a bribe that wasn't quite enough. I listen, but my mind drifts. Not to contingencies or threats, but to softer things, warmer things. Clarissa's laugh, light and golden. The way her eyes shine when she speaks of art, of magic. The feel of her skin beneath my fingers, satin smooth and burning with need. I shake my head, forcing myself to focus. Double the bribe, I instruct quietly. If that doesn't work, remove the obstacle. Permanently. Understood, sir. The line clicks dead. I lean back, exhaling slowly, the leather chair creaking beneath me. Once, this life had thrilled me. The power, the danger, the constant dance of shadows. It was intoxicating. Now, all I feel is the burden of it pressing down on me. My gaze drifts to the photograph on my desk. Amalfi.
A shot of the seashore at sunset, silver framed. Nothing that would draw attention. To anyone else, it's a simple vacation memento. But I know the truth that lies behind that captured moment. Clarissa's laughter as we sailed along the coast, the warmth of her skin against mine as we lounged on the yacht's deck, the taste of her lips flavored with limoncello and desire. The photograph was taken just moments before I pulled her into my arms, unable to resist the sight of her bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. Her hair had been tousled by the sea breeze, her cheeks flushed with excitement and maybe a touch too much wine. She had never looked more beautiful, more alive. I remember the way she had melted into me, her body fitting perfectly against mine. The soft gasp she let out as I trailed kisses down her neck, the way her fingers had tangled in my hair, pulling me closer. That evening in Amalfi had been a stolen moment of perfection, a brief escape from the complexities of our lives and the secrets we are forced to keep. For a few precious hours, we weren't Kaisner Drachentstein and Clarissa Draken, heirs to rival supernatural dynasties. We were just a man and a woman, hopelessly, recklessly in love. The memory of it all, her scent, her touch, the sound of her whispered, "I love you," against my skin, is so vivid, so all-consuming, that for a second I forget where I am. I forget the deals waiting to be made, the power waiting to be claimed. I forget everything but her. A ripple of movement catches my eye. I turn, my gaze landing on the mirror that hangs on the far wall. At first, it's only my reflection. The polished veneer of power, a tailored suit, a keen stare, the mask I wear for the world. But then the image distorts, and it is no longer me who stares back. Azrakhan grins, its face a twisted shadow of my own, dark eyes glowing, sharp teeth bared in mockery. "Ah, the great Kaisner Drachentstein," it sneers, mooning over a woman like a lovesick fool. "How the mighty have fallen." Anger flares hot in my chest, but I keep my voice cold. Hard. "I don't recall summoning you." The demon laughs, and the grating sound makes my skin crawl. "You didn't need to. I'm always here, Warlock, always watching, and what I see disappoints me." I stand, fists clenched at my sides. "What I do with my time is none of your concern, demon." "Oh, but it is," it purrs, eyes glowing. "Have you forgotten our bargain so soon? Clarissa's blood is the key, Warlock, the final ingredient to awaken your dragon, to claim the power that is rightfully yours." The words strike like iron, cold and sharp. Clarissa's blood. The ritual. The ancient promise of strength beyond imagining. I stagger back, the ground tilting beneath me. How could I have let myself forget? "I haven't forgotten," I say, though the statement scrapes my throat raw. Azrakhan's grin widens. "Good. Then you understand what must be done. Take the girl's blood, complete the ritual, fulfill your destiny." It tilts its head, mockery in its eyes. "It's what you've always wanted, isn't it? To be the most powerful dragon shifter in existence? To elevate your clan above all others?" I turn away, unable to bear the sight of it. My gaze lands once more on the photograph. A flash of Clarissa's smile. Her eyes, bright with joy. My heart constricts. "Yes," I whisper. "It's what I've always wanted." But even as I say it, the lie coils in my gut. Because once, it was true. Now I'm not so sure. The demon's laughter cuts through the silence. "Love is a weakness, Kaisner. A distraction. Do you think she'd love you if she knew the depths of your ambition? If she knew what you've promised in the dark?" I whirl back to face the mirror, anger burning hot in my veins. You know nothing about her, I snarl. Nothing about us. Azrakan's cackle rings out again, mocking and cruel. I know more than you think, Warlock. The fear that lurks in her heart, the doubt that plagues her mind. I know that deep down she wonders if she can truly trust you, and she's right to wonder. I want to argue, to deny the demon's words, but they strike too close to home. How many times have I glimpsed a flicker of uncertainty in Clarissa's eyes? How often have I noticed her withdrawal, just slightly, when conversation shifts to the grimmer realities of our world? She loves me. The words seem weak, brittle, and I love her. And what is love, as Rakan hisses, compared to power, compared to destiny? You were born for greatness, Kaisner Drachentstein. Will you throw it all away for a fleeting human emotion? The question lingers, cold and brutal. I sink into my chair, my head in my hands. The demon's advice echoes in my mind, warring with memories of Clarissa, her laugh, her touch, the way she looks at me like I'm something precious, something good. You know the answer, Warlock, the demon murmurs. You always have. And that's the truth that terrifies me most. Because I do know. With those final words, the mirror shimmers once more, and I'm left staring at my reflection. But the man looking back at me is a stranger, eyes haunted, face drawn with conflict. I look away, unable to stand the sight of myself. The photograph catches my attention once more, and a powerful surge of emotion nearly brings me to my knees. Love or power, Clarissa or my destiny. The choice stands before me, impossible and inevitable. I reach for my phone, my fingers hovering over Clarissa's number. One call, and I could end this. I could tell her everything, beg for her forgiveness, find a way to be with her that doesn't involve betrayal and blood magic. But even as I contemplate it, I recognize I won't make that call. Not yet. The allure of power, the pull of centuries of Drachenstein ambition, is too strong to ignore. I set the phone down and turn back to my laptop. There's work to be done, deals to be made, a clan to lead. And somewhere, in the back of my mind, a ritual waits to be completed. Azrakan's words echo in my thoughts as I lose myself in the familiar routine of business and intrigue. But beneath it all, like a steady heartbeat, I hear another voice. Clarissa's voice, soft and sure. I love you, Kaisner. And in that moment, caught between love and power, between the man I am and the dragon I could become, I've never felt more lost.
Chapter 34. Clarissa. Tonight is the night, the Lumiere Foundation gala I've spent months planning. The Grand Palais rises before me, its glass dome catching the last blush of twilight, iron latticework gleaming beneath the glow of gilded lanterns. From my perch on the upper balcony of the Salon d'Honneur, I watch the steady stream of limousines and luxury cars as they pull up to the red carpet below. The air thrums with excitement, a current of energy that pulses in rhythm with the fevered clicks of paparazzi cameras. I smooth a hand over the midnight silk of my gown, the fabric cool and fluid beneath my fingertips. The bodice hugs my curves like a lover's embrace, silver beadwork catching the light like scattered stars before spilling into a full skirt that pools at my feet. A daring side slit runs high along one leg, a bold slash of skin that contrasts with the gown's otherwise classic elegance. An unspoken challenge. Against my collarbone rests not my family's heirloom, but the dragon pendant Kaisner gave me, white gold and diamonds that shimmer like captured starlight. Dangerous, beautiful. A secret pressed close to my skin, its cool weight a constant reminder of him. Of what we are. Of what we risk. It feels like defiance, like desire, like temptation. Below, the masses surge as another car pulls over, the buzz of speculation reaching a crescendo. Several wear imitation claw marks drawn across their cheeks in solidarity with the shifter clan. Near the center barrier, a sea of black leather and crimson accessories dominates. One pale young woman, her lips painted blood red, clutches a poster with "Immortal Love for Lockhart" emblazoned across a silhouette of fangs. Beside her, a man in a vintage velvet coat holds aloft a Gothic-lettered placard that simply states, "Bite me, Ivan." The right flank belongs to the witchcraft enthusiasts, their flowing garments adorned with crystals that catch the evening light. "The Grand Witch lives," declares one elaborate sign decorated with dried flowers and intricate symbols. A cluster of young practitioners chant Juliet's name in rhythmic unison, their hands raised toward the sky as though drawing down her power. Among them, although harder to spot, are the true supernatural observers, ancient eyes veiled beneath human guises. Witches cloaked in glamour, shifters in tailored suits with restless gazes. Vampires whose beauty is just a shade too perfect to be real. Mortals stand beside them, oblivious to the proximity of creatures who could end their lives with a whisper. When the car door opens, camera phones rise from all sections, the air crackling with excitement as each faction strains for a glimpse of their chosen idol, momentarily united only by their shared belief in the unnatural world that exists just beyond mortal understanding. I grip the ornate balustrade, leaning closer, eager to see the arrival. And then, she steps out. Juliet Devereux, Grand Witch and matriarch of a dynasty that bends kingdoms to its will. Her emerald gown shimmers with a light that seems woven from magic itself, her red hair crowned with a diamond tiara. Timeless beauty cloaks her like armor, and she wears it well. She moves with the easy elegance of one who knows the significance of her power and wields it like a blade. "Juliet! Share your secrets!" a woman cries, thrusting forward a grimoire for signing. "Teach us the old ways," another shouts, waving a bundle of herbs that releases a pungent aroma into the night air. "We've kept your traditions alive," calls a silver-haired woman, tears streaming down her weathered face as she presses against the security barrier. At her side stands Ivan Lockhart, dark and severe in a tailored tuxedo, his tousled hair lending him a rakish charm that sharpens when set against the cut-glass edge of his jaw. Behind fashionable sunglasses, his gaze burns with the cold hunger of the undead. And though he wears the trappings of civility, it's the predator I see beneath. Watching, calculating, waiting. "Ivan, we've waited centuries!" screams a group of women in Victorian-inspired gowns. "Vampires?" A young man collapses in theatrical fashion, hand pressed to his forehead, shouting, "Take my blood! It's type O negative, the champagne of hemoglobin." A flicker of amusement crosses Lockhart's expression. Flashing a smirk, he turns to whisper into his girlfriend's ear, a sensual move that earns him a teasing glare from Juliet, a roaring scream from the crowd. Suddenly, a blur of movement disrupts the red carpet's careful choreography. A young woman with raven black hair and a velvet choker vaults over the security barrier, evading the grasping hands of guards with unnatural speed. She hurls herself at Ivan, arms outstretched. My breath hitches as security tenses, ready to tackle her. But with preternatural reflexes, Ivan catches her mid-leap. "My eternal lord," she gasps, somehow managing to plant a crimson-lipped kiss on his pale cheek. But just before she's torn from him by security, I could have sworn she whispered something more into his ear. Impossible to catch, but enough to make Ivan's gaze flicker with sharp, predatory interest. A secret. A message. Or perhaps a warning. Whatever it was, Ivan's expression doesn't falter, but something shifts. The barest tension in his jaw, a shadow in his eyes, gone in a blink. He straightens his collar with deliberate elegance, fingers brushing the lipstick mark as though considering whether to preserve it as a trophy or wipe it clean. The horde hushes as he approaches the crowd again, his stride measured, unhurried. An admirer with spirit, he drawls, accent thickening with pleasure. How refreshing. He gestures subtly to the guards, halting them with the faintest lift of his hand. Gently with the lady. Passion should be rewarded, never punished. The crowd roars its approval, the woman swooning into the arms of her friends, eyes glassy, lips parted as though still caught in the spell of him. Ivan offers a slight bow in her direction before returning his attention to Juliet. The striking pair pause beneath the red carpet lights, posing for photographs. A portrait of preternatural royalty. Power has a scent, a feel, and it radiates off them. But his eyes linger for a moment too long, as if haunted by whatever secret had been pressed into his ear. And I can't help but wonder, what did she tell him? Following close behind is Cassandra Devereaux, her dark hair cascading half down her back in soft waves, half over her shoulder. Her gown, a delicate rose gold that complements her fair skin, flows around her like liquid metal. One hand rests protectively over the slight swell of her stomach, barely noticeable to those who don't know to look for it. Her other hand encircles the arm of the Ursa King himself. Gavriel towers over Cassie, his imposing figure made even more striking by the crisp lines of his charcoal gray suit. His dark chestnut hair is swept back from his forehead, tied into a sleek, low bun. His style balances sophistication with a laid-back vibe, complemented by his neatly trimmed beard, enhancing his rugged, masculine look. The Ursa King's piercing maroon eyes survey the crowd with the vigilance of a born predator. Despite the easy smile on his face, I can see the tension in his jaw, the way his body is angled slightly in front of Cassandra's, as if shielding her from the world. To the supernatural community watching with keen interest, they present a united front, the formidable Ursa King and his chosen mate. The diamond-encrusted brand on Cassandra's wrist, visible when she raises her hand to wave, is a clear sign of their engagement. But I know the truth that lies beneath their polished facade. Behind closed doors, their relationship is a tempest of disagreements and unspoken tensions. And then, Samara. Resplendent in navy silk that hugs her curves before flaring out at her knees. Her chestnut hair is styled to one side, revealing the elegant line of her neck and the glittering diamond earrings that dangle from her ears. She stands tall and fierce beside her brother, Vlad. Vlad is a storm waiting to break. His bespoke black suit cannot tame the wildness in him, the alpha simmering beneath his skin. Fierce silver eyes scan the horde with cool calculation, every inch of him on edge, as though expecting the night to turn from elegance to battle in the blink of an eye. I watch them all and feel the world tighten around me. The elite of the supernatural realm, gathered under one roof. All their secrets, their alliances, their rivalries, dressed up in luxury and precious gems. And I am here among them, the sole bearer of the Draken legacy, a name heavy with history and darker with expectation. The burden of it falls over my shoulders like a mantle, a quiet pressure that straightens my spine and sharpens my gaze. I wonder if they see me, the woman beneath the silk and diamonds, or if they only see the bloodline, the future, a pawn or a queen. The crowd stirs again, a ripple of excitement sharp enough to cut through the air. I feel it before I see him, a prickle along my skin, a tightening of breath. My pulse quickens, traitorous and eager. I lean further over the balcony, my eyes searching desperately among the faces below. And then, Kaisner Drachentstein steps out of the car, and the world falls away. The reaction is immediate. Those with preternatural knowing stiffen, recognition passing through the hidden supernatural elite. They know him, not just for his lineage, but for the shadowed power that coils beneath his skin, the whispered rumors of darkness and blood magic that follow him like a second shadow. Scattered throughout are humans, blissfully unaware of the darker truth. To them, Kaisner is the hottest it boy of the moment, the recently revealed millionaire art collector, enigmatic and generous, who single-handedly funded this grand event. A European aristocrat turned international benefactor, the kind of man whose name fills tabloids and dreams alike. Women gasp, men stir, some with admiration, others with envy. Phones rise, capturing his image as though to preserve a relic of the evening. Whispers ripple along the crowd's edge, their voices tinged with fascination and longing. He steps onto the red carpet, devastating in black. A tuxedo that speaks of precision and power, its lines sharp as a blade, emphasizing the breadth of his shoulders and the lean strength of his body. His dark hair is combed back but subtly tousled, hinting at something untamed beneath the polish. Danger in a beautifully tailored suit. Even from this distance, I sense the magnetism of his presence. The crowd parts before him, drawn to his aura of power and danger. His eyes, those deep pools of midnight that have haunted my dreams, scan the horde with casual indifference, until they glance up and lock with mine. For a moment, time stills. There is only Kaisner and me, caught in a silent exchange that speaks volumes. I glimpse the heat in his gaze, the barely restrained desire that mirrors my own. My body responds instinctively, a flush creeping up my neck as I remember the touch of his hands on my skin, the taste of his lips against mine. Then, as quickly as it began, the clock unfreezes. Kaisner turns away, his attention caught by a reporter calling his name. I step back from the balcony, my heart pounding in my chest. The evening stretches before us, filled with potential and danger in equal measure. As I turn to make my way downstairs, to take my place among the glittering throng beneath the Grand Palais's soaring glass roof, a single thought echoes in my mind. This is going to be one hell of a night. Chapter 35. Clarissa. The most dangerous predators wear designer gowns and offer polite conversation. The building hums with anticipation, a living entity of barely contained energy. I stand just off stage, veiled behind heavy velvet curtains, heart thrumming in my chest. Each pulse is a reminder of my lineage, my responsibility, my danger. I inhale deeply, the air thick with the scent of gardenias and roses, mingling with the cloying sweetness of expensive perfumes and something more primal. The kind of aroma that lingers when too many immortals occupy the same room. Mademoiselle Draken? A soft voice, hesitant, pulls me from my thoughts. I turn to find an event coordinator, clipboard pressed to her chest. She's young, human, blissfully unaware of the politics swirling beneath the glamour of this night. It's time. I nod, smoothing my gown. The silver beadwork glimmers like stars. The high slit along my thigh teases with every step. I touch the dragon necklace at my throat, a silent tether to the truth that lies beneath the veneer of this soiree. Him. Kaisner. I square my shoulders, lifting my chin. I am Clarissa Draken, heir to a legacy older than this city's stones, a woman with fire in her blood and shadows at her heels. I will not falter. The moment I step onto the stage, the world sharpens. Light floods my vision, momentarily blinding me, but I focus as the crowd materializes. Faces gleam beneath chandeliers, laughter hanging in the air, glasses poised to toast, supernaturals woven among mortals, masks in place. Vampires shimmer under the lights, their beauty unnatural. Shifters lounge with casual elegance, danger cloaked in tailored suits and velvet gowns. Witches wear power like silk, radiating energy beyond their charms. And there, at the back of the room, he waits. Kaisner. Even at a distance, his presence is undeniable. Our eyes meet for a brief moment, and a jolt of electricity courses through me. His gaze is intense, a heat that makes my cheeks flush. I force myself to look away, focusing on the task at hand. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I begin, voice steady, though my pulse hammers hard. Welcome to Lumiere's d'Espoir, the inaugural Galerie Lumiere's annual gala and charity auction. The room hushes, high expectations pressing down on me, but I stand firm. We gather not just to celebrate art's beauty, but its ability to change lives. Every brushstroke, every sculpture, carries meaning. Tonight, we add a new chapter to those stories. The words come easier this time, practiced, poised. I sweep my gaze across the crowd, careful not to linger on Kaisner. I will not be distracted. We're honored by the generosity of Mr. Kaisner Drachentstein. I pause. Applause erupts, reverberating through the hall. Not only has he lent us his private collection for this exhibition, but he's also donated a rare Kandinsky sketch for tonight's auction. All proceeds will benefit the Lumiere Foundation's outreach programs. A ripple of excitement, murmured approval. I push forward. This piece, along with others in tonight's main event, supports our Arts Sans Frontières initiative, providing resources, education, and opportunities for underprivileged artists across Paris and beyond. I pause, letting the words settle over them. Because art knows no boundary, no class, no bloodline. It is universal. As it should be. Another beat. A quiet nod to those who understand the deeper meaning. Please enjoy the exhibition, indulge in our culinary delights, and above all, open your hearts and your wallets for a cause that will change lives. Thank you, and have a wonderful evening. Applause swells, bright and warm, but beneath it, I sense the layers of understanding. Some clap for the art, others for the cause. But there are those, like Kaisner, who hear the message beneath my words. The fight for legacy. The battle against bloodlines and curses. The struggle to claim freedom within a world bound by ancient rules. As I step off the stage, the orchestra's music begins, soft and lilting, like a dream spun in silver. I glide through the crowd, fielding compliments and greetings with practiced ease. The Grand Palais has been transformed, exhibition spaces cleared to make room for round tables draped in white linen, lavish centerpieces of orchids and cut crystal. My smile is gracious, my posture perfect, though my pulse races with every stolen glance in Kaisner's direction. His gaze lingers, burning beneath the civilized exterior. A group of art enthusiasts surrounds him. He gestures coolly while discussing pieces from his collection. Even from this distance, I see the passion in his eyes, the effortless command of attention. Then, Amelie approaches. Channel 24 wants an interview, she murmurs, low and urgent. You're radiant tonight, Clarissa. They'll be eating out of your palm. I nod, even as my heart tugs toward the shadowed corner where Kaisner leans, half devoured by light, watching me, always watching. Of course. Lead the way. The interview is a blur. Words flow about art, unity, legacy, about Kaisner's collection being a beacon of generosity. I say all the right things, smile all the right ways, but beneath it all my skin burns with memory. His hands, his mouth, the dangerous temptation between us. When the interview ends, I rise, smoothing my gown. The reporter stands, extending her hand. With a final nod, I turn away, signaling to staff to escort the crew to their dinner table. Weaving through the crowd, I catch sight of Cassandra and Gavriel waiting nearby. They've clearly been watching. Approval and perhaps concern flicker in Cassandra's eyes. "Clarissa, darling," she greets warmly, pulling me into a gentle hug. The soft glow of pregnancy illuminates her, lending her an almost ethereal beauty. "You were magnificent. Truly, you've outdone yourself." I return the embrace. "Oh, Cassie, I'm so glad you could make it." As we part, I find myself face to face with Gavriel. The Ursa King towers over both Cassandra and me, his presence commanding even in this glittering horde. His maroon eyes, sharp and assessing, seem to look right through me. Gavriel nods, a slight gesture that conveys approval and authority. "You've made quite a mark in your brother's absence." His words, though complimentary, make me straighten my spine. I'm acutely aware of the eyes on us, the supernatural community watching with keen interest. To them, Cassandra and Gavriel are the perfect couple, the mighty Ursa King and the Devereux heiress. Strength and beauty, a match made by the gods. Here, under the glittering lights, they play their parts to perfection. But the reality of it all is less than appealing. I only hope they get through this gala unscathed. "I'm merely continuing the work my brother started," I reply, voice steady despite the fluttering nerves. Gavriel's lips quirk in what might be a smile. "Modesty becomes you, Miss Draken," he says, gruff. "But do not underestimate your own accomplishments. This event," he gestures around the room, "is solid proof of your capabilities. Any words I might have said die on my tongue." Juliet sweeps in like a force of nature, her emerald gown shimmering under the lights. "Clarissa, my dear," she exclaims, pulling me into a warm embrace. "Oh, what a triumph. You've truly outdone yourself." I return her hug, tension melting in her calming presence. "I couldn't have done it without your guidance," I reply, smiling. "Your venue suggestion was wonderful." Ivan stands slightly apart, dark green eyes surveying the room, radiating boredom and disdain. He nods at me, a barely perceptible tilt of his head that I return. Suddenly, Juliet's phone chimes. She glances at it, brow furrowing. "Oh dear, I'm needed elsewhere." Looking up, she adds, "Clarissa, darling, would you mind keeping Ivan company for a moment? I have him on a tight leash, making sure he stays out of trouble tonight." She casts him a playful glance. He has a talent for finding it. Before I can protest, she's gone, disappearing into the crowd with a swirl of emerald silk. I'm left there alone. Alone with Ivan Lockhart. His gaze is sharp as glass, his smirk lethal in its precision. I take a deep breath. "I didn't think invitations were your style. You seem to favor slipping in unannounced," I say, voice low but firm. Ivan raises an eyebrow, feigning confusion. "I beg your pardon?" "The conservatory at Draken Manor," I clarify, meeting his gaze steadily. "You broke into my home?" For a moment, something flashes in his eyes. Surprise, amusement. But it's gone so quickly I can't be sure. "My dearest Miss Draken," he says, voice smooth as silk. "I assure you I have no idea what you're talking about." The vampire pauses, sharp stare raking my face, analyzing my expression. "I've no reason to call upon anyone in Draken Manor. May I remind you, my quarrel with your family goes back centuries, and one never lets go of such beef, as they say these days. Not when it's the kind from which legends are born. He smiles, a flash of fang. You see, my vanity, not my pride, would never allow it. One must live up to one's infamy, after all. I open my mouth to argue, but I'm swept away by another group eager to congratulate me. Ivan watches, dark amusement lighting his green eyes. As I move through the crowd, I can't shake the unease his words leave behind. I'm sure it was him in the conservatory. I saw him with my own eyes. But if indeed it was not the vampire Lockhart who spoke to me in the garden, then who did? The evening passes in a blur of champagne, delicate hors d'oeuvres, and endless small talk. The din of conversation, clinking glassware, and whispered gossip fill the air. Beneath it all, the electric apprehension of the night's climax thrums. At precisely 11 p.m., I make my way to the center of the room. My heart hammers with excitement and nerves. "Ladies and gentlemen," I announce, voice cutting through the hum. "The silent auction for the Kandinsky sketch is now closed." A ripple moves through the crowd, murmurs of excitement swelling. Our event coordinator presents the sealed bid box. I open it, drawing out the winning bid, the silence thickening. "I'm thrilled to announce the Kandinsky sketch has been sold for an astounding 2.5 million euros. Gasps ripple through the audience, followed by applause. "The winning bidder is Monsieur Jean-Pierre Beaumont. Monsieur Beaumont, your generosity will make an incredible impact on our Art for All initiative. Merci beaucoup." The room erupts into an outstanding ovation as Jean-Pierre steps forward, beaming. Triumph surges through me as I shake his hand and pose for photographs. The gala is a success. With the main event concluded, guests begin to filter out, their conversations bubbling with excitement. The air is lighter now, filled with laughter and satisfaction. I make my rounds, thanking everyone for their attendance, my cheeks aching from the constant smile. By the time the last guest drifts out, and the cleaning crew begins their quiet sweep of the room, I finally allow myself to exhale. I step onto the balcony, the cool night air brushing against my flushed skin. The Eiffel Tower glitters in the distance, its iron frame glowing like a constellation brought down to earth. I press my hands to the railing, breathing deeply, allowing the stillness to seep into me. And then a voice, low and husky, shatters the quiet. "Quite an event, Miss Draken." I whirl around, heart stuttering. Kaisner stands in the doorway, tall and shadowed, framed by the soft amber light spilling from the hall. His eyes catch the faint glow of the city, dark and hungry. The kind of gaze that doesn't just see, it devours. "Mr. Drachentstein," I manage, firm despite the thundering of my heart. "I hope you enjoyed the evening." His lips curl into a slow, predatory smile that sends heat pooling low in my belly. "Oh, I enjoyed it. Immensely," he purrs. "Though I must say the company left something to be desired." I raise an eyebrow, masking the tremor in my chest. "Oh? I was under the impression you were quite popular tonight. You were surrounded by admirers at all times." He steps closer, the night wrapping around him like silk. The glow of the Eiffel Tower frames him in gold, turning him into something otherworldly, dangerous, untouchable. "Admirers of art, perhaps," he says, his voice a dark caress. "But there was only one person whose company I truly desired." His hand lifts, fingers brushing the line of my cheek. His thumb traces my lower lip, the touch so light it feels like fire. I gasp, the sound soft, helpless. Kaisner. I breathe, eyes fluttering shut. We can't. Not here. I know, he whispers, the words hot against the shell of my ear. But soon, my love, soon, we won't have to hide. Before I can respond, his lips crash onto mine, stealing my breath, stealing my reason. The kiss is brief, but searing, leaving me stunned and aching for more. And then he's gone, slipping back inside as if nothing had happened. I lean against the balcony railing, my pulse throbbing wildly. The metal is cool beneath my fingertips, a harsh contrast to the heat Kaisner left behind. Fire races through my veins, my mind spins. Suddenly, my phone buzzes. I fumble it from my clutch, my breath catching at the name on the screen. Nick, I answer, fighting to steady myself as Kaisner's kiss still burns on my lips. Rissy, he says, and his voice, sharp, clipped, slices through me like a blade. I'm in Berlin, and I've just received some interesting news. My heart stutters. What is it? Kaisner Drachentstein. Nick spits the name like a curse. Not only has he officially refused to recognize my claim as Dragon King, but in the same breath, he's positioned himself as our foundation's most influential benefactor, backing your gala tonight and signing a major exhibition contract for his entire collection. Tell me, sister, what game is he playing? I grip the phone tighter, fingers aching. Nick, And don't tell me you didn't know, he bites, anger simmering just beneath the surface. You've been working closely with him on this gala, haven't you? What else haven't you told me? Nick, I didn't plan for this. Whose fucking side are you on, Clarissa? He explodes. My mind reels, fumbling for words. It's not like that. The gala was a success. His contribution was what? A peace offering, a distraction. His voice hardens. Do you know how this looks? The timing is too convenient. He's up to something, and I fear you're being used as a pawn in his game. The accusation stings. What would you have me do? Stay away from him. The command is iron. Kaisner Drachentstein is dangerous. His refusal to acknowledge me as Dragon King has set most European clans against me. His voice rises through the phone, fury bleeding through. They'd rather bow to a fucking mobster, a criminal, than a real dragon. Can you believe that shit? They choose his dirty money and shadowy deals over true draconic power. I hear something crash in the background, followed by his sharp intake of breath. Don't let that bastard use you, Clarissa. I close my eyes, torn between blood and heart. I understand, Nick. I'll be careful. The call ends, but the words linger, sharp and heavy. The balance I've tried to maintain, between loyalty and desire, family and love, cracks beneath the pressures of this evening. A low rumble of thunder echoes in the distance. I lift my gaze. Dark clouds gather, swallowing the stars. The wind picks up, sharp and cool, tugging at my gown, stripping away the facade I've maintained. It feels like a warning. I close my eyes, leaning into the breeze, wishing it could take the doubt, the fear, the ache left by Kaisner's touch. But the wind offers no mercy. The gala is over. The mask is slipping. And the real storm is just beginning.
Chapter 36. Kaisner. A storm rages outside, rain slashing against the mansion's towering windows. Thunder growls, a deep pulse vibrating through stone and glass. I pace from my study, across the foyer, restless, like a caged beast, a crystal tumbler of aged whiskey clutched in my hand. My mind churns with the complexities of supernatural politics and the gala's possible aftermath. Then, a knock.
It cuts through the storm, sharp and unexpected. I freeze, instincts on edge. No one disturbs me at this hour, not unless it's urgent or dangerous. The staff retired hours ago, leaving the mansion cloaked in shadow and silence. I set the tumbler on the marble credenza, with deliberate precision, the crystal catching what little light filters through the darkened windows. I move toward the door, slow and controlled, ready for anything. But nothing could prepare me for the sight that awaits. Clarissa, drenched, her midnight gown clinging to her body, golden hair plastered to her face. Her eyes, precious sapphires that haunt my every thought, are wide, red-rimmed, glassy with emotion, vulnerability, desperation, fear.
Baby. The word escapes me, unbidden, raw. I take her in fully, concern slicing through me. She trembles, fragile beneath the chill. I reach out, cupping her face, fingers cool against the warmth of her flushed cheeks. She leans into me, a soft sigh escaping her lips. Her skin is ice, but she melts against me all the same.
Come inside, I murmur, voice low, urgent, protective. I draw her in, shutting the door against the howling wind. She stands in my foyer, dripping onto the black marble. Her dampness soaks into my shirt as I gather her close. She doesn't resist. Instead, she folds into me, silent, as though her usual resilience has drained entirely. It stirs something dangerous in me, a dark, primal urge to destroy whoever has made her like this, to raise it to ash. But first, I will comfort her. First, I will give her my strength.
I've got you, I whisper into her rain-scented hair. My arms tighten around her. You're safe now.
She looks up, her gaze a maelstrom of emotions, and then she rises on tiptoes, and without a word, her lips find mine. The kiss is desperate, fevered, a plea and a promise. Any thoughts of restraint crumble as I answer with the same urgency. My hands seize her waist, holding her like something precious. Mine. Her body trembles beneath my touch, wet silk clinging to her skin as I scoop her into my arms. She buries her face in my chest, and I sense the rapid, uneven beat of her heart. Past marble and glass, I carry her upstairs, shadows chasing us into my sanctuary, my bedroom. I ease her into the warmth by the hearth, the flames licking the air, wrapping us in their heat. Kneeling beside her, I steady her with my hands at her waist, reluctant to let any distance grow between us. She's trembling, and I pull her closer, my fingers lingering on her soft skin as I study her features for any sign of what's tormenting her. I brush a damp strand of hair from her cheek, my thumb tracing the delicate curve of her face, soft but possessive. The hurt I see in her eyes slices deep, tugging at something primal. Her presence, usually a balm to the darkness within me, now fuels it. The mere thought of someone causing her pain sets my blood ablaze. She averts her gaze, a delicate hand covering her lips. Her vulnerability cuts me open. Whatever brought her here, whatever demons she's fighting, I silently vow to keep them at bay. Tonight she needs me, and I'll be damned if I let her down.
What is it, Liebes? I ask, my voice sheer velvet, betraying the rage buried beneath. My fingers trace her jaw, the curve of her neck, cataloging every tension, every flicker of pain. Tell me. Her lips part, but her gaze wavers. She shivers, and I drape a throw over her shoulders. She clutches it tight, and I draw her closer, my body instinctively curving around her to shield her from the world itself. The dragon in me stirs, answering her pain with an urge to possess. Mine, it growls. Mine to protect. Mine to avenge. Clarissa takes a shaky breath. It's everything, she whispers, her voice breaking. The gala, the secrecy. It's all too much. She pauses. And then there's Nick. The mention of Nicola sets my teeth on edge. I tamp down the heat of my anger. He called and, she adds, fresh tears brimming. What did he say? I press, crouching before her, reading every flicker of emotion in her expression. She hesitates. Nick found out you were involved in the gala. He's not pleased. Her voice carries careful understatement. And now he says you've offered your art collection to our foundation? Her brow furrows, confused. I nod sternly. I signed the contract this morning, lending my full art collection for an exhibition later this year. It seems Nicholas keeps a close eye on me too. Clarissa's eyes widen, surprise flashing across her face. For a moment, a flicker of excitement dances on her features, but it quickly fades. Her lips press into a thin line, gaze darkening again. Kaisner, she whispers. Nick also mentioned you've officially refused to support his claim as Dragon King. I inhale sharply, my shoulders tensing. I have, I admit, the words heavy on my tongue. Her breath hitches, fingers twisting the throw. Why? She asks, her voice cracking. Baby girl, please understand. My fingers brush against her jaw, tilting her chin so she's forced to meet my gaze. I bear your brother no ill will, but my lineage and the clans under my protection will bow to no one's rule. My touch trails slowly down her arm, reverent before it falls away. Except mine. The words hang in the air, heavy and final. I watch her absorb them, the rise and fall of her chest quickening. Her fingers curl tighter into the fabric as though it could shield her from the inevitable. She pulls back slightly, a hand rising to her throat in a nervous gesture. Her eyes dart around the room, searching the shadows for answers. When she speaks again, her voice trembles. My brother is furious, she says, the phrase tumbling out in a rush. He's connecting dots I never knew existed. My jaw clenches. And what does he think I'm up to? I ask, my tone rough. She hesitates, eyes dropping to the rug. Her fingers twist the blanket. He thinks you're playing a dangerous game, that you're using me to get to him. I curse under my breath. Of course he would see it that way. And you? I ask, my gaze sharp. Do you believe that? Her eyes meet mine, luminous with uncertainty and pain. I don't know what to believe. The quiet admission lands like a knife in my ribs. I pull her into me, burying my face in her damp hair. You know me better than that, mein Herz. My hands roam over her back, soothing, claiming, I would set the world ablaze for you, and I'd burn it twice if anyone dared to touch you. She stills in my arms, her breath catching, but she doesn't pull away. Instead, her fingers clutch the blanket, her knuckles pale beneath the fabric. For a moment, her gaze locks with mine, searching, uncertain, but it's gone just as quickly. Her voice is a whisper, raw and heavy. He's adamant that I stay away from you. The words settle between us like ashes after a fire, soft but suffocating. You should have heard him, Kaisner. I've never heard him so angry, so suspicious. As he should be, I confess, my voice low. She draws her knees closer, wrapping the blanket tighter, a shield against more than just the cold. Her gaze is distant, fixed on the crackling flames. Shadows flicker across her face, highlighting the tension in her jaw, the fear in her eyes. "I'm afraid," she breathes, barely audible beneath the storm. Afraid of what might happen if he finds out about us. Hours ago, I wanted nothing more than to scream to the world that we're together. But now, I shift closer, the warmth of the fire against my skin, hardly noticed. I reach out, brushing her damp hair from her face, my fingers lingering longer than I should. "Come here," I murmur, my breath warm against her cool skin. "I won't bite. Not unless you beg." The words rumble through me, teasing, meant to comfort, to pull her back from the edge of despair. She doesn't move at first, then slowly, a reluctant smile flickers across her lips. Fleeting, but real. She moves toward me, the blanket slipping as I pull her into my arms. The moment teeters between fear and desire, the storm outside and the storm within. I hold her tight, sensing the tension in her body, the depth of her worry. But here, in this small pocket of warmth and shadow, I'll shield her from it all, if only for tonight. Nicholas's suspicions are dangerously close to the truth, even if he doesn't know the half of it. Listen to me, Clarissa. Whatever happens, I won't let anyone come between us. Not Nicholas, not anyone. Do you understand? I capture her mouth in a tender kiss, my hands roaming over her back, her hips relishing the contact of her. Every moment at that gala was torture, I murmur against her lips. Seeing you, but not being able to touch you, to hold you. She sighs, her hands fisting in my hair, holding me close. "I know," she whispers, a tremor in her voice. "I could feel your eyes on me all night. It took everything I had not to run to you. To hell with appearances." "What we have," I begin, warm and reassuring, "it's worth fighting for. I know it's hard now, but I promise you we'll find a way. Whatever is to come, we'll see it through." I look into her eyes, seeing the love, the fear, the desperate hope reflected in them. And in that moment, I vow to move heaven and earth to keep her safe, to devise a plan for us to be together openly, whatever it takes. Whatever price I have to pay. For her. For us. I pull back slightly, cupping her face. "You were magnificent tonight, you know? The way you commanded that room, your poise, your grace. I've never been more proud. Or more frustrated that I couldn't show it." A small smile plays at her lips. "It was harder than I thought it would be, pretending to be just acquaintances. Every time someone mentioned your name, I wanted to shout that you were mine." As did I growl, pulling her closer. "No more pretending. No more hiding. Soon, my love, we'll show the world what we are to each other." She nods, eyes shining with unshed tears. "Promise?" "I swear it," I vow, sealing the promise with another kiss. I deepen the kiss, my tongue delving into the honeyed recesses of her mouth, tasting her, consuming her. She opens to me like a flower to the sun. Our tongues tangle in a wild, instinctive rhythm, resonating with the passion of those who came before us. Never breaking contact from the sweetness of her lips, I walk her backward toward the bed, shedding her clothes along the way, leaving a trail of silk behind. By the time she tumbles onto the mattress, she's bare. I can't wait for us to lie skin to skin, heart to heart. For a moment, I just look at her, drinking in the sight of her laid out before me like a feast for the senses.
Every curve, every hollow, every dip and swell is a work of art that I long to explore with hands, mouth, and body.
"You're so beautiful," I whisper, my voice rough with emotion. "Sometimes I look at you and I can't believe you're real, that you're mine."
She reaches up, cupping my face in her palms, her thumb tracing the line of my jaw. "I am yours, Kaisner, in every way that matters. Body, heart, and soul." I turn my head, pressing a kiss to her palm, my eyes never leaving hers. "And I am yours, Liebes, from now until the end of time." And then I'm kissing her again, my taut frame covering hers. She arches beneath me, a moan escaping her lips, and I swallow the sound, drinking it down like the finest of wines. I worship her with touch and mouth, mapping every inch of her, committing it to memory. I trail kisses down her throat, her breasts, her belly, savoring the taste of her, the scent of her. She writhes against me, hands fisting in the sheets, my name a litany on her lips. "Please," she gasps, her hips rolling against mine. I smile against her skin, a predatory thing full of dark promise. "Please what, baby girl? Tell me what you need." "You," she breathes, eyes locking with mine, glazed with raw, untamed desire. "I need you." I trail kisses down her neck, savoring the rainwater on her skin before pulling back to feast on her beauty. She lies before me, pale and perfect in the dim light. My chest tightens. "I should worship you from a distance," I breathe, a sin and a promise. "But I'd rather ruin you up close." The words hang between us, and I trace the contours of her collarbones, marveling at the softness of her skin. Goosebumps rise in the wake of my touch, and I can't help but smile. Even the lightest caress affects her so deeply. Unable to resist any longer, I strip off my clothes, casting them carelessly aside until I stand before her, bare and ready. Her gaze devours my sculpted planes of muscle and tanned skin. My hungry stare roves over her exposed flesh, her skin blushing from head to toe. My hands move to her hips, guiding her closer until there's not an inch of space between us. Heat radiates from my body, the urgency of my desire pressing between us, undeniable. She gasps as my fingers slide up her thighs, deliciously torturous, as I move closer. I've waited long enough for this. I growl against her skin, my teeth grazing her throat. And now I'll take what's mine, rough, slow, and without mercy. I pin her wrists above her head with one hand, holding her captive to my desires. With the other, I trace the curves of her body, savoring every shiver and gasp that escapes her lips. She arches into me, a soft moan filling the air. It's the sweetest sound I've ever heard, and I'm determined to hear it again and again.
"You're mine, Clarissa," I murmur, my voice thick with possession. "Every inch of you belongs to me." I join with her, slowly, savoring every sensation, every heartbeat of closeness. For a moment, I'm overwhelmed by the intensity of it all, not just the physical pleasure, but the emotional connection that I've never had with anyone else. But then Clarissa rolls her hips, and coherent thought becomes impossible. I set a relentless pace, driven by a primal need to claim her, to make her mine. Each movement pushes us both closer to the edge, the tension building to an almost unbearable level. "Feel how much I want you," I grunt, eyes locked on hers. I must have her understand, to grasp the intensity of my yearning, my love. The realization should terrify me, but in this moment it feels right, inevitable.
With a growl of pure, untamed instinct, I surge forward, claiming her, filling her, making her mine in the most fundamental of ways. I set a rhythm, a give and take, a push and pull that builds and builds until we are both teetering on the edge of oblivion. Our bodies move in perfect synchronicity, our hearts beating as one, our very souls entwined. "Oh gods, Kaisner! Yes, right there," she cries out, her nails raking down my back, her legs wrapping around my waist, urging me deeper. "That's it," I command, my voice a low rumble. "Give yourself to me completely." I growl, and my grip on her tightens. The sound of our bodies colliding fills the room, driving us both further into the realm of unyielding lust. Around us, the world fades away, replaced by a haze of pleasure and the heat between our bodies. The scent of our mingled sweat permeates the air, only adding to the carnal atmosphere that surrounds us. My eyes never leave hers, deep blue irises burning with a hunger that matches my own. I can feel her getting close, her body tensing beneath me. "Let go for me, baby," I command. "Let go for me now." And she does. My words are the trigger that sends her hurtling over the edge. Her release washes over her like a tidal wave, stealing her breath as she arches her back and cries out my name. My teeth graze her neck as I follow close behind, with a primal growl that echoes the depths of my soul. And when the end comes, it is with a force that shatters us both, sending us spiraling into the infinite abyss of pleasure. We cling to each other, anchoring each other as the waves of ecstasy crash over us, through us, leaving us spent and trembling in their wake. Gods, I want more of her. All of her. We lie entangled, our bodies still joined, our heartbeats slowly sinking. My lips find her temple, her cheek, finally capturing her mouth in a tender kiss that speaks volumes more than words ever could. "You have no idea what I'd do for you, Liebes," I murmur against her lips, "and I pray you never find out." It feels like a vow, etched into the very air around us. She gazes up at me, her eyes gleaming in the flickering flash of lightning. A soft smile plays at the corners of her mouth, and I find myself captivated by the subtle curve of her lips. "I love you, Kai," she whispers, her voice filled with a warmth that seems to radiate through my entire being. Kai. It falls from her mouth so naturally, so sweetly, that for an instant I forget to breathe. My heart stutters in my chest, a sensation both foreign and exhilarating. I've been called many things in my life. Kaisner, Mr. Drachentstein, Evenser by those who fear me. But never this. Never something so simple, so intimate. I try to maintain my composure, but I sense a telltale heat rising in my neck. My fingers, usually so steady, tremble slightly as they card through her hair. I hope she doesn't notice, but a knowing glint in her eye tells me she has. "Say it again," I murmur, my voice rougher than I intend, betraying the depth of my emotion. Her smile widens, surprise and delight dancing in her eyes. "Kai," she repeats, savoring the name, drawing it out as if it were the most precious thing. The sound sends a shiver down my spine, igniting a warm and unfamiliar sensation in my chest. Not the usual fire of desire or the burning need for power. This is something softer, but no less intense. It leaves me vulnerable, yet complete. I pull her closer, burying my face in the crook of her neck to hide the raw emotion I'm sure is written across my features. My hold tightens around her lithe frame, as if I could somehow merge us into one being, never to be separated. In this moment, I know with bone-deep certainty that I'd do anything for her. Move heaven and earth, challenge fate itself. She has become my everything, my reason for existence. The depth of my emotions for her is fathomless, unexpected, inconvenient even. Attachments in my world aren't just liabilities. They're weapons, weaknesses waiting to be exploited. And Clarissa? She's the sharpest of them all. She is not meant to be mine. She is meant to be a sacrifice. It should be simple. Her blood is the final price, the key to awakening the dragon that sleeps within me. A ritual promised, a power long craved. I should be preparing her for the offering, laying her at the feet of the demon as we agreed, and yet I hesitate. The thought of surrendering her, of watching her lifeblood spill in service of my ambition, coils like a serpent in my gut. The demon's whispers haunt me, reminding me of what waits beyond sacrifice, limitless power, strength to crush my enemies, to shape the world beneath my will, my birthright, a crown forged in blood. But not just any blood. It must be freely given, willingly offered. The ultimate surrender, the deepest trust, her trust. Only then will the ritual be sealed. Only then will the dragon wake. And God's help me. I don't know which would be worse. For her to refuse me, or to offer herself willingly, unaware of the price.
Either way, I will destroy her. One with my hand, the other with my betrayal.
But surely there must be a way to have it all. Clarissa, power, respect. In the shadowed halls of my mind, a plan starts to form, intricate and daring, a high-stakes game, with Nicholas's recognition as the ultimate prize. Dangerous? Certainly. But I've built my empire on far riskier ventures. Risk is nothing new. The question is, what am I willing to wager? I study Clarissa for a moment, weighing the cost of betrayal against the promise of strength. Her unwavering gaze meets mine, and in those depths I see not just acceptance, but understanding. Trust. The very thing I myself cannot afford. It's intoxicating. Damning. For the first time, I have no need to hide. With Clarissa, I can be my true self. All of me. The light and the dark. And maybe that's the greatest danger of all.
I lean in, my lips brushing the shell of her ear. My voice comes out low, rough, layered with desire and something darker. Baby girl. I breathe, feeling her shudder against me. I need something from you. Anything, she whispers, curling closer to me. I need... The words burn my tongue, tasting of iron and ruin. Your blood. Chapter 37. Kaisner. Kaisner? Her voice, laced with confusion and a flicker of trepidation, slices through the haze of my thoughts. She stiffens in my arms, her breath catching, shallow, uncertain. I can feel the shift in her pulse, scent the sudden spike of adrenaline coursing through her veins. I tighten my hold, my hand gliding down the smooth expanse of her back. A slow, deliberate caress, meant to soothe. Shh, meine Kleine, I murmur, pressing my lips to her temple. It's all right. I would never hurt you. You know that. The words are a vow,
a sacred promise infused with the depth of my devotion. "Don't be afraid, Clarissa," I say, my voice low, urgent. "I need your help. It's the only way." She swallows hard, her delicate throat working, her wide eyes flickering between apprehension and something else, curiosity perhaps, a deep, instinctive understanding that what I'm about to ask will change everything. "What do you mean?" she breathes. "What way?" The tension in her body softens just barely, and she melts back into my embrace. Her warmth, her trust, is a balm against the chaos within me. "I trust you, Kaisner, with everything that I am." Her words carve into my soul like a blade, but even as she says them, I glimpse the questions forming in her gaze. I steel myself. There's no turning back now. Reluctantly, I disentangle from her warmth, the cool air of the room rushing between us as I stand. I reach for my discarded boxer briefs, sliding them on swiftly. "We should get dressed," I murmur, offering my hand. She takes it, graceful even now, the moonlight catching in her golden strands as she rises. The sight nearly makes me reconsider the need for clothes at all. I frown at her rain-damp gown, shaking my head. "You can't put this back on." Without waiting for protest, I stride to my wardrobe and pull a soft, black cashmere sweater from its hanger, along with a pair of tailored trousers. When I return, I help her dress, my fingers brushing over her skin in lazy, reverent strokes. I guide the sweater over her head, smoothing the fabric down her arms. It drapes over her beautifully, swallowing her in warmth, swallowing her in me. A quiet, possessive satisfaction hums through me at the sight. Next, the trousers. I kneel before her, holding them open. She steps in without hesitation. My hands glide up her legs as I pull them into place, fingers grazing her hips. Before fastening them, I press a gentle kiss to her bare skin, inhaling deeply, memorizing her scent. She shivers, not from the cold. Standing, I adjust the sweater, my hands lingering at her waist. "Perfect," I murmur, pressing a kiss to her forehead. Only then do I turn to dress myself, buttoning my shirt with measured precision. In the mirror, I catch her watching me, eyes filled with unspoken questions. I shrug on my jacket, the leather settling around my shoulders like armor, preparing me. "We need to talk," I say softly, my hands finding hers. She twines our fingers together without hesitation. A perfect fit, a perfect offering. "Come," I say. "Let's walk in the gardens." The night air is thick with the scent of impending rain, the sky above churning, restless. The starlit path winds before us like a ribbon of silver, leading us deeper into the shadows of my estate. As we near the marble folly, the first drops begin to fall, cool and sharp against our skin. The heavens open as we step beneath the shelter of the domed roof, rain hammering against stone, a relentless, rhythmic pulse. Clarissa shivers beside me, wrapping her arms around herself. I fight the urge to pull her closer, to keep her warm, to keep her safe. I lean against the balustrade, staring out at the darkened landscape. Now or never. "Clarissa." My voice is low and rough, heavy with reluctant truth. "The only way we can truly be together is if your brother respects me." She turns, confusion knitting her brows. "But he already respects you, Kaisner." A mirthless chuckle escapes me. No, baby girl. Nicholas fears me. I exhale, shaking my head. I don't want his fear. I want him to see me as his equal. The admission is bitter on my tongue, a truth I've spent weeks denying. But as long as he remains the last dragon shifter, that will never happen. Her fingers lace through mine, an instinctive offer of comfort. Then what can we do? I turn to face her fully, searching her expression. You know my reputation, what I do, what I work with. She doesn't flinch, doesn't recoil. You work with demons. A simple statement. No judgment, just fact. Pride stirs in my chest. Yes, I've mastered the shadows, forged them into my own. My gaze darkens, and through them, I've found a way to awaken my dragon. Her lips part, her breath hitching. Excitement, fascination even. Tell me, she breathes. My fingers brush over a rain-dampened strand of her hair, lingering against her cheek. She leans into my touch. I've found a ritual, I murmur. An ancient spell that could unlock my power. But I can't do it alone. Realization dawns in her gaze, cutting through the stormy night like lightning. You mean to summon a demon? She whispers. I nod. She blinks once, twice. Her jaw tightens. The spell calls for blood, doesn't it? My throat works around a single, solemn nod. My clan's bloodline has been too diluted over the centuries. She exhales sharply, understanding flickers in her gaze. So you need my blood. Silence. Clarissa's brow furrows. But Kaisner, blood demons, they're insatiable. How can we be sure it won't demand more than you're willing to give? A slow, confident smile tugs at my lips. You're right, Liebes. A demon always hungers for more. But I've planned for this. I lift the pendant hanging around my neck, the metal cool against my palm. The ancient runes etched into its surface glow faintly beneath the dim light. This amulet is imbued with powerful protective magic, a relic I acquired through less than conventional means. I smirk. It can deceive even the most cunning of daemons. I lower my voice, my tone threading with seduction, with persuasion. With this, we can control how much blood is given. It will believe it's drinking deeply, but in reality, you'll be safe. Clarissa turns away and I can almost see the thoughts racing through her mind. The risks, the consequences, every warning she's ever been told about daemons. And yet she doesn't run. It's dangerous, I know, I say. But with your lineage, with our combined strength, we could control it, harness its power. I pause, letting the words settle. It's the only way, baby girl. The only way Nicholas will ever see me as his equal. The only way we can be together without fear. I reach for her, my hand resting on her shoulder. Clarissa, I murmur, leaning close. I wouldn't ask this of you if there were any other way. A slow breath. A heartbeat of silence. The fate of my future, of our future, hangs in the balance of her decision. And then take it, Kaisner. I tense. Ha! She turns, her eyes blazing with something fierce, unwavering. Take what you need. I told you. I trust you with everything that I am. My heart, my soul, my blood. It's all yours. Relief slams into me, raw and brutal. Before I can stop myself, I fall to my knees. And in a moment that feels both unexpected and inevitable, Clarissa mirrors me, sinking before me. The moment crashes over me. I'm struck senseless with shock. This woman, this beautiful, fearless woman, has just offered me the one thing I never thought I'd ask for. She's willing to risk it all to stake her trust in me. Despite everything, a tidal wave of devotion surges through me, a fierce, possessive love that shakes me to the core. This isn't just desire. This is something far deeper, something I didn't know I was capable of feeling. I gather her in my arms, crushing her to me, inhaling the scent of jasmine in her skin, the scent of home. You humble me. I breathe against her hair, my voice cracking with the force of it. Your trust, your love, God's. Clarissa, it's more than I ever dared to ask for, more than I ever believed I deserved. And in that moment, for the first time in my life, I believe in forever. I draw back, cupping her face in both hands, my thumbs brushing away the tears she doesn't realize she's crying. My eyes bore into hers, and for once I don't hold back. Know this, Liebes. Everything that I am, every breath, every sin, every shadow, is yours now. My soul, my blood, my fucking heart. A low, reverent growl rumbles in my chest. Some bonds are written in blood, others in starlight. But ours was forged in dragonfire. Du bist mein Ein und alles. I breathe. You're my everything. She pulls back just far enough to whisper, voice trembling but unshakable. Und du bist meine Welt. I still. You speak German? Yeah. I can't stop the smile tugging at the corners of my lips. A delicate blush colors her cheeks. Enough to tell you that you're my world? Her arms tighten around me, her voice a breeze of devotion against the shell of my ear. No matter what comes, I will stand by you. The words ruin me. And God's help me, I know then, I will destroy anything that dares take her from me. Even myself. Chapter 38. Kaisner. The ancient stone walls of my private chamber seem to close in around us, their weathered surfaces carved with arcane symbols and forgotten incantations. Flickering candlelight casts dancing shadows, illuminating shelves stacked with grimoires, jars of exotic ingredients, and artifacts brimming with untold power. The air is thick with the heady scent of burning incense, a potent blend of myrrh and dragon's blood. At the far end of the room stands the altar, black as midnight. Its polished surface gleams with an unnatural sheen, absorbing the light rather than reflecting it. Resting atop it is my book of shadows, bound in nightshade-tanned leather, its silver runes shifting in the dim glow. In the center of the room, the summoning circle dominates the floor. Chalk lines form intricate sigils, their edges pulsing faintly with otherworldly energy. Power just on the verge of eruption. I stand at the edge, my pulse a steady war drum, each beat a countdown to what comes next. Beside me, Clarissa is a vision in sapphire silk. Her gown, chosen for this ritual, shimmers like the night sky, making her appear like a goddess caught between mortal and divine. Yet her beauty is marred by the uncertainty in her gaze, the tremor in her fingers as she clutches the pendant I placed in her hands. A necessary precaution. With practiced movements, I hold the amulet between her palms, closing my eyes as I murmur the activation spell. The words are dark, guttural, resonating from somewhere deep within me. As I speak, the runes etched into the metal begin to glow with an eerie pulse. This will keep you safe from any unexpected mischief. I murmur, each word bitter on my tongue. I despise that I've dragged her into this ritual, forced her into a game where the stakes are far beyond her understanding. Yet, I cling to the certainty that my plan will hold, that my magic, my will, is strong enough to deceive even a daemon. Ordinary warlocks may falter, but I am not ordinary. I never have been. Clarissa tilts her chin, allowing me to fasten the pendant. The metal warms against her skin, recognizing its new bearer. For protection, I say, brushing my lips to her forehead. And this? I kiss her briefly, lingering for just a moment longer than necessary. For luck. She nods, trust shining in her eyes. My chest tightens, the weight of what I'm about to do pressing down like an iron vice. Azrakan's whispers slither through my mind. Perhaps no charm can shield her from the cost of this ritual. The blood must be freely given. I push the doubt away, lock it deep inside. It's too late for second thoughts now. I step away, crossing to the altar. My book of shadows hums with latent energy as I flip it open, the pages fluttering eagerly, as though alive. They settle on the incantation, the words already burning against my tongue before I even speak them. A deep breath, a steadying exhale. Then I begin. The first syllable rumbles through the chamber, thick with power. The air shifts, denser, heavier, charged like the space before a lightning strike. The candle flames stretch unnaturally, their golden glow turning an eerie blue. Shadows creep at the edges of the room, twisting and writhing like sentient beings waiting to be unleashed. Clarissa shivers beside me. I don't look at her. I can't afford to. The book grows hot in my hands, unbearably so, but I don't falter. I return it to the altar, the pages still shifting of their own accord. The silver runes on the cover blaze with a cold fire searing against my fingertips. The ritual circle pulses. Tendrils of dark smoke rise from the chalk lines, twisting into the air like hungry serpents. A heartbeat of silence. The ground trembles beneath us. A low, guttural sound begins to vibrate through the walls, through my bones, through the very foundation of the mansion. It starts deep in my stomach and spreads outward, curling like a living thing within me. The shadows congeal, thickening into a humanoid form. It towers over us, a being of pure darkness. Claws of shadow flex and curl, leaving trails of inky blackness in the air. Two slivers of burning red pierce the darkness. Eyes, ancient and cruel. A voice like shattered glass scraping against stone echoes through the chamber. Who dares summon me? I step forward, my stance strong. I, Kaisner Drachentstein, have called you forth.
The daemon shifts, its amorphous form undulating. Its jagged mouth stretches into something resembling a grin. It purrs, its voice slithering through us. And you've brought me a gift. Clarissa stiffens beside me. Her hand finds mine, fingers tightening. I feel the tremor in her grip, the pulse of her uncertainty. She is not an offering, I say firmly, though doubt claws at me. She is here to assist in the ritual. The daemon laughs, a sound like ice splintering. Is that what you told her, warlock? What pretty lies you weave? It leans forward, pressing against the invisible barrier of the circle. Did you tell her the true price of awakening your dragon, of the blood that must be spilled? I don't look at Clarissa, but I feel her gaze burning into me. What is it talking about? She asks, her voice barely above a whisper. I remain silent, too afraid of what might slip out if I speak. Azrakan widens its grin. Ah, I see, it muses. He hasn't told you everything, has he? Poor trusting little dragoness. Enough, I growl, forcing my voice to be steady. I didn't summon you for riddles. You know why you're here. Fulfill your part of the bargain, and you'll have what was promised. The daemon's form swells, shadows stretching and thickening. Very well, warlock. Let us begin. It raises its clawed hands, the atmosphere crackling with dark energy. The circle flares, the symbols burning white hot, and the temperature in the room plummets. The stench of sulfur and brimstone fills the air. Then, something shifts. The pendant around Clarissa's neck blazes, bright red, incandescent. The runes carved into its surface twist and writhe as if trying to escape. Before I can react, the glow intensifies. A crack rips through the air. The amulet, the safeguard I crafted so carefully, disintegrates. Ash. Dust. Nothing. The daemon laughs again, louder this time. You fool, it hisses. Did you truly believe you could trick me? That I wouldn't see through your pathetic deceptions? Panic claws at my throat. I miscalculated. The ritual is spiraling beyond my control. I never had any control. How could I have been so blind? How could I have ever thought that any power, any glory, was worth the risk of losing her? Embrace your dragon, warlock, Azrakan roars, its shadows surging forward. I will claim what is owed. Heat erupts from my core, power, fire, searing through my veins. My skin prickles, then burns as obsidian scales ripple across my forearms, spreading upward. My dragon, so long dormant, roars to life within me. I can feel its hunger, its desire, its overwhelming need to be unleashed. The need to complete the ritual is overwhelming. I'm so close to seizing my destiny, but then, through eyes rapidly changing, pupils stretching into slits, I see her. Clarissa. Her sapphire eyes are wide with fear. Fear of me. The realization hits like a death blow. If I take this power, if I let this ritual complete, Clarissa will die. I won't let that happen. I clench my fists, forcing the fire down, forcing my dragon back. No, I growl. The demon snarls, sensing my resistance.
You cannot back out now, warlock. It lunges toward her, claws extending. I move. A blur of instinct and desperation, I throw myself between Clarissa and the demon. My hand rises, fingers drawing on the depths of my power. Shadows coil around me, gathering like a storm. I call on them, shaping them into a solid, unyielding barrier. The air thickens, the shadows expanding into a shield that flickers and pulses with dark energy. The daemon snarls, claws scraping against the wall of darkness. Its shadowed form presses against the shield, and I can feel the strain in the magic. It will not hold much longer. Pain sears through me, white-hot agony, as the demon's wrath begins to burn through the thinning shield. The shadows quiver under its pressure, and I stagger back slightly, teeth gritted. "Run!" I roar at Clarissa. She doesn't. Instead, I hear her footsteps racing not toward the door but to the altar. My heart lurches in my chest, dread and admiration warring within me as I realize what she's doing. Through the haze of pain, I see her seize the Book of Shadows, its worn leather cover gleaming in the infernal light. Her voice rises, strong and clear, as she begins to chant an ancient, banishing spell. Pride and terror rush through me. She shouldn't know these words. She shouldn't be involved in this magic. But her voice, her strength, ignites something within me. A spark of hope, a surge of strength. I force myself to stand, pain be damned, and join her. Our voices intertwining, rising. A piercing howl rips through the air, Azrakan's form writhing as the ritual circle burns even brighter, its runes flaring in defiance. The air crackles with energy, the scent of scorched sulfur thick in the room. The ground trembles violently, books flying from shelves, their pages flipping open mid-air before slamming to the floor. Artifacts topple from pedestals, their ancient magic sparking and hissing in protest. "You will pay for this, warlock!" Azrakan growls. Its form begins to unravel, its edges fraying like smoke caught in a storm. The summoning circle flares, a final act of defiance, sealing the daemon's banishment. I stagger back, breath ragged, muscles coiled in anticipation of retaliation. But nothing comes. For a fleeting second, relief floods through me. We've survived. Clarissa is still standing, her chest rising and falling rapidly, alive. The barrier held. The spell worked. We won. And then, agony. The air splits with a sickening shkt, a shadowy talon spear through my flesh. A sharp, searing torment ignites across my shoulder, a sensation so sudden and raw that my vision flashes white. I barely have time to register the metallic scent of my own blood before my knees buckle. A ragged breath escapes me, my body instinctively locking against the pain. Then, with a brutal inevitability, I collapse. Azrakan may be gone, but its parting gift is carved deep into me. The last thing I see is Clarissa kneeling beside me, her face a portrait of horror and angst. Then, oblivion. Chapter 39. Kaisner. Consciousness returns to me in waves, deliberate and disorienting, like surfacing from a fathomless abyss. At first, there's only warmth, real, grounding, unmistakable. A delicate, trembling hand laced with mine. Then the pain, a slow, dull throb beneath my skin, radiating from my shoulder, coiling like a fiery ember in my bones. It's a phantom sensation at first, distant, almost forgettable, until I inhale. The scent of sandalwood, old parchment fills my lungs, and something sweet, a familiar trace. Clarissa. My eyes flicker open. Dim candlelight stabs into my pupils, sharp as a blade. The world slowly sharpens. Ornate black wooden beams overhead. Shelves lined with grimoires and arcane artifacts. Velvet drapes shrouding the windows. My room. Safe. Yet the acrid stench of brimstone lingers in my memory. A cruel reminder that not all dangers can be locked away. I shift, only to be met with a jolt of pain that burns through my shoulder like molten steel. A sharp breath hisses between my teeth, and immediately her grip on my hand tightens. Kaisner? Her voice, barely a whisper, is frayed, as though she's been sitting beside me for hours, waiting, hoping. I force my gaze toward her, and for a moment, I forget to breathe. She's utterly undone. Golden hair, once pristine, spills over her shoulders in damp waves. Her sapphire eyes are luminous with unshed tears, rimmed with exhaustion. But there's something else, relief, a quiet, aching solace that settles in my chest, twisting painfully. My voice is raw, barely more than a rasp. You're here. A tremulous smile ghosts over her lips. Of course I am. Her fingers tighten around mine. I'm not going anywhere. For a long moment, I simply watch her, memorizing the way candlelight glows against her skin, the way the shadows play against the elegant line of her throat. I've seen her in the throes of passion, in the heat of battle, but like this, worn but steadfast, she has never looked more divine. And then, like a sickness crawling through my veins, reality creeps in. Images slam into my mind in ruthless succession. Azrakan's wretched form coiling in the summoning circle, the flickering runes scorching into the stone. My reckless ambition tearing through my being like wildfire. The way her body tensed when she realized what I was prepared to do. The moment my carefully woven plan unraveled. The moment I nearly lost her. A tremor grips my limbs, sharp and involuntary. I make an attempt to sit up, to confirm that the damage Azrakan inflicted is real. But before I can move, her hands are on my chest, pressing me back against the pillows with surprising force. Easy, she murmurs, voice thick with quiet command. You're okay. You're safe now. I search her face, thoughts sluggish, tangled. But how? My gaze flickers downward, half expecting to see my shoulder torn open, but instead I find only smooth, unmarred skin. The daemon, I healed you, she says simply, but the words land heavily between us. I'm a witch, remember? A hint of mischief, barely there, veils the raw emotion simmering beneath. My breath hitches. She saved my life. The notion should seem foreign, impossible. Kaisner Drachentstein does not need saving, yet as I look at her, reality hits me like lightning. Clarissa, my Clarissa, stood between me and the daemon's wrath. She risked everything for me, when it should have been the other way around. And God's help me, I nearly... Clarissa, I choke out, gripping her hand like a lifeline. My pride is a splintered ruin, but none of it matters. She silences me with a single touch, pressing her fingers lightly to my lips. Shh, she whispers, shaking her head. It's okay. We're okay. The words are meant to comfort, but I see the fracture in her gaze, the burden of everything unsaid. We are not okay. Not after this. The daemon may be gone, but its shadow lingers, a chasm between us, filled with broken trust and buried fears. The bed dips as she shifts beside me, her hands still cradling mine, her expression turning uncertain. After everything, I didn't know what else to do, so I called Yannick. I exhale slowly. Yannick, trustworthy, competent Yannick. Of course she'd turn to him. He brought us here, made sure we were safe, she continues, but there's an undertone beneath her words, something unspoken. The shame I've buried for so long claws its way up my chest. My hunger for power, my arrogance, blinded me. I thought I could control Draken, that I could outmaneuver a creature born of darkness. Instead, I nearly damned us both. I take a sharp breath, steadying my voice. Clarissa, what I did, what I was willing to do. I pause, jaw tightening. I don't expect you to forgive me. A shadow flickers across her face, but she says nothing. My throat constricts. But you have to know, I never meant to put you in danger. I close my eyes, swallowing hard. I thought I could outplay Draken. I thought I could have it all, my pride, my conceit. A humorless laugh escapes me. I was the fool, and you're the only thing that truly matters. Tears slip down her cheeks, silent but burning. Oh, Kai, she whispers, and my name on her lips nearly undoes me. She collapses against me, and I wrap my arms around her, burying my face in her hair. She is warmth, life, salvation, and I clutch her to me as if she might disappear between my fingers. I love you, she murmurs into my chest, her words fragile yet fierce. And I would do anything for you. A shudder racks through me as I grasp this foreign sensation, this terrifying feeling. Devotion. A gift I don't deserve. I pull back slightly, enough to tilt her chin, forcing her to meet my gaze. I'll find another way, I vow, my voice hoarse, gravelly. I'll win Nick's respect without risking you, Liebes. I swear it. Her eyes search mine, finding the truth there. Slowly she nods. I know you will. Her faith in me is overwhelming. In that moment, it dawns on me. I will move heaven and earth to be the man she deserves. I shift, intent on rising, but my body rebels, a fresh wave of exhaustion crashing over me. The mattress creaks as she gently presses me back down. Not yet, she says, her fingers brushing against my temple, her touch tender. Stay with me, just a little longer. I exhale, surrendering to the moment. I am Kaisner Drachentstein, warlock kingmaker, a man who has walked through the abyss and returned. And right now, I am simply hers. As we cling to each other in the flickering candlelight, I know the road ahead will be far from easy. There are consequences, trust to rebuild, but with Clarissa in my arms, I'm ready to face whatever comes next. Because now, I understand what true power is, and it has nothing to do with dragons or demons. It's this. Us. Love. And it's worth fighting for. Her gaze locks with mine, and I pull her closer, urging her to glide beside me on the bed. Her body molds against me like it was always meant to. I lean in, my lips brushing against hers, softly at first, savoring the moment, the warmth of her breath mingling with mine. Then, with a growl of need, I deepen the kiss, pulling her in, the fire of her desire igniting against me. My hands thread into her hair, tilting her head as I want more, my tongue sweeping into her mouth, claiming her with a hunger I can no longer control, demanding everything she has. She gives it willingly. Her sweetness is addictive. I drink from her like a dying man, our tongues entwining in a delirious rhythm. Candlelight flickers over our bodies, casting our passion in golden shadow, painting it sacred. But it's not enough. I need more of her skin, more of her sounds, more of her soul. My hands fumble at the buttons of her gown, impatience setting in. I tear the fabric, exposing her ivory flesh, until she stands before me in nothing but lace and vulnerability.
Kai,
she breathes, her voice trembling on the edge of need, cheeks flushed with heat. Can you? I take in every inch of her exposed form, every curve, every line. My blood roars in my veins. She doesn't need to finish the question. Oh, I can, I growl, seizing her with the kind of grip that says mine. And I will until your body knows nothing but me. She shivers, anticipation crackling in the air, and I sweep aside the final barrier. My hands glide over her thighs, hips as I lay her back on the bed, and she straddles me, skin flushed against my touch. I take my time, memorizing her with mouth and tongue, but the fire within me burns too hot. With one last forceful heave, I pin her beneath me with deliberate, possessive intent. The movement sparks a sharp, burning pain searing through my shoulder. Azrakan's wound might no longer mar my skin, but dark magic always leaves a trace. I grit my teeth, refusing to let weakness dictate my actions. No, I take the pain, seize it, and twist it into something else. Fuel, hunger, a fire that burns hotter than before. You smell so damned good right now. My breath is ragged against her skin, every word edged in lust. I can almost taste your need, thick and heady, like the sweetest perfume. She shivers, a pulse fluttering at her neck. Take it, she moans. Take everything. A satisfied rumble vibrates in my chest as she clutches my shoulders, instinctively yielding to me. I will. I rasp, rough and possessive. I'm going to devour you, Clarissa. Ruin you so beautifully you'll beg me to do it again. Her breath comes fast, lips parted, eyes dark with need. But it's the way she looks at me, as though I'm the only force in the world that matters, that nearly breaks me. I lower myself over her, caging her in, my fingers tracing down her body, staking my claim. You're mine. I murmur, my voice raw with hunger. Say it. Her breathing catches. I'm yours, Kai. And that's all I need to hear before I take what belongs to me. Her hands tremble as she reaches for the fastenings of my trousers, and I suck in a sharp breath as they hit the floor. Kicking them away, I stand before her, naked in her lust-filled gaze. She drinks me in greedily, and the hunger I see there sends a torrent of need straight to my core. As our bodies press together, a primal urgency overtakes me, raw, consuming. I tear my mouth from hers, trailing heated kisses along her jawline, down the supple curve of her neck. She moans, tilting her head, offering herself without hesitation. My teeth graze the spot where her nape meets her shoulder, and she shivers beneath me, her breath catching. The scent of her arousal floods my senses, drowning out everything else, stoking the inferno already raging inside me. I want to worship her, to linger on every inch of satin-smooth skin, to savor this moment I've hungered for. But that patience has long since burned away. With a groan from the depths of my soul, I join with her fully, our bodies locking together as one. Her nails dig into my back, sharp crescents branding me as hers. I move with reckless abandon, our rhythm frenzied and faded. The room dissolves into shadows and flame, the scent of sweat, sex, and something more filling the air. Something ancient awakens with us. You're trembling, I rasp, dragging my mouth up the column of her neck. Do you feel that, baby girl? That's your body begging me to claim you. She nods, breathless. Yes. The climax builds like a storm on the horizon, but with it comes another hunger, deeper, darker. A hunger that stirs from the marrow of my bones. My fangs extend, unbidden, aching for the offering so close, so willing. Compelled by sheer instinct, I lower my mouth to her throat. Her gasps fan the fire inside me. And with a final growl, I plunge my fangs into her pulse. Her blood pours into me, hot, sweet, sacred, ambrosia. I drink like a man starved, like a dragon unleashed, and the world fractures around us into color and sensation. Clarissa arches into me, her body shuddering, pleasure crashing over her in waves that pull me deeper. I feel it all, her cries, her ecstasy, the raw truth of our union. I'm not just claiming her, I'm being remade by her. The bond sealing between us, it's too much. I lose myself completely. Her exquisite form tightens around me, and I break apart, roaring her name into her skin. In this moment, we are one, bound by heat, by blood, by a love that reshapes everything I thought I was. And within my very being I know I will never let her go. Mine. I roar as the ecstasy of her blood and climax courses through my being. You're mine. Pleasure is so intense that I fear it might shatter my very soul, yet I welcome the oblivion. With one last surge, I seize her close, and together we crash like a tidal wave against the shore. In this moment, we are one, bound by heat, by blood, by a love that reshapes everything I thought I was. And within my very being, I know I will never let her go. Mine. I roar as the ecstasy of her blood and climax courses through my being. You're mine. Yes, she cries out, grazing the edge of delirium. Yours! As the ecstasy subsides, I retract my fangs, leaving behind a crimson trail on her porcelain skin. Tenderly, my tongue sweeps away the blood, sealing the wound with a soft kiss. The crimson liquid vanishes as soon as it touches my lips, and her skin knits itself together before my baffled eyes. I sigh in relief. My beautiful love, I whisper, stroking her cheek. Her voice is breathless as she says, I've never known such pleasure, such belonging. My body answers immediately, hunger rising anew, but I master it just barely. Not now. There will be time for that. Endless nights to claim her, to explore every hidden corner of her body and soul. A shiver runs down my spine, not from her touch, but from her words, the bare truth in them. I glance at her, and my breath catches. There, on the smooth column of her neck, something begins to emerge, an intricate mark blooming against her skin, as if inked by invisible flame. A coil of fire, elegant and unmistakable. Within its curling design, our initials are entwined. K and C, bound together inside the brand of a dragon. I stare, stunned. It isn't just a mark, it's a seal, a claiming, a bond. Gods at last, I rumble and tug her back into my arms, unable to keep the possessive edge from my voice. You are mine, completely mine. Clarissa melts against me with a soft, contented sigh, her breath warm against my throat. Yours, she moans, the corners of her lips curving in the faintest smile. All yours, forever. I roll to my side, pulling her with me, our naked bodies molding together beneath the satin sheets. Her head rests against my chest, and I can feel her heartbeat syncing with mine, steady, sure, familiar. And yet, something has changed. As I lie there, basking in the warmth of her body, I cannot ignore it. A sensation rising inside me, slow and undeniable, a stirring at the center of everything I am. Not pain, not power, something deeper, older, wilder. I try to dismiss it, tell myself it's residual adrenaline, aftershocks of ecstasy. But it grows, persistent, electric. I close my eyes, concentrating, trying to trace the pulse of this strange new rhythm. It's subtle at first, a murmur beneath my pulse. But as I sink into it, it strengthens, grows louder, more insistent. And then with a clarity that sends a shiver down my spine, I realize what it is. A heartbeat, other than my own. An ancient power that has lain dormant within me for so long, finally awakening. My dragon.
Chapter 40. Clarissa. Kaisner's eyes fly open with a sudden gasp, his body jerking with the force of it. It's not pain, it's awe, shock. A raw, living energy pulses through him like fire through frost. I rise slowly. Kai? I whisper. The word dies on my lips as I watch his chest heave, ribs expanding and contracting like bellows feeding a forge. Heat radiates from his skin, not the warm glow of passion, but something that makes the air shimmer above him like a mirage. And then, his tattoos writhe in the candlelight. I blink hard, certain I'm seeing things. But no. The dark ink beneath his skin moves with a life of its own. Serpentine patterns flow and shift, as if something is trying to claw its way out from within. What? I start to reach for him, then snatch my hand back as his flesh burns my fingertips. Speechless, his eyes find mine. My heart stops. Gold bleeds through the maroon like molten metal poured into wine. His pupils stretch into vertical slits, predatory and foreign, yet somehow still achingly familiar. A low rumble builds in his chest. Not a groan of pain, but something deeper, more primal. The sound vibrates through the floorboards, rattling the crystal on his nightstand. Oh, gods. The words tumble out as understanding crashes over me. Oh, gods, Kai. He frowns. What's happening? He rasps, dazed and breathless. You're shifting, I manage, the words grazing against the rising panic in my throat. Obsidian scales ripple across his shoulder blade, each one catching the candlelight like black glass. I can almost hear them, like stone scraping stone. Beautiful. Terrifying. He looks down. Freezes. Then curses low under his breath. I scramble backward, my bare feet tangling in the sheets. You need to get out of the house, I gasp, pointing toward the balcony. Now, before you... He's already moving, rolling from the bed with inhuman grace despite the tremors racking his frame. His movements are jerky, uncontrolled, as if fighting against his own body. He drags on his boxers, muscles bulging beneath skin that grows too tight. The air around him begins to warp, heat waves distorting his silhouette. Every candle flame in the room gutters and dances, casting wild shadows on the walls. The crystal decanter on his dresser develops a hairline crack. I yank my dress over my head, fingers fumbling with the fabric as I watch him stagger toward the balcony doors. Each step leaves scorch marks on the Persian rug. Clarissa. My name is barely recognizable, distorted by vocal cords that are changing, lengthening. Get back. By the time he throws open the doors, he's no longer just a man. He's becoming something vast, ancient, myth made flesh. The night wind rushes in, carrying the scent of rain and something else. Sulfur, smoke, the electric taste of lightning. I follow, despite his warning, one hand pressed to the doorframe for support. The wind whips my hair across my face, but I can't look away as he steps to the edge of the balcony. The stone railing crumbles under his grip. For a heartbeat, he pauses, silhouetted against the star-drunk sky. Then he looks back at me one last time, and I see the man I love trapped behind those shifter eyes, afraid, awed, apologetic. And then, meeting no hesitation, he leaps. A concussive blast of energy knocks the breath from my lungs. The force of his takeoff cracks the stone beneath his feet, fractures racing across the balcony like spiderwebs. Stone fragments pepper my arms as I throw them up to shield my face. The very air splits with a sound like the world tearing in half. Light erupts from where he fell. Not the warm gold of candle flame, but something fierce and incandescent that sears my retinas even through my closed eyelids. When I lower my hands and I dare to look below, he's gone. No, not gone. Transformed. A dragon crouches where a man once stood. Black scales shimmer like oil on water, each one the size of my palm. Wings stretch wide enough to shadow half the courtyard, membrane stretched between bones that could snap a tree in half. Talons gouge trenches in the ancient cobblestones as he shifts his weight. But it's the eyes that steal my breath. Still gold. Still his. Still looking at me with an expression I recognize, despite the foreign features. Wonder, terror, and desperate love, all warring in that draconian gaze. Shouts erupt from the guards' quarters. Boots thunder across stone. I hear the distinctive slide of weapons being drawn. Stop! The scream tears from my throat, raw and commanding. Don't shoot! The dragon's massive head swivels toward the sound of approaching footsteps, smoke curling from his nostrils. A warning growl rumbles through the courtyard, felt as much as heard. It's Kaisner! I lean over the ruined balcony railing, voice cracking with desperation. Stand down! The footsteps falter. Confused murmurs replace the battle cries. I force my legs to move, to carry me down the winding stairs despite how they shake with each step. The cold stone bites at my bare feet, but I barely notice. All my focus narrows to the creature waiting in the courtyard. Beautiful and terrible and mine. He watches my approach with the stillness of a predator, but there's nothing threatening in his posture. If anything, he seems uncertain, vulnerable, despite his size. Kai, I whisper when I reach the bottom step. His great head tilts at the sound of his name, ears swiveling forward like a cat's. The gesture is so achingly familiar that tears blur my vision. I take one more step. Another. He lowers his massive head until we're nearly eye to eye, close enough that I can see my reflection in those molten pools. Close enough to feel the heat of his breath on my skin. My hand rises without conscious thought, trembling as it hovers inches from his snout. This close, I can see the scales, each one perfect and deadly sharp. One wrong move could slice me open. I don't care. My palm settles against the warm obsidian of his muzzle, and the world shifts. Power floods through the connection. Ancient, vast, barely contained. It's like touching a live wire, electricity singing through every nerve ending. But beneath the raw strength, I feel something else. The steady pulse of his heartbeat, the familiar rhythm that lulled me to sleep countless times. He's still there, still mine. A sound escapes him, part purr, part sigh, wholly content. The vibration travels through my bones, settling into the hollow spaces of my chest like coming home. There you are, I breathe, pressing my forehead to his scales. Without warning, he moves. One massive claw curls around my waist with impossible gentleness, lifting me as easily as picking up a flower. I don't have time to protest before I'm settled onto the broad expanse of his back, hands scrambling for purchase on the ridge of scales along his spine. Kai, what are you? His wings snap open with a sound like thunder. The courtyard falls away. My stomach lurches as we rocket upward, the ground shrinking to toy soldier size below us. Wind tears at my dress, my hair, stealing the scream from my lungs. And then, impossibly, his voice fills my mind. Trust me. The words don't come through my ears, but resonate directly in my thoughts, warm and familiar despite the strange method of delivery. I can hear you, I think back, not sure if it will work. His answering pleasure floods our link, rich as honey, sweet as wine. Hold on, my love. Let me show you the world as I see it. We soar higher until the air grows thin and cold. The city spreads below us like a carpet of stars, and above the real stars shine with crystalline clarity. Wind rushes past us, but somehow I'm warm, protected by his heat and the curve of his wing. Through our bond, I sense what he feels, the intoxicating freedom of flight, the power thrumming through his massive frame, the joy of finally being complete after years of carrying half a soul. "This is who I am," he tells me. Vulnerability threading through the mental contact. "Can you love this too?" I lean forward, pressing my cheek to the warm scales of his neck. "All of you," I whisper aloud, knowing he'll feel the truth of it through our connection. "Always all of you." His pleasure floods through me, warm and fathomless. A spiritual embrace of such depth I almost cry. The sky lightens around us as we chase the dawn, painting the clouds in shades of rose and gold. We're flying toward the sun itself, and for the first time since this began, I'm not afraid. This is where I belong. With him. Forever.
Chapter 41. Kaisner. The sky bruises with the first hints of morning, violet bleeding into gray as Paris exhales its last breath of darkness. I stand motionless on the balcony, the marble balustrade cool beneath my palms, watching as night surrenders to day. A crisp, biting air slides across my bare chest, but I barely register the chill. How could I, when Clarissa's warmth presses against my back, her arms encircling my waist, her cheek resting between my shoulder blades? Her presence anchors me to this moment, this reality, when I might otherwise drift into the surreal euphoria of what transpired last night. The memory of flight ripples through my muscles, the stretch and power of wings, the sting of wind against scales, the intoxicating freedom of true form after years of dormancy. Clarissa shifts, sliding beneath my arm until she faces me. Dawn light catches in her golden hair, turning it into threads of fire. Her sapphire eyes search mine with reverence that makes my chest ache. "I still can't believe it," she whispers, her voice carrying both wonder and fragility, like a prayer. "You're a dragon, Kai. A real honest-to-God's dragon." The childlike awe in her expression transforms something that should feel monstrous into something holy. I've spent my life surrounded by those who feared or coveted what slumbered in my blood. Never has anyone looked at me as she does now, as if I were a miracle made flesh. My lips curl into a genuine smile. "And it's all because of you, Liebes." Confusion clouds her gaze, her brow furrowing delicately. "I don't understand." The truth coalesces in my mind with sudden, devastating clarity. I draw in a deep breath, lungs expanding with air that tastes of revelation. Below us, Paris awakens. The distant rumble of delivery trucks, the scent of fresh bread rising from boulangeries. These ordinary sounds frame the most extraordinary realization of my existence. All this time, I believed I needed rituals, blood, bargains. My voice drops lower, edged with the shadow of what might have been. I spent years chasing forbidden magic, convinced that awakening the dragon required sacrifice. The daemon demanded your blood, willingly given. Her gaze darkens, the memory of my near-fatal miscalculation hanging in the air like smoke. "Kai." I silence her gently, pressing my forehead to hers in a gesture more intimate than any kiss. Our breath mingles, warm and alive. But it was you, Clarissa. Your love, your trust. Each word falls like a stone breaking the surface of still water, ripples, expanding outward. You were the key.
when we claimed each other, when that bond took root. My fingers tightened imperceptibly at her waist. It unlocked everything. The dragon stirred not because of sorcery, but because of you. Tears gather at the corners of her eyes, sunlight fracturing through them into miniature rainbows. One slips free, tracing a silvery path down her cheek. "But how?" she whispers. "How could that be enough?" I catch the tear with my thumb, its warmth seeping into my skin. "Because you're my mate," I say simply, the word inadequate for the cosmic phenomenon it attempts to name. My soul recognized yours, and the dragon recognized the bond. I cradle her face between my palms, memorizing every curve, every line, every freckle across her nose. Everything that's ever been dormant in me, woken by you. Her lips part, trembling slightly with raw emotion. The space between us vibrates with unspoken intensity. "I'm glad I could help," she says, voice catching. "But don't forget, your strength made it possible. You held back. You chose me. That matters." A notion tugs at the edges of my consciousness. A strange, ephemeral sensation, like trying to recall a word just out of reach. I narrow my focus, probing this peculiar awareness. "Wait," I murmur, brow furrowing. "There's something else." Clarissa tilts her head, curiosity brightening her gaze. "What?" I close my eyes, turning my attention inward. The connection that had flowed between us during flight, effortless, natural, feels muted now, almost non-existent. I reach for her, mentally, forming the thought with deliberate precision. "Can you hear me?" On my life, when I open my eyes, I find only puzzlement written across her features. "What do you mean?" she asks, confusion knitting her brow. "You don't hear me now?" I ask aloud, surprised by the hollow absence where her presence had been so vibrant. "No, should I?" She smiles, but the expression doesn't quite reach her eyes. "You're right here." I rub my jaw, the scratch of stubble rough beneath my fingers. "Only when I'm shifted," I murmur. It was so clear when we were in the air, like our thoughts were interwoven. She nods slowly, comprehension dawning. "I felt it too, like I was in your head, and you were in mine." "It must be the bond," I say, fascination coloring my tone. "Tied to the dragon. When I shift again, we'll test it." The shrill ring of her phone cuts through the moment. Clarissa stiffens, fumbles for the device, her movements uncharacteristically clumsy. "Sam?" Her voice wavers, uncertainty flooding through. Then her body goes rigid, as if electricity has coursed through her. "What? When?" Her fingers grip mine with desperate strength. "No, I'm not at home. I'm with Kaisner." I watch the emotions flicker across her face. Guilt, apprehension, determination. Her throat works as she swallows hard. "Sam, listen," she says after a beat, her voice steadier now. "There's something I need to tell you about Kaisner and me. We're mated. He claimed me. And there's more. He shifted into his dragon last night." She falls silent, listening,
Her knuckles whiten where they grip the phone. I know it's a lot to take in, but please, can you break the news to Nick gently? It'll be so much better coming from you. When she finally ends the call, her face is drained of color, leaving her almost translucent in the morning light. Nick's back, she says, the words falling like stones. He just landed at the private airstrip. I tug her near, pressing my lips to her temple, sensing her pulse beneath my touch. Her scent, jasmine and rain and something uniquely her, fills my senses. How do you want us to handle this? She exhales slowly, the air shuddering from her lungs. I think we should give him a day to process. Meet with him tomorrow. Is that okay? Every instinct screams for immediate action, to claim, to mark territory, to establish dominance. But years of hard-won control assert themselves. This is not about me. This is about her, about what she needs. Of course, my love, I murmur against her hair. Whatever you think is best. Sunlight stretches across the room, brightening the silence between us. It feels like the world dares not intrude on what we've become. I guide her inside, our steps slow as we make our way to the bed. Clarissa lies beside me, the light gilding her skin, casting amber tones over the curves I've come to memorize. I don't move. I simply watch her, committing every breath, every rise and fall of her chest to memory. She is still, peaceful, mine. I should get up, prepare for what's coming, but I don't. Not yet. Instead, I shift closer, my fingers brushing the slope of her shoulder. She stirs, murmuring my name in that sleepy, honey-drenched voice that undoes me every time. Kai. Ich bin hier, mein Leben. I whisper, lips trailing against her temple. Always. The morning unfolds slowly. I feed her grapes from a silver tray, her laughter soft as I kiss her ankle, knee, and thigh. Each touch is a prayer, every caress a pledge. We bathe together in the cedarwood scented water, her fragrance mingling with mine as I wash her hair, untangling it with newfound patience. She calls me ridiculous, and I smirk. By midday, we share Drachentstein wine aged in fire-touched oak. She smiles at the first sip, leans in for more, tasting it from my lips. We toast nothing and everything. Her bravery, my survival, the flame between us. Evening finds her barefoot in the solarium, wrapped in one of my robes, her silhouette glowing in twilight. I watch her, a pang in my chest. She is the reason I'm whole, powerful, and terrified, because now I have something to lose. A low thrum hums beneath my skin, the burden of duty and the coming confrontation with Nicholas. Our bond, my shift, it will be seen as a threat. And isn't it, really? Clarissa turns, sensing the restlessness in my silence. Kai, she says, crossing to me. Her hand rests over my heart. Please don't shut me out. I pull her into my arms, burying my face in her neck. I'm trying to hold on to this moment, I murmur. After tonight, everything changes. She looks up at me, eyes steady. Then let's make it count.
And we do. I take her not in haste, but with ceremony. I mark her with my body, my vow. She is mine, my mate, my queen. Later, as she sleeps curled against me, I watch the stars. The pulse of the dragon still burns beneath my skin. Tomorrow I'll face Nicholas Draken, the so-called last dragon shifter, the golden boy, whose claim to supremacy I've just shattered by simply existing. But tonight belongs to us. Hours drift as Clarissa sleeps beside me. I stare at the ornate ceiling, shadows dancing on intricate plasterwork. Her peaceful face undoes me, this woman who not only accepted the beast within me, but embraced it, loved it as part of herself. I won't let her suffer for loving me. The decision crystallizes with brutal clarity. Rising silently from our bed, I dress methodically, selecting a slate gray suit that feels like armor against what's to come. Each button, each fold, each adjustment serves as ritual preparation for battle. When I step into the hallway, Janek materializes from the shadows like a specter, his expression unreadable in the half-light. He stands at parade rest, hands clasped behind his back, awaiting instruction. "Congratulations are due, mein König," he says, his voice pitched low. I pause, momentarily thrown. I've not proposed yet. Then suspicion flickers. Janek, how did you? My enforcer harumphs. I meant your dragon's awakening, he clarifies, though the news of a queen is equally welcome. A soft laugh escapes me, tension briefly broken. More than welcome, I admit, with an unfamiliar warmth spreading through my chest. I owe her everything. You are fortunate indeed, he remarks, but something in his tone shifts, hardening. His posture stiffens imperceptibly. What is it? I ask, instantly alert to the change. His voice clips each word with military precision. The last dragon shifter has returned to Paris. I straighten my jacket, a predatory gleam in my eyes. He can say goodbye to that title, I murmur. I'm on my way to see him. I stop mid-step. Janek? Yes, sir. When Miss Draken wakes, escort her to Draken Manor. I don't ask, I command. I'll wait for you there. He inclines his head. Verstanden, mein König. Before I descend, I glance at the bedroom door, the threshold where everything I never knew I needed sleeps peacefully. I'll face Nicholas alone. She need not witness the clash of dragons that's coming.
Chapter 42. Clarissa. Morning light spills through the curtains, gilding the edges of the room in warm gold. It paints lazy strokes across the duvet, the velvet chaise, the edge of the clawfoot tub in the corner. Everything feels unreal, like I've woken in a dream spun from silk and smoke. And maybe I have. I blink against the glow, slowly coming into awareness. The scent of him clings to the sheets. Amber, spice, something darker that I now know belongs to no cologne. It's his essence. Kaisner, my dragon. A quiet ache pulses low in my hips, a tender reminder of everything we shared last night. I stretch beneath the blankets, languid, sated, and yet already missing the weight of his body next to mine. My hand reaches for the space where he was, finding only residual warmth. I sigh. It was real. All of it. The bond. The shift. The kiss that felt like worship. the flight that tasted like freedom. And now, the quiet after the storm. A knock draws me from the haze, gentle, discreet. "Miss Draken," a soft voice calls from the entrance. I sit up quickly, the sheets falling from my bare shoulders. The door opens a fraction, revealing a familiar face, one of the household staff, a young woman with dark hair, pinned in a neat twist and warm brown eyes. She steps inside, balancing a silver tray with the kind of effortless grace that comes only from years of service. "Good morning, Miss Draken," she says, offering a polite smile. "Mr. Drachentstein requested that you be served breakfast here." "Oh," I manage, caught between surprise and gratitude. "Thank you." She glides toward the bed, sets the tray gently on the low table beside me, and lifts the cover to reveal a spread fit for royalty. Flaky croissants still warm from the oven, fresh strawberries glistening with dew, a small dish of whipped butter infused with honey and thyme. A porcelain cup steams with dark roast coffee touched with vanilla. My stomach tightens, not with hunger, but something else. The realization that I'm not merely a guest here anymore. "Shall I draw a bath, miss?" the maid offers. "That would be lovely," I reply. She nods and leaves. I'm alone again, with countless questions building in my mind, but one rises above the rest. Where is Kai? I reach for the coffee. It warms my palms, and as I take the first sip, the bitterness cuts through the remnants of sleep and nerves. I stare out the window for a moment, watching the breeze toy with the gauzy curtains. Then another knock, this one firmer, familiar in its precision. I don't need to ask who it is. "Miss Draken," comes Janek's voice. Even muffled, it carries his usual clipped composure. He opens the door slightly. "Forgive the intrusion. Mr. Drachenstein has requested that I escort you to Draken Manor. He awaits us there." My pulse quickens. Draken Manor. Nicholas. I swallow hard and set the cup back on the tray. "I'll be ready shortly," I reply. He gives a swift nod through the gap before closing the door. His silence says everything I need to hear. He's giving me space. But the clock is ticking. I slip out of bed, gathering the satin robe draped at the foot. The room is still scented with Kai, cedarwood, spice, and something distinctly his. It lingers on my skin as I cross to the bathroom, where a fresh bath waits, steam curling like whispers into the morning air. I let myself sink into it slowly, the heat loosening every last knot of tension in my body. Beneath the surface, I touch the new truth in me, that I am not the same woman who stepped foot in this manor 2 nights ago. Claimed, chosen, changed. When I emerge, the chill air kisses my damp skin. I wrap myself in a towel and step back into the bedroom, where sunlight now fills the space. On the chaise, an array of clothing has been arranged with deliberate care, 6 ensembles, each more elegant than the last. Blouses of silk and lace, trousers with sharp tailoring, a fitted coat of fine wool, leather gloves, scarves, Kai's hand in every detail. I run my fingers across the options, lingering on a blouse the color of bone, sheer at the sleeves with delicate lace at the cuffs. I pair it with black trousers that hug my waist perfectly, and a charcoal coat I remember him wearing once with dark gloves and a knife at his hip. His world. My world now, too. I knot a burgundy scarf loosely around my neck, his family's color, and smooth my palms down the length of my coat. In the mirror, I catch my reflection. My hair, still damp, curls at the ends. My lips are fuller than usual. My skin glows faintly. But it's the eyes that stop me. There's a quiet stillness in them, the calm before impact. Not fear, resolve. I don't know what awaits me at Draken Manor, but I know who I am when I arrive. Descending the stairs, I find Janek waiting by the door in his usual crisp black. He regards me with a brief, almost imperceptible smile. "Morning, Miss Draken. I trust you slept well." I nod, offering a smirk in return. "I did." He opens the car door for me without another word. I slide into the passenger seat of a sleek black sedan, leather soft beneath my fingertips. Janek settles behind the wheel and we pull away from the manor, slipping into the quiet streets of Paris. It's beautiful, this hour. The sky painted in hues of lilac and silver, the world still holding its breath. After a long silence, Janek speaks, his voice softer than usual. "Miss Draken, if I may, I wish to say that your presence has brought something back to this house, to him. There's a light in his majesty I haven't seen in many years." I turn to him, startled. Janek rarely mentions anything beyond logistics. "That means more than you know," I reply, the words catching in my throat. He nods once, eyes never leaving the road. His hands tighten on the steering wheel. "The night his father was murdered," he continues, "we were ambushed at Schloss Drachenstein, the family's castle in Bavaria. Arrived for what we thought was a routine meeting. 15 men, maybe more, waiting for us." Janek's jaw tightens. "I took a blade to the leg, went down hard, couldn't stand, couldn't crawl. Young Master Drachentstein was 18. He could have run. Everyone was screaming at him to escape. Instead, he picked up a knife and threw himself between me and my executioner. Took the man's throat out with a single cut." He glances at me briefly. Then he grabbed a gun from the ground and shot the remaining 3. An 18-year-old boy chose to stay and bleed with his father's enforcer rather than save his own skin. My breath catches. I try to imagine Kaisner back then, barely older than I am now, walking into that trap and reacting so fiercely. Janek's voice carries absolute conviction as he adds, "That's when I knew I wasn't just serving the Drachenstein heir anymore. I was serving a true king." That's who he's always been, I realize, my chest tightening with sudden understanding. Not the cold king others see, but the boy who would rather die than leave someone behind. The man who still makes that same choice, again and again. The silence stretches between us, broken only by the hum of the engine and the whisper of tires on pavement. A quiet breath escapes me as I gaze out the passenger window, watching the Parisian cityscape blur past in a hush of gray stone and gold morning light. The knowledge that Kaisner went ahead, alone, settles over me like a balm, unexpected and strangely tender. He didn't wait for me to shield him. He went ahead to shield me. Not from my brother's anger. Kaisner isn't afraid of that. But from the strain of divided loyalties, from the first explosive impact of Nick's disapproval, from the sting of old wounds being torn open in my presence. He's granting me time, space, grace. Whatever else today brings, I'll remember this. That on this day, Kaisner Drachentstein, the man feared across Europe, chose diplomacy over dominance, for me, for us. We turn onto a familiar avenue lined with towering trees, their branches forming a canopy overhead. The sight elicits a sense of nostalgia, memories of my childhood at Draken Manor flooding back. Suddenly, tires screech nearby. Janek hits the brakes. A black SUV swerves in front of us, blocking our path. He curses under his breath. "Stay here," he commands, then exits the vehicle. I stare through the windshield as Janek approaches the SUV, shoulders squared, his gait taut with restrained aggression. Before I can make sense of it, the vehicle's doors explode open, metal groaning, boots hitting pavement. A swarm of black-clad men spills out in coordinated formation, tactical gear gleaming under the morning light. They fan out like predators, cutting off Janek's escape in a matter of seconds. Terror grips me. I lunge for my phone, fingers scrabbling across the screen, but they won't obey, shaking too violently to type the passcode. A shout yanks my gaze upward just in time to see one of the men drive his fist into Janek's jaw. He staggers, then drops like a felled tree. "No!" I scream, throwing open my door. Before I can react, two men surge toward me like wolves breaking from the pack. I lash out, my heel slamming into one of their knees. He snarls, staggering with a grunt, but doesn't go down. The second lunges in, grabbing my arm and wrenching it behind my back. Pain sparks up my shoulder. "Let me go!" I cry, twisting violently in his grip, heart pounding like war drums in my chest. "Easy, Miss Draken," one of them says with a sneer. "We wouldn't want to damage the merchandise." Rage flares through me. I whip my head around and sink my teeth into his hand, hard. Blood floods my mouth, metallic and warm. He howls and recoils, and in that heartbeat, I tear free. I bolt, but I don't make it 2 steps. A third man slides into my path like he's been waiting. He doesn't speak, just lifts a cloth, already soaked with something acrid. "Sweet dreams. Beautiful," he murmurs, closing the distance in a single fluid motion. His arm snakes around my waist, yanking me tight against his chest as he presses the cloth to my face. I buck and thrash in his hold, clawing at his forearm, kicking wildly, but it's like fighting quicksand. No. No, no, no. My muscles betray me. Everything slows. The pavement rushes up as my knees buckle, the world tilting like a sinking ship. Janek's body comes into view, crumpled, unmoving. Too still. The man holding me whispers something else, but his voice distorts, swallowed by the roaring hush that fills my ears. Then everything disappears into darkness, and I am gone.
Chapter 43. Kaisner. Morning mist clings to the cobblestones like breath from the underworld, curling around my boots as I ascend the drive toward Draken Manor. Paris is only beginning to stir behind me, the city unaware of the storm gathering at its heart. Above, the sky is a wash of pewter, neither night nor day, just the hush before something breaks. Draken Manor rises ahead as a mausoleum of power, stoic, ancestral, and unwelcome. I slow as I reach the massive doors, my hand hovering over the dragon-shaped knocker. The cold brass bites into my palm when I finally rap against it, a deliberate echo sounding through the house like a warning shot. My breath fogs faintly in the frosty air, but I barely feel it. I think only of her. Clarissa. Safe, warm, still asleep if the gods are kind. If awake, she already knows I've come here. She knows why. After what feels like an eternity, the door creaks open, revealing a stern-faced butler. His gaze widens slightly as he recognizes me, but he quickly schools his features into a mask of polite indifference. "Mr. Drachentstein," he says, his voice clipped and formal. "I'm afraid Mr. Draken is not expecting any visitors, sir. You'll need to make an appointment." I resist the urge to roll my eyes. Bureaucracy, even in a place like this. "I'm not the type to make appointments," I murmur, brushing past him and into the grand foyer.
The butler sputters indignantly behind me, but I pay him no mind. My senses are on high alert, scanning for any sign of Nicholas. A low hum of voices draws my attention to a door at the far end of the hall. Without hesitation, I stride toward it, my footsteps echoing in the cavernous space. As I approach, the sounds become clearer. Nicholas's deep timbre, tinged with frustration, and the Ursa princess's softer tone, attempting to soothe him. My hand closes around the doorknob, and for a split second, I consider turning back. But the image of Clarissa, vulnerable and alone, steals my nerves. I twist the handle and push the door open. The study radiates the grandeur and elegance of old-world opulence. Rich mahogany bookshelves line the walls, filled with ancient tomes and priceless artifacts. A massive desk dominates the center of the room, behind which stands Nicholas Draken, his posture rigid with tension. His mate Samara is perched on the edge of a nearby armchair, her expression a clash of concern and surprise as she sees me enter. For a moment, silence reigns. Then, Nicholas's gaze stumbles upon me in the doorway. Recognition ignites like a spark to gunpowder. "Where is she, you power-hungry bastard?" Nicholas roars, eyes flashing with barely contained fury. He jabs an accusing finger at me. "You crossed a line, Drachentstein. There's no going back from this." A confident smirk pulls at my lips. Bold words for someone who just lost his crown. He storms around the desk, fists clenched at his sides, ready to strike. "You brand her and now you want to play king? I'll see you dead first, Kaisner." I stand my ground, my voice cutting with silk-wrapped steel. "Say my name again, Draken, and I'll give you a reason to fear it." "Both of you, please!" Samara jumps to her feet, positioning herself between us. Her gaze darts between Nicholas and me, pleading for calm. This is not the way. I breathe deeply, forcing my tone to remain controlled. "Listen to your mate. Let's do this the civilized way, for Clarissa's sake." But my words only fuel Nicholas further. His face contorts with rage, a vein pulsing at his temple. "If you truly cared about her, you'd walk away now. Leave her the hell out of your twisted games." His fist slams down on the desk, crystal rattling in its tray. His remarks slice through my pride, anger flaring in my chest. "You mistake my restraint for weakness, Nicholas," I say, my tone cold. "The only reason you're still breathing is because she loves you." I want to lash out, but for once in my life, I swallow the fury. This isn't about my ego. It's about Clarissa. "She should be home, where she's safe," Nicholas murmurs. "Your sister is safe," I bite back. My voice turns to ice, but only just. "Safer than she ever was under your watch." That hits its mark. Nicholas reels back as if I've physically struck him. "Excuse me?" He scoffs, but there's a tremor in it. Disbelief already giving way to outrage. "You heard me." The leash on my temper snaps. "You were too busy chasing glory, vanishing from Paris without so much as a backward glance while Clarissa stayed behind, exposed, unguarded." I step closer, voice rising. "She faced threats you never saw coming, and you weren't there. I was." His face drains of color, then flushes with heat. "What kind of threats? Predators like you?" he growls, venom lacing his words. I bare my teeth in a dangerous grin. Every alpha in this city, sniffing at her heels, while her fearless brother played hero abroad. My claws threaten to breach the skin of my fingers, and I fight to keep the dragon contained. You want to talk about danger? Try walking in late with a target on your back and no backup. That was her reality. You think that crown you chase makes you a king? You're not even a shield. Nicholas sneers, but the tremor in his jaw betrays him. You expect me to thank you? For crawling into her life like a parasite and feeding on her weakness? I don't flinch. I've heard worse from men who now lie in unmarked graves. She's not weak, I say dangerously. But you are if you believe love makes someone fragile. She doesn't love you, he spits. She doesn't even know who you are. I meet his glare, unblinking, and close the distance between us until our breaths mingle. She knows exactly who I am, and she chose me. That's what keeps you up at night, isn't it, Draken? That she saw everything I am, and still opened the door. He bristles, hands clutching the desk's edge. You manipulated her, he accuses, eyes filled with fury. You've used her. I've bled for her. My roar shakes the air. I've gone to war in her name, risked everything for her safety. I'd set the world on fire if it meant keeping her warm. Can you say the same? A muscle twitches along his jaw. You don't get to talk about sacrifice. Don't I? I tilt my head, my cruel smile returning. Tell me, Nicholas, where were you when she woke up screaming? Who held her when the cruelty of our world came crashing in? I lean in, venom lacing my voice. Not you. Enough, Samara gasps, her hand gently brushing Nicholas's arm, trying to keep the beast at bay, but it's too late. You're poison, Nicholas hisses. Everything you touch turns to ash. A fine shimmer of golden scales flashes at his jawline before vanishing. I warned her, I say, the words soft now, lethal. I told her I would ruin her. She looked me in the eye and asked me to do it anyway. With a fierce growl, Nicholas lunges at me, but Samara steps in, arms stretched wide. Don't. I don't flinch. Let him see the monster he's always feared I'd become. Because I am. But I'm also the one Clarissa chose. The tension hangs in the air like smoke from a smoldering battlefield. Thick, bitter, and undeniable. Nicholas doesn't reply. His jaw ticks. His glare is a loaded gun with no safe. But he doesn't pull the trigger. He's smarter than that. I lower my voice, rough and steady. You don't have to like it. You just have to accept it. Before he can fire back, my phone rings, sharp and insistent. I ignore it, eyes locked on him. Samara's stare flicks between us, one a storm, the other a wildfire, and settles. In the uneasy middle, let's keep this civil, remember, for Clarissa? Her voice comes tight. Where is Clarissa anyway? I exhale slowly. She's safe. That wasn't the question, Nicholas growls from behind her. She's at my estate, I say evenly. Under guard, no one touches her unless they go through me first. She shouldn't have to be guarded, he snaps. I look him in the eye hard. Whatever you think of me, Nicholas, understand this. Clarissa made her choice. You can hate me all you want, but you will respect her. Silence stretches between us like a drawn blade. humming with the promise of blood. Nicholas watches me, still simmering. Samara says nothing, but her demeanor is calculating, wary. Then with a controlled breath, I pull back. I straighten to my full height, spine taut with resolve. "She's not a pawn," I say, my voice low and firm. "She's the queen. And I'm the only one playing this game who knows how to keep her from falling." The words hang in the air, thick with truth and conviction. Before I can speak again, my phone vibrates, cutting through the silence. Persistent, urgent. I pull it from my pocket, irritation burning until I see the name on the screen. Yannick. My chest tightens. He never calls twice unless it's blood. I answer. "What is it?" There's a beat of static. Then Yannick's voice filters through, grave and clipped. "Mein König, it's Miss Draken." A breath. "She's been taken." Everything inside me comes to a screeching halt. My heart, my thoughts, the air in my lungs. "What the hell happened?" I manage. "Ambush on the highway," he replies, voice sharp and efficient. Black SUV, tactical gear, military precision. It was clean, fast, but one of them, he exhales. One of them had a tattoo. A tiger. I'd know it anywhere. The name drops into my mind like a guillotine. Mahindra. I don't say it aloud. I breathe it. A curse. A vow. "Confirmed," Janik growls. "It was them." A frigid calm seeps into my bones, replacing the burning anger with something far more lethal. My dragon stills inside me, no longer raging, waiting. Nicholas sees the change in my expression. He steps forward, his gaze sharp. "What is it?" he demands. I lower the phone, my hand still clutching it. My voice is ice. "She's been taken by the Mahindra clan." Samara gasps. Nicholas goes rigid, his face draining of color before rage surges in to replace it. His fists curl, his nostrils flare. "What the hell do they want with her?" he growls. "They want me," I say darkly. "She's leverage, a message." My jaw clenches. And a mistake. Nicholas looks ready to shatter something, fury barely restrained. "You should have brought her straight here. And you should never have left her alone in the first place." I snap, my words biting. "But here we are." Nicholas bristles, but he stays silent, knowing I'm right. Samara steps forward, her voice tight with anxiety. "Do you know where they're holding her?" My response is immediate. I absolutely do. The silence that follows trembles, suspended on the brink of war. And I'm already walking into it. I turn to them slowly. "The Mahindras will pay dearly for their sin," I growl, my voice a low tremor that rattles the air. Fire licks my spine. My wings itch to burst free. My dragon is no longer patient. It wants blood. "Don't you dare meddle in this family's affairs," Nicholas roars. "You have no right." "I have every fucking right," I explode, the last thread of restraint snapping like bone. "Clarissa is my mate." My fists clench,
claws threatening to tear through my skin as my dragon surges forward. Obsidian scales prickling beneath the surface of my arms, my neck. Rage coils hot in my chest and I can barely keep it contained. His features harden. "You fucking monster," he snarls. "Call me monster if you want." I inch closer, voice dropping to a growl. She calls me hers. Nicholas curls his fists tight, knuckles whitening. "This is your fault," he lashes out. "The Mahindras are your enemies. You brought this on her." His words cut deep, carving truth from bone. Guilt rises like poison in my throat, but I swallow it down. Self-recrimination won't bring her back. Rage will. "Will you please stop this?" Samara's voice cracks like a whip between us, sharp enough to draw blood. She doesn't care whose fault it is. She just needs both of you to stop posturing and go save her. Her words snap us both to attention. She's right. Our squabbles mean nothing in the face of Clarissa's danger. Nicholas looks away first, jaw clenched, hand dragging down his face. "We can't just storm into their territory," he says. "There are rules, protocols." "To hell with politics," I mutter, moving toward the door. Every second we waste talking is another second she spends in their hands. Samara turns to face us both, shoulders squared. "I see 2 dragons standing in this room. That's more than enough fire to melt through a fucking clan." Her words stop me. I turn to Nicholas, and to my surprise, he's looking at me the same way. Not as an enemy, not as a rival, but as a weapon he needs. "She's right," I say, voice steady. "I'm going in." Nicholas's lips curl into a humorless smirk. "On your own? Not a chance." I study him for a moment. That jaw of his is set like stone. And for the first time, I don't hate him for it. We won't be friends. We won't trust each other. But for Clarissa, we'll raise hell. Without another word, we move. 2 dragons, 1 bond, 1 enemy. And the world has no idea what's about to be unleashed. Chapter 44. Kaisner. "Hold on, Clarissa," I think, clenching my fists in my lap as the dark blur of trees rushes past the windows. "Just hold on a little longer. I'm coming for you." I don't know if she can hear me, not in this form, but the bond still hums, faint, erratic, like a heartbeat beneath ice. And I pour everything I have into it. Rage, love, my promise. She will feel it. She has to. The silence inside Nicholas's SUV is unbearable. The leather seats groan beneath us, the tires humming over black asphalt as we speed through the countryside outside Paris. The scenery is a blur of moonlit forest and distant fog, but all I see is red. All I feel is her absence. Clarissa. Every breath I take is laced with the ache of it, the need to get to her, to burn through all obstacles between us. Nicholas hasn't spoken since we left Draken Manor. He's gripping the wheel so tightly the leather creaks, his jaw clenched like iron. We're not allies, not friends, but the storm in his eyes matches mine, and for now, that's enough. I don't care that we travel in silence. I don't need his words. All I need is a target. All I need is her. The compound comes into view like a wound in the forest.
Hidden deep within the Forêt Domaniale de Rambouillet, the Mahindra base sprawls out beneath the trees, camouflaged with glamours and illusion, encircled in layers of magical wards and reinforced steel. From above, it's nothing more than shadows and brush. From the ground, it's a fortress. Nicholas kills the headlights as we roll to a stop in the shade of old pines. The air is crisp, quiet, but wrong. It smells like old metal, burned incense, dried blood. I open the door, stepping out into the night, and every muscle in my body coils with anticipation. The dragon beneath my skin is already stirring, hungry and poised. He can smell her, the fear, the blood, the chains. I draw a deep breath, steadying myself against the tremor of fury. The trees whisper around us. Magic pulses faintly through the underbrush. Nicholas shuts his door softly and circles around the SUV, his voice low and razor-edged. Remember what matters. We get in, we get Clarissa, and we get out. My gaze flicks to him. His face is hard, expression unreadable, but his eyes betray him, gleaming gold. He's on the edge. Understood. I growl. Nothing else matters. But we both know that's a lie. Because if they've hurt her, if she bears even one mark from them, I won't leave anything standing. We move through the trees like shadows, fast and silent. Every branch we pass hums with latent magic. Wards, sloppily disguised, hastily triggered. They knew someone might come, but they never prepared for us. Not for two dragons. Nicholas raises a hand, signaling a stop. I freeze, crouched beneath a thicket of brambles, the static buzz of protective spells prickling over my skin like needles. Ahead, a tall iron gate glimmers with spellwork, veins of light pulsing up and down its frame. Behind it, the compound stretches inward like a beast's maw. We need to hit them fast and hard, Nicholas mutters. Their wards are tuned for stealth threats, not shifters. If we breach with force, it'll confuse them long enough to break through. He turns to look at me. On my count, we shift, straight through the front. Let panic be our cover. I nod, my muscles already tensing in anticipation. As much as it galls me to follow his lead, I know this isn't the time for power struggles. We need to work together if we're going to save Clarissa. Nick starts the count, 3 fingers raised. 3, 2, 1. I let the change rise like a tide. Strength surges through my limbs, searing, electric, ancient. My spine arches as bones stretch and reforge, scales racing across my skin in black ribbons of obsidian and ember. My hands become talons. Wings explode from my back, massive and midnight-hued. Fire rises in my throat, caged and ready. Nicholas shifts beside me, golden and radiant, his form larger than mine but barely contained. Heat rolling off him in waves, his eyes glow like twin suns. Together we erupt through the trees, claws tearing through undergrowth and ward lines alike. Alarm spells burst in showers of sparks as we tear through the compound's perimeter. The wards scream, but we bellow louder. The gates break in half beneath the might of our maws. Our combined roar shakes the forest. Mahindra guards spill from buildings, wide-eyed and shouting, casting frantic incantations that bounce harmlessly off our scales. One of them raises a gleaming hand. Nicholas incinerates him with a single breath. Another tries to run. I snap my jaws and crush the earth at his heels, sending him sprawling. Steel towers rise ahead. Tunnels snake beneath them. Clarissa's scent burns in my nostrils, faint but unbroken. She's alive. I tilt my wings and launch skyward, leaving Nicholas to wreck their perimeter. He charges toward a weapons depot with a roar, gold fire trailing from his maw. The compound erupts in chaos. Sirens wail. Stone cracks. Screams rise like a chorus. A reign of chaos. There's no subtlety here, no mercy. Only war. And she's the reason. She's worth it. I'm coming, Clarissa.
Chapter 45. Clarissa. Pain rips me from the darkness. It starts as a slow pulse, a throb deep in my head, expanding outward in waves of nausea. It sinks into every bone, every muscle, and every breath, an angry heartbeat thrumming through my limbs. My skin feels too tight, my mouth dry as dust. Where am I? What happened? Memory floods back in razor-sharp fragments. The ambush. Janek's blood on pavement. The chemical-sweet cloth pressed to my face. But also, the tactical gear, the coordinated movements, the tiger tattoo I glimpsed on one attacker's wrist before the world went dark. Mahindra clan. This isn't random. It's calculated. They want something from Kaisner, and I'm the leverage. Which means I'm valuable. Alive. Through barely cracked eyelids, I catalog my surroundings. 3 walls of stone, rough and ancient. One side barred with iron rods thick as my wrist, rusted with age. I'm in a cell. A literal cell. The air reeks of damp mold, burnt wood, and something sharper. The unmistakable stench of scorched magic. No window. No light but the dim, fading glow of a rune-inscribed sconce flickering weakly outside the bars. Its enchantment pulses faintly, sputtering out like a dying breath. My eyelids flutter closed, and I slip into oblivion again. A deafening explosion tears through the silence, dragging me back into awareness. The sound slashes through the space like a violent storm cracking apart the sky. The ground shakes, a ruthless rumble. My eyes snap open, but I immediately regret it. Dust and smoke fill the air, choking me as I cough violently, my throat raw. The world spins, and I fight to stay conscious. The ceiling groans above me, and my spine presses painfully against a cold, unyielding surface. Stone, jagged and unforgiving. I blink rapidly, struggling to focus through the haze, fighting the dizziness. Another tremor shakes the floor, more violent this time. The walls groan under the strain, and dust sifts down from the ceiling, coating my skin. My heart hammers as screams echo in the distance, sharp, desperate. The scent of burning metal, of smoldering steel seeps into the chamber, filling my nostrils. They're under attack. Panic grips me. I try to sit up, but my limbs feel like they've been weighed down with stone. My stomach lurches, the drug still clouding my thoughts. I claw at the wall beside me, fingers slipping on the damp rock, pulling myself up inch by inch. You have to move. Get up. You can't stay here. With a grunt, I manage to get to my knees, gasping for breath. My body fights against me, but I push through, fighting the fog still lingering in my mind. My pulse races now, not just with fear, but with something sharper. A deeper urgency. Survival. I can't stay in this cell. I need to know what's happening. I need to escape. Another tremor rocks the floor, but this one is different. It's not an explosion. It's lower, deeper, like the world itself is shifting beneath me. a vibration that rattles my chest, my bones. And then I hear it. A roar. Not human. Not even close. It shakes the air around me, primal and unrestrained, a thunderous force of fury and power. The sound rips through the stillness, filling the room with ancient terror. My heart skips a beat, my breath catching in my throat, because I recognize it. I know it in my soul. Kai? The name slips from my lips, barely a whisper. Could it be him? Has he come for me? The thought strikes me like lightning, sharp, bright, painful, and it sends a jolt of hope through my chest, fierce and terrifying.
Chapter 46. Kaisner. Chaos erupts as Nicholas and I tear through the defenses, magic and gunfire alike ricocheting off our scales. My eyes scan the buildings, frantic, searching for any sign of Clarissa. Then, as though answering an unspoken prayer, I hear her voice in my mind. Kai? Is that you? Relief floods me. So overwhelming it's almost painful. I'm here, baby girl, I project, hoping she can grasp the depth of my love, my determination. Nicolas is with me. We're getting you out. Through our bond, I sense her location. A windowless room at the heart of the compound. With a roar, I change direction, plowing through walls and guards in my desperation to reach her. Nicholas provides cover, his bursts of flame keeping the bulk of the Mahindra forces at bay. But I can't focus on anything but her. Smoke billows in the distance, sharp, acrid, tinged with the scent of burning metal and something more sinister. Scorched magic. I can smell blood beneath it. I can hear the crackle of wards being shattered under brute force. The Mahindra compound looms ahead like a festering wound in the middle of the forest, hidden beneath layers of illusion and glamour. But those spells are useless now. I slice through the sky with my wings stretched wide, each beat sending shock waves that ripple down through the trees. Below, Mahindra's guards scatter as roaches, their magic useless against the fury I bring. They weren't expecting a dragon. Certainly not two. Nicholas flies ahead, his golden scales gleaming. He dives with deadly precision, strafing the perimeter in calculated bursts of fire, targeting weapon caches, guard towers, anything that could slow us down. This was supposed to be a strike and rescue, distraction, not destruction. But then I see it, how his fire lingers, how he doubles back to obliterate a watchtower that was already crumbling. Power surges from him, relentless, uncontrollable, growing hotter by the minute. Nick's not just destroying, he's incinerating. He's off plan. I snarl low in my throat. He lands with a roar and launches himself through the eastern wall of the compound, tearing through an entire barracks with the force of his impact. Stone, steel, bodies, all of it erupts into a blaze of fire. His dragon is free, unbound. So, this is it. The Draken curse, the whispered flaw that could lead to his fall. I can't worry about that now. Clarissa's heartbeat pulses through our bond, weak but steady. Still here, still alive, and close. I zero in, cutting through the smoke like a blade. The compound is a maze of hidden rooms and corridors, but I've studied the plans. I know exactly where they'd keep her. I find the building, the last one still standing. With a snarl, I beat my wings and dive. The roof rips apart beneath my talons. Reinforced beams snap like twigs under the force of my attack.
Rubble and dust rain down into the room below, and through it all, I see her, Clarissa, disheveled, pale, eyes wide in shock, but alive. Her arms lift weakly, reaching for me through the falling ash. Kai. Her voice spears straight through me, raw, hoarse. My name on her lips is a prayer and a lifeline. I land in the debris and shift instantly, my dragon form folding into my human shape in a burst of searing heat. Flesh replaces scales, but my obsidian wings remain, sheltering her from the world as I fall to my knees beside her. She's crumpled in the corner, bruises blooming along her jaw, hair tangled. I pull her into my arms, holding her close. She's warm, real, breathing. The feel of her against my chest nearly brings me to tears. "I've got you," I whisper, my voice breaking. "You're safe now. I'm taking you home." Looking at her, limp but alive, I understand the truth that remade me. I was born in darkness, raised in shadow, forged in fire, but she taught me how to fly. I kiss her forehead, her hair, her temple, over and over, desperately soaking in the essence of her. The bond thrums between us, faint but unbroken. Outside, the compound quakes again. An explosion echoes nearby. Nicholas roars in the distance, shaking the earth. I sense the heat of his rampage, climbing like a fever. We're not out of danger yet. We need to move. I cradle her face, gently, forcing her to meet my eyes. "Clarissa, do you trust me?" She nods, without hesitation, her voice rough but clear. "Always." With that, I shift again, careful to keep her close, holding her against me as I take flight. We burst from the building, Clarissa secure in my grasp. She curls against me instinctively, her heartbeat steady against my chest. Nicholas soars ahead, a golden inferno against the dark sky that turns the tree line into molten ruin. His wings slice through the smoke, fire spilling from his jaws in blinding arcs. He's not targeting strategic positions anymore. He's cleansing the entire forest of Mahindra taint. Below, the compound is nothing but a charred ruin. I grit my teeth, flaring my wings as we rise higher. "Enough!" I snap, projecting my thoughts to Nicholas. "They're gone! Pull back!" But he doesn't answer. Or won't. His dragon is in full berserker mode now, leaving a path of devastation in its wake. Charred earth, shattered towers, smoke coiling skyward in morning spirals. The gold in his scales still glows with anger. I let out a sharp cry, a burst of draconic sound only he can hear. Nicholas finally notices. He jerks in midair, wheeling to my side, eyes burning with residual fury. "Enough," I growl again, my voice a thunderclap in the wind as I lock eyes with Nicholas across the rising thermal. She's safe. It's done. For a breathless instant, his wings falter mid-beat. Then, slowly, reluctantly, he begins to ascend beside me, his fire dimming, though not extinguished. He's not ready to stand down. Not fully. And neither am I when I see him. Victor Mahindra. Amid the smoldering wreckage of his stronghold, he stands, blood streaking his temple, flanked by 2 wounded men. They're cloaked in enchantments, flickering like torn veils in the smoke. His stance is defiant. He's daring us to finish what we started. My dragon stirs inside me, wings snapping wider. Fire builds in my chest. A vow. One blast, it whispers. One well-placed strike, and we could end him. End this. Burn the rot from its root. But then I feel her. Clarissa stirs faintly in my hold, her fingers curling against my scales like a whisper. Her heartbeat flutters, unsteady but strong. I look back at Victor, his defiant silhouette standing among ash and ruin, taunting me. Not today, I tell the beast inside. He's not worth risking her. With a growl, I wrench my gaze from him, fire still thrumming in my chest. Later, I promise. Later, when she's safe and whole, I will come back. I will finish this. Nicholas catches the direction of my stare. His fury flares anew, and for a moment I think he'll turn and descend to deliver the killing blow I'm resisting. But I snap my wings wide in warning and bare my fangs. No! His jaw flexes, but he doesn't argue. He knows the risk. She comes first. Together, we rise. The canopy shrinks beneath us, nothing but fractured treetops and smoking ruin. The compound is gone, just a scar on the forest floor. The wind bites cold at this altitude, but I feel only the warmth of her pressed to my chest. Clarissa stirs again, her cheek brushing the curve of my scales. Her voice doesn't form words, but I hear her spirit reaching out to me through the bond, even if dim, even broken, she's with me. And that's what matters. What remains now is awe. Sharp-edged and humbling, we came for rescue. Nicholas brought retribution. But I chose restraint. I chose her. We burst above the clouds, veiled by mist and sky and enchantment. I cloak us with old magic, stealth and silence woven into the air. Below us, the world still burns, but we rise, untouched. Clarissa is safe. She's in my arms, where she belongs. And though Victor Mahindra may walk away today, he will not forget the day 2 dragons blackened his sanctuary and stole back what was never his to take. I swear it. On Fang, on Flame, on the bond I share with her, I will never let her go again. Not while I breathe. Not while I burn.
Chapter 47. Clarissa. Reality has sharp edges that cut when you've been living in a dream of scales and flame. The world feels distant, as if I'm drifting between realms. The last thing I remember is chaos, the searing heat, the deafening roars, the sensation of being lifted into the sky. Now I return slowly to myself, bringing with it the dull ache of my body and the weight of memories pressing down. I'm aware of softness beneath me, the familiar scent of cedar wood, and something uniquely him. The realization hits me like a wave. I'm home. Drachentstein Manor. Safe. A gentle pressure encircles my hand, grounding me. The fog in my mind begins to clear, like mist burning off in the morning sun. I summon what little strength I have and blink, eyes fluttering open against the muted glow of lamplight. At first, everything is a blur. The flickering shadows dancing across high ceilings, the familiar drape of curtains pulled low. And then, him. Kaisner. He sits beside the bed, head bowed. One hand wrapped around mine as if it's the only thing keeping him tethered. His other hand rests on his knee, tapping rhythmically. A barely contained storm beneath his stillness. Something about him looks different. His black dress shirt is neatly pressed, collar open to reveal the line of his throat. The sleeves are fitted, cuffed neatly at his wrists, revealing the powerful lines of his forearms, a hint of the tattoos that cover his arms. His charcoal trousers are tailored to perfection, the fabric smooth and untouched by the chaos of battle, as if he changed just to sit by my side, as if this moment mattered more than anything that came before. His hair is combed back, every strand controlled. His jaw is dusted with a deliberate, neatly trimmed stubble that only sharpens the contrast of his features. A shallow cut curls along his cheekbone, half-healed. But even that doesn't take away from his beauty. The gold in his eyes catches the lamplight when he lifts his gaze, and the sheer reverence in his demeanor almost knocks the breath from me. He looks at me then, really looks, and his expression shifts. His shoulders drop. His hand tightens around mine. And for a heartbeat, he seems as though he might shatter, not from fear, but from the relief of seeing me awake. "Clarissa," he breathes, his voice thick, wrecked. My name on his lips is a prayer, one he's whispered 1,000 times. Then, I see it. This isn't the man who carried me out of fire and ruin. This is the man who would have burned the world if he hadn't found me alive. And right now, he's trying to believe I'm real. "Hey," I whisper, voice ragged. He leans over me instantly, brushing a stray lock of hair from my face. The intensity in his stare is overwhelming, a storm barely held in check. "You're awake?" he breathes, as if it's a miracle. I attempt a weak smile. "Thanks to you." I shift under the sheets, muscles protesting. "What happened? After we flew away?" Kaisner's jaw tightens, his gaze darkening. "We brought you home. The compound. It's gone. Mostly destroyed in the fire." His words drop heavy in my chest. A small, pained gasp leaves my lips. "Nick?" "Alive, pissed, bloodied." Kaisner leans back just enough to read my reaction. He tore through the building like a wildfire. The plan was distraction. He chose annihilation. "I felt it," I murmur, my voice trembling. The ground shook like the world was ending. "It nearly was," Kaisner replies, his jaw tight. "That wasn't a battle tactic. It was a dragon untethered. Your brother didn't just attack the compound. He obliterated it. Every building, every escape route, every living thing within a mile radius." The words hit me like ice water. Suddenly, fragments click into place with sickening clarity. Samara's careful positioning between Nick and others at gatherings, the way she'd touch his arm when his eyes began to glow. Those faint bruises I'd glimpsed on her wrists that she'd explained away as mere accidents. "The Draken curse," I breathe. The pieces finally forming a picture I've been too blind to see. It's not just a legend. Kaisner's expression darkens. It's real, and it's getting worse. The more powerful the dragon, the stronger its hold. His fingers tighten around mine. Samara's been fighting to keep him anchored, but she can't do it forever. My stomach drops as I remember Nick's sudden rages, the way he'd disappear for hours after arguments. And Samara, brave, fierce Samara, standing guard over a secret that could destroy everything she loves. She's been protecting us all, I whisper, horror and admiration warring in my chest. Protecting him from what he might become. The last Drachenshifter, Kaisner says grimly. Heir to all that power and all that madness. What we witnessed today, that was just a taste of what's brewing inside him. I close my eyes, finally understanding the true weight of the crown my brother wears, and the woman who refuses to let him bear it alone. A tense silence fills the room, and I ask the question that's been clawing at my chest. And us? My voice is fragile, raw. Did you tell him? He doesn't flinch. He knows. And? He's furious. Kaisner's thumb brushes over mine, but also shaken. What we did to save you cracked something open. He may not like me, but he's listening now. I study his face, tracing the tension in his jaw, the weariness in his eyes. Maybe it's not about him liking you, I murmur. Maybe it's enough that he sees what you are to me. A shadow crosses his features, and he shakes his head. I almost lost you. His voice cracks, the anguish unmistakable. I should have been there sooner. I squeeze his hand, summoning every ounce of strength I have. But you were there. You saved me. He leans down, pressing a tender kiss to my forehead, lingering as if to reassure himself that I'm real. The warmth of his lips sends a shiver down my spine. We sit in silence for a moment, countless unspoken words hanging between us. His eyes betray the turmoil raging within him, and I reach up, cupping his cheek with a trembling hand. Kai, I murmur, drawing his gaze back to mine. I'm here. We're together. That's all that matters. He closes his eyes, leaning into my touch, his breath warm against my palm. I can't imagine a world without you, he whispers. The thought of losing you terrifies me. My vision blurs with forthcoming tears. You won't lose me, I vow. I'm yours, Kai. Always. He looks at me with a flash of determination, then shifts abruptly, like he's wrestling with an intention. Concern tightens my brow. There's something I need to do, he says, his voice steady but intense. He meets my gaze with a quiet resolve. Can you stand? His tone is unsure, but before I can respond, he mutters, Hell, you don't have to. Then he rises. In one smooth motion, Kaisner drops to one knee next to the bed. The sight of him, this powerful, scarred man, who tore the sky open to bring me home, kneeling beside me steals my breath away. He slips off one of his rings, a heavy band of blackened gold etched with dragon wings and flames. He doesn't speak grand words. His eyes tell me everything. Raw, wild, deep. And then he speaks, not as a question, but as a vow. I should have waited. For moonlight, for peace. For a moment not soaked in blood and smoke. His voice breaks as he continues. But I can't wait another second, Clarissa. Not after what we've been through. Not after almost losing you. My heart stutters. My fingers tremble. He lifts the ring slightly, like it's not just metal, but a sacred promise. This isn't the one you'll keep. You'll choose yours. But I need you to know what I want. What I've always wanted. His voice softens, trembling with fire and urgency. You. He leans forward, gaze searing. Marry me. My breath catches in my throat. I want to wake up with you every morning. Fight for you. burn for you, live and die for you, be yours in name, in blood, in bond. His hand remains steady, though the significance of the moment seems almost too much to bear. I cannot offer you peace, he says softly. I'm offering you a kingdom made of fire and devotion. I'm offering you me. Tears prick my eyes. My chest tightens with emotion I can barely contain. Slowly, painfully, I sit up and reach for him, my fingers weaving into his hair as I draw him near, until our brows touch. Kneeling before me is not just the man I love. It's the echo of every cautionary tale, every whispered warning. The dangerous villain rises in my memory, Juliet's voice haunting. A dragon king, a man whose touch brought only ash and ruin. I know what he might become. I've seen his salvation and damnation written in starfire and shadow, and I choose him anyway. Kaisner Drachentstein. I sigh, my voice shaking. There's no other future I want. Yes, I'll marry you. His eyes close, jaw tightening as my words cut through him. He slips the ring onto my finger, his ring, and pulls me gently into his arms. He kisses me then. And gods, it hurts. In the best way. It's not soft, it's not gentle. It's teeth and tongue and grief and gratitude all twisted together. I clutch at his shoulders, fingers trembling as I pull him closer. Bound by fire, united in love, we have chosen our destiny. Chapter 48. Clarissa. Devereux Manor's grand hall stretches before me, opulent and timeless, embodying centuries of influence and unspoken power. Gilded mirrors glint in the golden spill of chandelier light. The marble underfoot is immaculate, too pristine for the kind of conversations that might unfold tonight. The air smells of old books, polished cedarwood, and faint perfume. Expensive, elusive, and hauntingly familiar. My hand rests on the cool brass of the door handle, reluctant to push forward. My heartbeat thrums like a war drum in my chest, betraying nerves I'd hoped to conceal. Though weeks have passed since the Mahindra compound, the shadows of that place still cling to the edges of my thoughts, smoke that refuses to lift. Kaisner stands at my side, his presence a silent comfort, his warmth radiating through the thin fabric of my dress, where his hand rests against my lower back. He leans in, his voice brushing the curve of my ear like velvet. Are you sure you're up for this, baby? I glance at him. He's crouched slightly to catch my gaze, his hands gentle as they settle on my shoulders, steady and strong, always steady when I'm unraveling. I force a smile. I'm fine. I hope I sound more confident than I feel. It's been 2 weeks. You need to stop coddling me, Kai. His eyes flicker as he searches my expression for cracks. I see the storm behind his calm, the tug of instinct urging him to shield me, tempered by respect for the woman who's choosing to stand on her own. Finally, he nods and presses a kiss to my forehead. All right, he murmurs. But if it gets to be too much, say the word. We walk. Screw politics and alliances. That brings out a real smile from me. My hero, I whisper, brushing his jaw with my thumb. Before he can answer, the sharp click of heels draws our attention. Cassandra glides across the marble, regal and composed. Her dark hair flows over her shoulders, stormy gaze bright with thoughtful scrutiny. Clarissa. She embraces me softly. I'm so glad you're here. She turns to Kaisner with a knowing smile. Kaisner, darling, congratulations on your engagement. Heat rises to my cheeks. Our mating may be no longer secret, but hearing it spoken aloud still feels new, real. Thank you, Kai replies coolly. I sense the slight tension in his spine, the way he carries himself like a blade waiting to be drawn. Tonight, words are weapons, and every gathered clan is a different kind of battlefield. Cassandra's gaze lingers on us both, sharp with insight. Samara will need you more than ever, she says gently, directing her remark to me. Your presence will be a great comfort to us all. Just as I'm about to ask what she means, the double doors at the far end of the hall sweep open. My breath catches in my throat when I see. Nicholas strides in, flanked by Samara. My heart stumbles. It's the first time I've seen him since he and Kaisner pulled me from the ruins of the Mahindra stronghold. My brother's expression is unreadable, hardened by duty, shadowed by guilt. I discover love in his eyes, yes, but I also recognize fear. Not for me, for what I've become, a threat to his rule. Behind them, Vladimir and Gavril Alexeyev make their entrance. The Ursa brothers are tall and commanding, their tailored suits doing little to conceal the quiet menace they carry. Nicholas locks stairs with Kaisner, and the air all but crackles. A silent storm brews between them, heavy with resentment, spite, and unspoken truths. Kaisner's revelation as a dragon has sent shockwaves through the supernatural world. Nicholas's carefully laid plans to proclaim himself Dragon King have crumbled in its wake. Most of Europe had quietly supported Kaisner before, offering whispered pledges behind closed doors. Now those hushed promises have become open declarations of loyalty. Nicholas's discomfort is clear. I brace, half expecting them to clash right here in the middle of the hall. But then, Nick finally breaks eye contact and stalks toward the study. Kaisner guides me to our seats on the opposite side of the room, his hand lightly at my back. Across the space, Samara meets my gaze, offering a faint smile, a lifeline. Gavril settles into his chair with the quiet confidence of someone who believes they know exactly why they've been summoned.
So, Cassandra,
He says, voice smooth with presumption.
I assume we're finally setting a date for the wedding, perhaps a summer ceremony at the Alexeyev estate.
His smile holds an air of entitlement. He's accustomed to things falling into line with his plans. Cassandra's expression shifts slightly. Resignation flickers before she steeps herself in composure behind the imposing desk. She places her hands on the polished surface, steady despite the gravity of the moment. Actually, Gavril, she says, her voice gentle but firm. We have more pressing matters to discuss today. His smile falters, confusion creasing his brow. Gentlemen, she continues, her tone commanding. Shall we begin? The room falls silent, all eyes on her. We face a threat greater than any blood feud or political game, she begins, and her voice carries effortlessly through the space, every word weighted with authority. Darkness is coming. Nicholas leans forward, brow furrowed in deep scrutiny. What kind of darkness? Cassandra's gaze turns grave, one that tears through the veil between realms. Ice skitters down my spine. I've seen this darkness in my visions, felt it in the pages of the Book of Vaelmir. Kaisner shifts beside me, his hand tightening around mine, a silent reminder of his vow. Some of you may have doubts, Cassandra continues, her voice soft but unwavering. I understand, but this is no longer theory or myth. The signs are clear. Signs? Vladimir interrupts, his voice edged with skepticism, his fingers steepled as he watches Cassandra closely. Forgive me, Cassandra, but talk of prophecies and veil-tearing sounds like something out of a grim fairy tale. We need more than poetry. There is more, I interject before Cassandra can reply. Visions, glimpses of terror and destruction threatening us all. I pause, gathering the strength to meet their eyes. They began weeks ago. At first I thought it was just noise in my head, but they've grown stronger, clearer. A beat of silence hangs in the air. It's true, Nick adds, his voice steady. She told me about them even before Paris, before Kaisner shifted. Clarissa's visions are the first ripple in a much deeper current, Cassandra says, full of certainty. Her stormy eyes take in every face in the room, steady, unflinching. The Book of Velmir has awakened. She looks directly at me, her gaze piercing before carrying on. Pages once veiled to even our strongest seers now spill ink like tears. A long silence follows, thick with anticipation. And something ancient has risen in Spain, she adds, her voice low, almost a whisper. That draws several raised brows. In the Pyrenees, Cassandra continues, a temple, long believed to have collapsed during the Shadow Wars, has re-emerged. Leon, alpha of the Regalis Pride, tells me the mountains trembled beneath his territory. He believes the structure didn't just rise, it was pulled forward. Or backward. He sensed the twist in time itself. Unease grips the room. The air thickens, the significance of her words pressing down on us all. But the most disturbing sign is this, Cassandra says, her voice barely audible now. Juliet has experienced it firsthand. Not once, but twice. She looks at me before speaking again. Last Yule, in Draken Manor, she stepped through a corridor and came face to face with Willem von Draken. I gasp involuntarily, shock and wonder clashing inside me. Nicholas goes rigid beside Samara, his eyes narrowing. My ancestor. His voice is hoarse. And Juliet's late husband, Cassandra adds solemnly. 3 centuries gone, and yet she spoke with him, touched him. Before I can fully process this revelation, the great doors of the study creak open. All eyes turn. Juliet Devereux enters, tall and poised in an emerald silk gown. Her red hair falls like a fiery cascade down her back. Her companion is striking, lean, elegant, and pale, with dark green eyes. Ivan Lockhart. His presence is commanding, though he remains silent. Kaisner straightens beside me. Even Gavriel stops mid-sentence his murmured words to Vladimir, his attention caught by Juliet's entrance. Juliet's gaze sweeps across the room, cold yet calculating. I'm sorry we're late, she says, her voice carrying an almost imperceptible tension. Cassandra steps aside. She nods, gesturing to the chair behind the imposing desk. Juliet, please. The Grand Witch dismisses the offer with a subtle headshake. Ivan releases her arm with a soft kiss to her knuckles, standing behind her like a sentinel. When she turns to face the room, there's something rare in her. Vulnerability. Last week, she begins, her tone soft but clear. A ripple passed through the manor's east wing. A distortion, felt more than seen. The air thickened. The clock stopped. The chandeliers flickered blue, though there was no wind. The room falls into absolute silence. The disruption lasted the longest minutes of my life, she continues, her eyes distant, haunted. But as it happened, I could swear I smelled Willem's cologne, heard his voice. I hold my breath, waiting for the impact of her words to settle. Her fingers tremble ever so slightly as she raises them to her lips. The fireplace in the gold room was burning, she murmurs, almost to herself, though no one had lit it for days. Nicholas's posture stiffens beside Samara. A question tugs at the back of my mind. Why is Willem Draken's grimoire in my brother's possession? Is the Draken curse connected to these disturbances in time? Nicholas chooses silence on the matter. I do the same. There will be a moment to confront him, but this isn't it. Then, I saw him, Juliet continues, her voice soft but tremulous as her gaze settles on Nicholas. We talked. Her eyes hold him a moment longer than necessary, as if caught by the striking resemblance he shares with Willem. It's in the sharpness of his features, the intensity of his clear blue gaze. Something unmistakably familiar. Nicholas shifts, his expression unreadable, but there's a flicker of discomfort in the tension of his jaw. Reality is folding, she concludes, her voice barely audible. Not just weakening at the edges, but warping. And if this continues, we won't face darkness alone. We'll face a collapse of time, memory, and meaning itself.
How do you propose we fight this darkness?
Gavriel rumbles, his voice skeptical, filled with tension. Cassandra's lips curve into a faint, sad smile. By remembering what truly matters, she says. By finding strength in the bonds of family, both old and new. Her glance takes in the room, settling on each of us in turn. The Drakens have long been our allies, she adds, nodding to Nicholas and me. And now, an opportunity rises to forge new alliances with the Ursa clan and the Drachensteins. Kaisner stiffens beside me, his grip on my hand tightening imperceptibly. I can feel his discomfort with the thought of aligning with those he once saw as enemies.
Pretty words.
Gavriel scoffs, crossing his arms.
But words alone won't be enough to face this threat you speak of. What assurances can you provide that this isn't just another political ploy?
Cassandra's expression softens. You're right, Gavriel, she says. Words alone won't be enough. That is why I have something to offer you. A token of my sincerity and commitment to this alliance. She rises and moves to a side door. My curiosity piqued. I lean forward, straining to see what she's doing. Cassandra pauses with her hand on the doorknob, turning back to face us all. What I'm about to show you may come as a shock, she says, voice tinged with apprehension. But I ask that you keep an open mind and remember why we're here. To find unity in the face of great danger. With that, she opens the door. For a moment, nothing happens. Then, a figure steps into the room, and the world seems to grind to a halt. She's beautiful, petite and willowy, with long blonde hair cascading in soft waves. Her violet eyes scan the room, landing on Gavriel. In an instant, her entire demeanor shifts. Her shoulders straighten, chin lifting, a glimmer of love and trepidation flickering in her gaze. Gavriel, she breathes. The Ursa King goes rigid in his seat. His massive frame trembles as though struck by an invisible force. His eyes widen in disbelief, and tears fill them, softening his usually impenetrable gaze. The color drains from his face, leaving him ashen and shaken.
What trickery is this?
He chokes out, his voice rough with emotion. Cassandra steps forward, hand extended in a placating gesture. It is no trick, Gavriel, she says, her tone gentle. I promise you. The Ursa King remains frozen, eyes locked on the woman in the doorway. Slowly, as though moving through molasses, he rises from his chair. By the time he reaches the center of the room, his legs give out beneath him, and he falls to his knees, his expression a mix of devastation and wonder. Luciana! Samara cries out.
This isn't real.
Gavriel whispers, broken and raw.
It can't be.
The woman moves toward him, her steps hesitant at first, but soon gaining strength. She kneels before him, a quivering hand coming up to cup his face with infinite tenderness. "It's real, my love," she says, her voice thick with unshed tears. "Io sono qui." I'm here. The room erupts in gasps and murmurs of shock, but I barely register them. My attention is fixed on Gavriel, watching his stern composure crumble in the face of this unexpected reunion. Tears stream down Gavriel's cheeks as he cradles her face in his hands.
Oh, my darling.
He whispers.
My beautiful love.
His massive frame shakes with silent sobs as he gathers Luciana into his arms, burying his face in her hair. Beside me, Kaisner's grip tightens around my hand. I tear my gaze from the heartbreaking scene to meet his eyes. There's wonder in them, and something deeper, longing, aching, raw, that makes my heart clench in return. In that moment, I understand. This is what we're fighting for. Not just survival, but for moments like this. For love that transcends time and space, that can bring even the mightiest of alphas to their knees. We should leave them, Vladimir suggests gently, rising from his seat. His fierce eyes glimmer with hushed awe. A collective exhale moves through the room. One by one, we rise. Samara wipes at her cheek with a quiet sniff, then links her arm through Vladimir's. "I need a drink," she murmurs. "You're still recovering from last night," he says softly, gently pulling her hand away from the whiskey decanter Nicholas is already reaching for. Nicholas pours himself 2 fingers of Glen Ord, drinking it down like water, his expression unreadable. No one utters a sound. Cassandra motions toward the adjacent parlor, and we drift that way. Some of us quietly, others exchanging soft murmurs. The study doors remain open behind us, and I catch one last glance of Gavriel and Luciana. Foreheads pressed together, arms wrapped around each other, as though holding the very world in place. Kaisner places a hand on the small of my back, guiding me forward. I lean into him, the warmth of his palm grounding me. As we settle into the candlelit parlor, I realize how much I needed this moment of calm. But even here, in the quiet, with thick velvet drapes muffling the world outside, I can feel something stirring beyond the manor's walls, a sense of anticipation, a whisper of danger. And deep in my soul, I know this is only the beginning. Chapter 49, Clarissa. The initial shock of Luciana's appearance begins to fade, and the room slowly comes back to life. Whispers ripple through the air, hushed conversations filled with awe, confusion, and a lingering suspicion. I catch snippets here and there, questions about how this is possible, what it means for the balance of power among the clans. I spot Sam near the fireplace, her posture stiff, arms crossed tightly as though holding herself together by sheer will. Her gaze is locked on the shadows in the room. For a moment, she looks impossibly frail. Samara, usually all biting wit and fire. Tonight, she burns quieter, sadder. I approach her slowly. She doesn't look at me as I draw near, simply says, "I never found her body." Her voice is soft, yet heavy with pain, as if the words have been trapped inside her for so long they've become inescapable truth. Gavriel blamed me for not trying hard enough, with my scrying. Tears shimmer in her eyes. Hell, I blamed myself. The confession escapes her throat, strangled. I stand beside her, watching the flames flicker in the window's dark glass. He was grieving his lost mate, I assure her gently. You all were. She was more than that, Samara murmurs. She was his soul. I used to listen to the way he spoke about her, quietly, like a prayer he didn't want the world to hear. Luciana was everything to him, Clarissa. Before life taught him to bury his heart deep. She sniffs, blinking fast. I just wonder if it's too late. If my brother can come back to life just as she did. I glance at her, but she's staring at the door, her throat working. I'm happy she's alive, she adds, her voice trembling. I'm so happy. But it breaks me too, in ways I didn't expect. Because of Cassandra? I whisper. Sam's gaze cuts to mine, sharp and lethal. In that instant, I catch a glimpse of the predator beneath her polished exterior, the Ursa princess who could tear out a throat without remorse. Careful, she warns, voice dropping to a dangerous edge. Whatever you're thinking, whatever you're about to say, be very careful, Clarissa. I meet her stare, unwilling to back down. I'm simply acknowledging what we're both thinking. Gavriel's true mate has returned, but he's publicly bound to another. A witch carrying a vampire's child. Sam glances toward the doorway, then grabs my arm with unexpected force, guiding me deeper into the shadows. Her touch, both controlled and strong, sends a chill down my spine. Listen to me, she says, each word precise and measured. That child is under the protection of the Alexiev clan. All of us. The emphasis in her tone carries weight. I search her face, finding no hesitation, only fierce conviction. I know what you're doing, she continues. What you've always done, Clarissa. Looking for cracks in the foundation, places where loyalties might split. Her eyes narrow. There are none to be found here. For a second, I flinch in disbelief. It's not like that at all. Surely you realize every supernatural faction will be watching, I point out. Waiting to see how your brother handles this complication. Sam's smirk is sharp as broken glass. Let them watch. The fools who mistake this for weakness don't understand what's truly at stake. She releases my arm, her expression softening fractionally. What happened at your brother's dinner was just the beginning. The child Cassandra carries will change everything. The old rules, the boundaries between our kinds. And Luciana? I ask, keeping my voice neutral. Where does she fit in this new world order? A flicker of something crosses Sam's face. Grief, uncertainty, determination, before settling into fierce resolve. Luciana is family, she says simply. As is Cassandra. As is the child. My brother. She pauses, glancing toward Gavriel, his posture rigid as he watches Luciana speak with Vladimir. My brother will find a way forward that honors all he has promised. The Ursa King does not break his word. I follow her gaze, studying the tableau before us. Luciana, returned from death's embrace. Cassandra, power and secrets growing within her. Gavriel, caught between past love and present duty. And if he can't? I ask quietly. Sam turns back to me, and there's something ancient in her stare. A knowledge that makes her seem suddenly older than her years. Then we will all bear the cost, she whispers. But the child remains protected. That is non-negotiable. She straightens, the momentary vulnerability vanishing beneath her usual poise. Now, if you'll excuse me, I believe my mate is looking for me. As she turns to leave, I catch her wrist. It's a bold move, perhaps foolish, given her lineage. But I do it anyway. Sam, I say softly, ensuring no one else can hear. Are you all right? Her composure falters, just for a heartbeat. Something raw flashes across her face before she rebuilds her walls. Of course, she replies, but her pulse jumps beneath my fingers. A tell-no-witch would miss. Nicholas seems... I search for the right word. Intense tonight. Her eyes dart to where her dragon mate stands, his knuckles white around his glass, ocean eyes tracking her every movement with predatory focus. Even from here, I sense the barely contained storm within him, threatening to spill beyond his control. He's under considerable strain, she says carefully. Learning your sister is mated to Kaisner Drachentstein would unsettle anyone. The name hangs in the air like a blade. Kaisner, the man who shattered centuries of dragon hierarchy with a single transformation. This isn't just about Kaisner, I risk saying. This is about Nicholas, about what's happening to him. Sam's expression freezes, fear and protectiveness warring across her features. Nothing is happening to him, she states, but the tremor in her voice betrays her. Sam, I whisper, letting genuine concern color my words. Whatever it is, whatever's wrong, you don't have to face it alone. For a moment, I think she might confide in me. Her shoulders drop slightly, the burden of secrets clearly taking their toll. But then, Nicholas appears beside us, materializing with dragon swiftness that makes us both start. There you are, he says to Samara, his tone deceptively light, but his eyes burning with something primal and possessive. His hand settles on her waist, fingers splayed wide, not just a lover's touch, but a claim. Nicholas, I greet him, keeping my voice neutral despite the tension crackling in the air. We were just discussing the unexpected nature of tonight's reunion. Were you? His gaze shifts between us, suspicion darkening his features. The temperature around us drops several degrees as his control slips. Frost patterns form at his feet, spreading outward in jagged lines. I was checking on Clarissa, Samara says quickly, offering me a look that's both apology and warning. The evening has been overwhelming for everyone. Of course, Nicholas agrees, but his arm remains firmly around her waist, though I'm certain Clarissa is perfectly capable of managing her complicated loyalties. The barb hits its mark. My connection to Kaisner, unwanted though it may have been, has transformed me from trusted ally to potential threat in his eyes. We all have complicated loyalties these days, I reply evenly. The wise among us know better than to judge what we don't fully understand. His eyes narrow, dragon fire flickering in their depths. For a terrible moment, I fear his control might snap entirely. Sam places her hand on his chest, drawing his attention. Nick, she murmurs, her voice carrying that particular inflection I recognize from my own experiences with Kaisner. The tone that soothes the dragon, that reminds the beast of its humanity. Something shifts in Nicholas's expression, a momentary softening, a flicker of shame, before he nods tersely. We should rejoin the others, he says, already guiding Samara away. She glances back at me over her shoulder, and in that unguarded moment, I see everything she hasn't said. Fear, love, determination, and something that might be a plea for understanding. I watch them move through the crowd, noting how she subtly positions herself between Nicholas and other guests, how she whispers to him when his eyes begin to glow too brightly, how her hand never leaves his as if she's physically anchoring him to this world. The Draken curse. I've known its effects now in two dragons, Willem's madness in family lore, and now, my brother. But Nick's manifestation seems somehow worse, as if the power of the last Draken shifter amplifies the curse's grip. My gaze drifts to Samara, trapped in an impossible situation, protecting everyone from the truth of what her mate is becoming. Then, my attention shifts to Gavriel and Luciana. They've risen to their feet, but remain locked in each other's embrace, as if afraid the other might disappear if they let go. Luciana is engulfed by Gavriel's massive frame, a man suspended between past and present, love and duty. I look at Cassandra, taking on the monumental effort of concealing the chaos reigning inside her. So many secrets in this room. So many fault lines waiting to fracture. The sound of a throat clearing interrupts my thoughts. I turn to see Nicholas, his expression a complicated mix of emotions. "As touching as this reunion is," he says, voice carefully controlled, "I think we all deserve some answers. Cassandra, how is this possible? Gavriel's mate was dead, and suddenly, she's back. Why now?" All eyes turn to Cassandra, who stands at the room's entrance, her posture regal and composed. She meets each of our gazes in turn, her eyes filled with wisdom. "The how is complicated," she begins. "Suffice it to say that Luciana's return to us is the result of forces beyond our full understanding. As for the why," she pauses, her gaze softening as it lands on Gavriel and Luciana. "Because we need hope. We need reminders of what we're fighting for. In the face of the darkness that's coming, we need every bit of light we can find." I shudder at her words, leaning closer to Kaisner, seeking his warmth and strength. He wraps an arm around my shoulders, pulling me to his side. Through our bond, I sense his own clash of emotions. Wonder at the miracle we've witnessed, wariness at what it might mean for the future, and a fierce determination to protect what's his. "You speak in riddles, Cassandra," Vladimir snaps, his voice sharp with suspicion. "We need facts, not vague warnings." Cassandra nods. "You're right, of course. You all deserve to know what we're facing." She takes a deep breath, her eyes closing briefly as if steeling herself for what's to come. When she opens them again, they're filled with a gravity that sends chills down my spine. "There is an ancient prophecy," she begins. "One that speaks of a time when the veil between worlds will thin, when shadows will seek to devour the light. It speaks of a great battle, one that will determine the fate of not just our kind, but of all reality." The room falls silent, hanging on her every word. For centuries, this prophecy was thought to be nothing more than a myth, a cautionary tale told to frighten young witches and warlocks, Juliet adds. But recent events have made it clear that the time spoken of in the prophecy is upon us. The signs are all around us, for those who know how to look. She pauses, her gaze sweeping across the room once more. The sudden resurgence of long-dormant powers, the blurring of lines between different supernatural races, the return of those thought lost to us. Her eyes linger on Luciana for a moment before moving on. "These are not isolated incidents. They are the first tremors of a coming earthquake that will shake the very foundations of our world." As Juliet speaks, a strange pressure coils at the base of my skull, faint initially, resembling the beginnings of a headache. Then it deepens, sharpens. A buzzing energy pulses through me, sinking with every syllable she utters. My breath hitches. The room tilts. I sway on my feet, a hand reaching blindly for the edge of the table, but I miss. The chandeliers above blur, warping into threads of gold. Shadow and light streak across my vision like a shuttered film reel tearing loose. Kaisner is there instantly. "Clarissa." His arms wrap around me with swift precision, his voice rough with panic. "Liebes, what's happening?" I don't... I gasp, blinking hard, but it's no use. The visions surge like a tidal wave. Shadows devour my surroundings. Not the kind born of night, but something older, hungry, coiling like haze around skeletal frames, fangs bared, wings unfurling. It begins with fire. The words echo in my skull, slipping from my lips before I even realize I've spoken them. The vision seizes me without warning. Cities I recognize flashing before my eyes. Paris, Venice, London. Dreary columns of dark smoke rise toward indifferent skies, each plume a marker where something, someone, has been erased from existence. Screams, fire, a sky cracked open, and then light, brilliant, blinding. Swords of starlight clash against beasts carved from void. At the center of it all, Kaisner and me, our forms tangled in radiant flame, standing back to back, holding the line as the world crumbles around us. A strangled cry escapes me. "Clarissa, sit," Kaisner commands, already guiding me to the velvet couch near the window. I collapse into it, my body trembling, eyes wide but unfocused. He kneels in front of me, both hands cupping my face now. Through our bond, I feel it. His terror, his rage at whatever is hurting me, his need to fix it. "Tell me what you see," he pleads. I struggle to speak through the shuddering breath caught in my throat. I see it all. The darkness, the flames, us. Kaisner, my voice breaks. We're at the heart of it. His eyes flash, but he says nothing. Only draws me closer, wrapping himself around me like a living shield. I don't know how I'm seeing this, I whisper, gripping the lapel of his coat. But it's real. It's not a dream or a warning. It's a truth waiting to happen. And in the deep well of his dark stare, I see it mirrored back. He believes me. Juliet moves toward me, her eyes wide, concern etched in her brow even as excitement brightens her gaze. "Clarissa, breathe," she says gently, kneeling beside my chair. "Let the visions pass through you. Do not fight them." "Juliet, what does this mean?" he demands, his voice tight with barely contained apprehension. "Is she in danger?" She shakes her head, her expression thoughtful. "No. At least not immediate danger." The prophecy is resonating with her gift, showing her glimpses of what's to come. Her words send a ripple of murmurs through the room. I feel everyone's gaze on me, their expressions oscillating between awe and wariness. Nicholas rushes to my side and leans closer, his brow furrowed with concern. "Rissy." He speaks softly, as if otherwise I might break. "Rissy, are you all right? Do you need anything?" His tenderness, so at odds with the tension that exists between us, brings a sudden sting to my eyes. I manage a small smile, shaking my head. "I'm okay," I assure him, holding his hand. "I'm just overwhelmed." As the visions begin to fade, leaving behind a dull ache in my temples, I become aware of a change in the room's atmosphere. The initial shock and skepticism that greeted Cassandra's warnings have given way to a grim sort of acceptance. The reality of the threat we face is sinking in, made all the more real by my unexpected vision. Gavriel now stands by the room's entrance, an arm wrapped around Luciana's narrow frame. When he speaks, his voice is rough with emotion, but there's a steel in it that wasn't there before.
"So what do we do?"
he asks, his massive hand gliding down Luciana's arm until their hands entwine.
"How do we fight this darkness?"
Cassandra turns to face him, a small smile playing at the corners of her lips. "We do what we should have done long ago," she says. "We put aside our differences, our old grudges and power struggles. We stand united, as one force against the coming storm. Her words hang in the air, heavy with implication. I look around the parlor, taking in the faces of those gathered here. Nicholas, torn between worry for me and the burden of his rivalry with Kaisner. Samara, her expression laden with concern and unwavering loyalty. Vladimir and Gavriel, the Ursa brothers, their usual stoicism softened by the miracle of Luciana's return. And Kaisner, my mate, my partner, my anchor in the storm. His steady gaze meets mine, and in it, I find a reflection of my own emotions. Fear, yes, but also hope. A fierce resolve to face any challenge. She's right, I say, stronger now as the last echoes of the vision fade away. We can't afford to be divided anymore, not with what's coming. Kaisner nods, his hand squeezing mine gently. I agree, he says, his voice carrying easily through the room. Whatever differences we may have had in the past, they pale in comparison to the threat we now face. Easier said than done. Nicholas stiffens at Kaisner's words, a flicker of the old resentment passing across his face. But then he looks at me, really looks at me, and his expression shifts. He nods, almost imperceptibly, before turning to address the room. But, as much as it pains me to admit it, he begins, a wry smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Kaisner is right. We've spent too long fighting amongst ourselves, jockeying for power and influence. If we're going to survive what's coming, we need to stand united. Relief washes over me at my brother's words. I hadn't realized how much I needed to hear him say that, to see him take this first step toward reconciliation. A quiet resolve roots in my bones. The darkness may be rising, but so are we. And we won't go quietly into the night, not while there's light left to defend. Chapter 50. Clarissa. I should have left a while ago with the others, but Juliet wouldn't hear of it. Absolutely not, she'd declared after my visions had left me trembling and hollow-eyed. You're staying until you're properly recovered. Cassandra had nodded her agreement, that quiet authority of hers brooking no argument. So here I remain, curled in the velvet armchair, while the dying fire paints amber shadows across the walls. Kaisner hovers at my side, one hand resting on the chair's arm, the other tracking every movement I make with predatory focus. The porcelain teacup in my hand steams faintly. Juliet's special blend, she'd called it. Chamomile and valerian, yes, but threaded with something older, more potent. Magic that tastes like moonlight and peace. Drink, Kaisner murmurs, his fingers brushing mine as he steadies the cup when my hand's still. All of it, Liebes. His thumb traces the back of my hand, a gentle command wrapped in silk. I take another sip, letting the warmth spread through my chest. Already, the edges of my sight feel softer, the electric buzz that usually precedes my visions mercifully absent. Better? He crouches beside my chair, bringing himself to my eye level, studying my face with fierce intensity. His free hand comes up to cup my cheek, thumb stroking across my skin. The tremors are stopping. I hadn't even realized I was still shaking until his touch soothed me. The tea is helping, I admit, leaning into his palm. I feel quiet. Relief and satisfaction flicker in his gaze. Good. No more visions tonight. No more pain. His voice carries the weight of a vow, as if he could command the universe itself to obey. Through the crack in the study doors, I glimpse them. Gavriel and Luciana, lost in their impossible reunion. His massive frame trembles as he cups her face, thumbs catching tears that slip down her cheeks like liquid starlight. I watch as Gavriel falters forward, the once imposing Ursa King now undone. They kiss like a myth being written, tears falling, their brows pressed together in reverent reunion. Like lovers who've defied death, each breath a borrowed miracle. My throat tightens. Kaisner's hand finds my back, his thumb brushing a steady line between my shoulder blades. Love like that never fades, I whisper, my voice catching. It doesn't. He agrees softly, taking my hand and pressing it against his lips. And neither will ours. The silence stretches taut as a bowstring when footsteps ring against marble. Measured, deliberate, each one echoing like a death knell through the corridors. Cassandra appears in the doorway like an apparition conjured from moonlight and sorrow. Her gown catches the dying firelight, silver rose fabric that should shimmer but seems to absorb the glow instead, as if even light dare not touch her tonight. She moves with the careful precision of someone walking across breaking ice. Her face is porcelain perfection, every line controlled, every breath measured. But her eyes hold the hollow exhaustion of someone who has just bargained with death itself and won. The kind of fragility one wears only after performing a great act of sacrifice. She doesn't enter, doesn't speak, simply stands sentinel in the threshold, watching the reunion she orchestrated with the quiet intensity of a goddess surveying her handiwork. Gabriel lifts his head from Luciana's golden hair. When his gaze finds Cassandra's, the world stills, magic hanging in the air, like motes of dust caught in the hazy beams of dawn, each particle shimmering with unspoken truths that linger between them, waiting to settle into reality. Understanding sails through the silence, delicate as the first light filtering through ancient windows, and as profound as destinies being rewritten in real time. He knows. The cost. The price. What she sacrificed to tear his love from death's embrace. Cassandra's hands clasp before her, knuckles white against rose silk. She turns, ready to leave the room.
Cassandra.
Her name falls from his lips like a prayer, like a plea, like an absolution. She freezes mid-step, spine rigid as iron. The silence that follows could shatter glass. Slowly, so slowly the movement feels carved from eternity. She pivots. Her chin lifts, meeting his gaze with the unflinching courage of someone prepared to face judgment.
My loyalty.
Gabriel says, his voice breaking on the words.
My friendship. My debt. They are forever yours.
The words don't just land. They detonate. The very air seems to crack with the force of an oath sworn in blood and starlight. Luciana's breath catches, her fingers tightening in Gabriel's as she adds her own silent pledge with a bow of her golden head. Cassandra's composure fractures for a single heartbeat. Her lashes flutter like butterfly wings against her cheeks. And when she nods, the gesture carries the might of destinies shifting. Gabriel's arm tightens protectively around Luciana's waist, drawing her close.
However you managed this,
His voice drops to a rumble.
there will be consequences.
He pauses, letting the truth settle between them like ash.
But whatever they may be, you won't face them alone.
Something swells in my chest, vast and wordless. Having witnessed so much anger between them, so many battles fought with words sharp as blades, this moment of profound gratitude feels like watching winter finally surrender to spring. After countless nights walking in shadow, Cassandra says, her voice heavy with shared grief. Her gaze shifts to Luciana, taking in the impossibility of her presence. You have found your moon again. A faint smile tugs at the corner of her lips. At last, happiness has returned to you.
And may you find yours,
he replies, voice gentled now.
with the one fate has chosen.
Dristan. The name escapes her lips like a confession, like a promise she's afraid to speak too loudly lest the universe hear and snatch it away. There can be no one else. The admission costs her. I see it in the tremor that runs through her frame, the way her breath stutters. Gavriel's expression softens with something achingly close to tenderness.
Then may the gods smile upon your union, Cassandra. And know this,
His voice grows grave with meaning.
my intentions were never meant to bind you, only to protect what I couldn't bear to lose.
A silent exchange flickers between them. Forgiveness offered and accepted in the space of a heartbeat. Then Gavriel lifts his hand. The air itself holds its breath. Ancient magic unfurls from his palm like smoke, like starlight, like the very essence of creation itself. It spirals through the space between them, visible as silver threads that sing with power older than memory. Along Cassandra's throat, just above her collarbone, a sigil blazes to life. A brand forged in desperation and grief. The magical bond burns against her skin for one eternal moment, marking her as his in ways that transcend flesh and blood. And then, with a sound like the universe exhaling, it vanishes, dissolving like mist come dawn. The light dies, the magic fades. Cassandra's gasp is sharp enough to cut, surprise, relief, and something that might be grief all tangled together. Her hand flies to her throat, fingers pressing against skin that bears no mark, no scar, no evidence of the chains that bound her for so long. She's free. The word sings through the air, a note of pure liberation that makes the crystal chandeliers chime in harmony. Free to choose. Free to love. Free to walk into whatever future she dares to claim. When she turns from the doorway, her face is a mask of composure rebuilt from shattered pieces. But I catch it. The tremor in her fingers as she smooths non-existent wrinkles from her gown. The way her breath comes just a little too quick. The hope that blazes in her eyes like a beacon in the dark. The doors close behind her with a whisper. An ending. A beginning. All held in that single breath of sound. Tears slip down my cheeks before I realize I'm crying. Silent, unstoppable. They fall for Gavriel's joy, for Cassandra's sacrifice, for the impossible beauty of love conquering death itself. I press my fingers to my lips, trying to contain the sob that wants to escape, but it's useless. Beside me, Kaisner's arm tightens around my waist, his thumb brushing away the tears that continue to fall. This might be the first time I've ever seen her shaken, he murmurs against my temple, his voice a low rumble meant to soothe. Whatever it took to bring Luciana back, it surely was no small thing. She never does anything small. I sniff, the edge of a smile lifting one side of my mouth. Kaisner leans in, his breath warm against the shell of my ear. Neither do you. The corners of my lips curve, but the smile doesn't quite reach my eyes. Not tonight. Not after everything we've seen. Whatever is coming, he begins, and his voice a vow. I'll annihilate it before it reaches you. His hand finds mine, fingers interlacing with desperate precision. I don't care if it's fate, fire, or the fucking gods themselves. Nothing touches you, Clarissa. Not unless it goes through me first. Kaisner's thumb traces my pulse point, feeling the steady, calm rhythm. So different from the frantic flutter it's been for weeks. The visions will come back, I whisper. But not tonight. He rises smoothly, lifting me from the chair and settling into it himself, arranging me across his lap like I'm something precious that might break. Tonight, you rest. Tonight, you're safe. His arms wrap around me, a living fortress of heat and devotion. When he kisses my temple, it feels like a benediction. Chapter 51. Clarissa. The diamond fractures twilight into 1,000 burning stars across my palm. Through the boutique's windows, Paris bleeds rose gold and indigo, the city's pulse slowing to that intimate rhythm that belongs only to dusk. It's too much. I breathe, watching light dance through the stone like captured fire. Kai, I can't.
Nothing is too much for you.
His voice cuts through my protest, silk over steel. He leans against the glass display case, all sharp angles and contained power, lamplight turning his hair to burnished gold. When he reaches for my hand, his thumb traces the ring's edge with reverent precision.
It's not about the stone, Liebes. It's about the promise.
The words settle into my bones, warm and certain. I step closer, fingertips finding the steady rhythm of his heartbeat through fine cotton. When you put it like that. He lifts my hand to his mouth, lips brushing my knuckles in a kiss that tastes like forever. The world narrows to this. Rose-scented air, polished wood gleaming amber, time suspended like honey in sunlight. I glance up at him, about to tease, when something catches my eye in the mirror behind him. A shadow. Watching. My breath catches, spine straightening as recognition slams into me. Across the street, framed by dying light, stands a figure I'd know anywhere. Motionless as carved marble, hazel eyes fixed on us with the patience of eternity itself. Kaisner feels the shift in my body before I speak. His head turns slowly, following my gaze to the reflection. The moment he sees, something predatory ripples beneath his skin. Not fear, but recognition of a different kind. I didn't know he was back, I murmur, already moving toward the door. The bells chime our exit into twilight's embrace. Paris flows around us in streams of gold and shadow, but this being stands apart from it all, untouched by the mortal world's hurried rhythm. Dristan, I call out gently. His smile blooms, slow and genuine. Clarissa? He replies, his voice like smoke and dusk, radiant as always. I stop just within arm's reach, close enough to see the ancient kindness in his eyes. You're back. Called back, more like. His gaze drops to my hand, taking in the diamond's fire. Congratulations are in order, I see. Heat spreads through my chest. This is Kaisner, my Schattenkönig, Shadow King. The word falls from Dristan's lips like a stone cast into still water, sending ripples through the very air between us. Kaisner says nothing. His silence is an answer. What does that mean? The question slips out before I can stop it. Dristan's attention shifts to me, weighted with memory and sorrow. Heir of the hollow flame, last blood of the forgotten court. His voice lowers, barely above a whisper. I watched his lineage burn once, torn from the unnatural brethren. Never thought I'd see it rise from the ashes. The twilight seems to deepen around us, shadows gathering at Kaisner's feet like loyal hounds. In this light, he looks less man than myth, something carved from darkness and dreams. I stood vigil the night they fell, Dristan continues, addressing Kaisner now. Swore to keep the secret buried. A pause, heavy with implication. But old blood calls to old blood. Your mate's fire was always going to wake what slept. My skin prickles with goosebumps that have nothing to do with the evening chill. Dristan's expression shifts, ancient recognition flickering in his amber eyes. "The old blood remembers," he says, voice heavy with witnessed history. A pause, thick with unspoken implications. Will you take on the role fate has entrusted to your hands, I wonder?
What are you doing here?
Kaisner's voice carries ancient authority, though his tone remains conversational. Watching. Waiting. Following the threads as they weave themselves back together. Dristan's smile turns sharp. The world knows more than it pretends to forget. He steps back, inclining his head with old-fashioned courtesy. "May fortune smile upon your union," he says, the formal blessing rolling off his tongue like ritual. Then his expression turns cryptic. Shadows have a way of finding their way home, don't they? Especially royal ones. The words hang between us like a challenge, a prophecy, a warning. Then he's gone, melting into the crowd as if he'd never been there at all. I turn to Kaisner, questions burning on my tongue. Shadow King? Forgotten court? What?
The past.
He says simply, pulling me against his side with possessive certainty. But I catch the lie in his eyes, see the way his jaw tightens as he scans the street where Dristan disappeared.
Liebes.
His voice drops to that careful tone that means he's thinking too hard about something.
Luciana's eyes. They were violet, weren't they?
The question hits like ice water. Yes. Why?
I thought Samara said they were blue.
My pulse stutters. She did. Something flickers across his features, too quick to name, too dark to ignore. Kai, what is it?
Probably nothing.
But his fingers tighten around mine, and I know it's everything.
Come. Janek's threatening mutiny. He survived the Mahindra ambush just fine, but apparently he won't survive us being late for dinner at Lake Starnberg.
My mouth quirks upward in what I hope looks like contentment. But my mind races with new questions, new fears. Just dinner, then? I ask, needing the shelter of his heat, his certainty. He pulls me to him, with an urgency that leaves no space between us, my palms pressed flat against his racing heart. Then he growls, low, rough, entirely unholy.
Dinner. And everything that happens after I tear this dress off you with my bare teeth.
A shiver licks down my spine. And this time, my smile is true, slow, and indulgent. Sounds perfect. And God's, it is. Arm in arm, we move through the twilight haze. Behind us, Paris glows like a dying star, smoldering, beautiful, veiled in secrets. The world is changing. The storm is gathering. But I am not afraid. Not with him at my side. My mate. My king. The one who shields me beneath wings of shadow.
End of Wings of Shadow. So you've heard our story. But don't think this is where it ends, darling.
Thank you for listening to Wings of Shadow with us. Your support means everything.
If you enjoyed what you heard, show your appreciation. Like this video, share it with those who crave darkness, and subscribe for more.
Because there's so much more to discover.
The Draken curse runs deeper than you know. The prophecy of shadows has only begun to unfold. The surge of fire that awakens within, it's just the beginning.
The mystery behind Willem Draken's grimoire holds secrets that could change everything.
And the fated reunion between Dristan and Cassandra, that story demands to be told.
All will be revealed in the next installments, Blood of the Ancient from the Unnatural Brethren series.
And a new Bad Boy Shifters installment that will leave you breathless.
Until we meet again in Shadow and Fire.
Remember, you belong to our world now.